君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find the light. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle far from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart. Shine on.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash
listen, it's been 2 weeks, that's 336 hours, 14 days, and I just looked at the LEC standings, and it makes absolutely no sense. It's a conspiracy theory. The actual script is not cooked, it's burnt, so I'm here to try and make a little bit of sense out of this chaos, so do try and pay attention. Let's start off simple and nice and easy. 10 teams. We have a fearless draft, round robin, and only 6 will advance to playoffs. You win, you get points. Easy, right? Wrong! Start off with SK. Now, they enter the chat and they trade Isma for Bukara from KC Blue. And Isma's like, you know what? You can't actually get rid of me because I'm going to stick around. He joins GX after closer divs, but the vibe checks on SK specifically, it's just not there. The vibe's not vibing and the expectations are lower than my ELO game. But one thing that we can ask Adam is that ELO Hell is confirmed and it is very much real. Now, SK show up on week 1 and they body Fnatic. Now everybody's like, hey yo, can they actually do that? Apparently they can. But meanwhile, KC, they are back from finals at first stand. The last time that EU has touched international relevancy since Kalist was like in diapers. So they beat MCOY and then they go ahead and they also 2-0 BDS like it's just another day in the office. But then they lose, and of course they lose to none else than Fnatic. So if you're paying attention to what I'm saying, I don't know why you actually would be doing that. Just remember, SK beat Fnatic, and Fnatic beat KC. So by that logic, that means that Fnatic is better than KC, and it's better than SK, but not really, because if you do also pay attention, BDS did 2-0 SK. BDS got 2-0'd by KC. So if we're following that train of logic, KC is better than BDS, who's better than SK. But remember, SK did beat Fnatic, so that means that KC is better than BDS, who's better than SK, who's better than Fnatic, who's better than KC, and it literally doesn't make any sense. But wait, there is going to be more. Rogue! Rogue had a 2-0 against Vitality. I guess they'll enjoy Red Bull a little bit more than they enjoy Nesquik. But Vitality, on the other hand, they are going to be going up against GX, and they 2-0 them as well. So, by that logic, when you're looking at Rogue that's going to be going up against GX, Rogue should win, right? Right? That's our expectation. No, wrong. Because this is a 55-minute ELO Hell game where I left wondering if I voluntarily tuned into the LTA. And this is just week 2. We're not even halfway, but if we try and put all these points together, we have SK that's better than Fnatic, that's better than KC, that's better than BDS, that's better than SK and Rogue, who's better than Vitality, who's better than GX, who's better than Rogue. I have no idea what's going on. Someone please just help me! Hello everybody and welcome back to the LEC where chaos is the theme of this split. I'm your host Jeannie for today, joined with Verius, GB and Odo. You know what? To just feed a little bit more into this chaos, we thought we'd play a little bit of football to actually determine which one of the players on every single team that we're going to be talking about is the carry. The rules are really simple. You guys are going to line up here one by one. You gotta shoot the football.
Yeah,
and
at the dartboard.
And it should like stick at a dartboard, okay? And wherever it lands, it will coincide with whatever player is going to be on the back wall. And then you have to explain to me why you think that player is a carry. Any questions?
Nope. Nope.
Good.
I'm more excited to see
no,
Betty
I'm
kick
not
a ball.
answering questions anyway.
Go
All
on,
right.
get in there.
Betty,
on,
it's your
keep it-
first.
It doesn't matter if you miss, right? We don't care about who you're gonna say the carry is. We just want you to
Wait,
see you
which
kick
team is first?
MCOY.
MCOY. Okay.
Who do you want to hit?
Actually, who do you want to
Alright.
hit? Because then we can
Can
judge
I
it.
get, can I
No,
get
no,
a
no.
close-up on the football, please? Nice close-up on the football.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, that's us.
Okay, no. We're not getting a close-up on the
It's
football.
fine.
All right,
You
fine,
tried.
whatever.
Just gotta
Okay,
show
here
us
we
what you
go.
got.
Okay, I'm a little old, remember, so my legs aren't quite what they used to be. Here
So
we
you're
go.
like 30?
I'm 32, yeah.
Oh, he's got it.
Here we go. And
Oh! Okay, you can get one more try.
Let's go.
Okay,
Another one, just
that
keep going,
is
it's all good.
embarrassing.
No, it's all good. It's all
You can throw it from closer if you want.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
That
it's
is
fine. No, it's-
crazy.
Guys, no,
I
come
can't
on,
believe
like,
that
Come on,
happened.
just use your feet.
Holy.
It's okay.
Okay, Ginny, just stick the ball.
Guys,
I am a terrible
can you just
goalkeeper.
can you
Okay.
just edit this in post? Can
Sure.
we just
Oh!
Nice, that's-
Super! Why
Super
is
is the
Super
carry
the
of
carry?
MCOY.
I mean, this is the easiest one of all. Super, of course, is by far and away the best AD carry in the league, as we've already confirmed, right?
Last year?
Well, no, this year. Obviously, we know, like, because Deft had to retire after playing against such an entire...
He is better than Deft, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, what we know about Super is that after coming back from Worlds last year, he's done nothing but excel, okay? And what I think he is a fantastic facilitator and real carry for the actual carry of the team, which is Elyoya. Because without the crux of the team, I mean, how can the team really function? So Super sets up Elyoya, who then carries the team to success.
Wow.
Nice pivot.
Thank you
That's,
very much.
pretty
Good throw,
decent.
good throw, good throw, good
Can you
kick.
get rid of that one?
What you think you...
Oh, he needs more space to
Okay, wait,
kick
next
it well.
next team on the board. Let's go. Fnatic. Oh, you gotta really think where you want to land that ball.
I have a good
He
idea.
has the skill to land it. Let's see.
Nice!
Yeah, where was the skill?
I mean, it was close.
He was just missing that.
I was
That's
aiming
fine.
for the bottom.
At least he caught it back, you know?
True, actually. Like,
It's called what we call a trick shot.
he's a little
Hey,
younger,
hey, hey.
so he's nimble. All right, let's go.
So who is that?
Actually, no one.
That's
You know
because of
what?
Mickey. That's
Can
Yeah,
I
I
do
would
the
say
bot
Mickey.
lane combined? Because it's between
Okay, hurry up,
Dancet
let's
and
go.
Mickey. I think that's where we really find the consistency with Fnatic. A roster that can be so chaotic in general. I really do feel like that when you're looking at them and you're watching their games, you never really see any mistakes coming out from upsets. You do see mistakes coming out from Mickey, but at the end of the day, he's still there to facilitate the team with engages that get the flow going. And I actually think he was quite good against the win against Casey.
Okay, not bad. I'm banning
Not
the word
bad.
facilitate. Let's go, Odo.
Oh my god, now GB did a
Now
trick
the
shot.
pressure's on, Odo. The pressure's on.
Man, I haven't kicked a football in like 15 years. The only
Can
thing
I kick for you?
The only thing I kick and throw are my games, you know, so...
Oh! Yo, you got Hansama.
Hans Summer as
Hans
well.
Samad, or the way I like to call him, because we go all the way back, right? Hans Mamad, he is the true carry of G2 because, you know, Caps has broken form sometimes, he becomes craps. BB sometimes, you know, doesn't find any sort of flex picks. Cumon is hype right now, but the pure constant in G2's play is Hans. I haven't seen Hans have a bad game in a really long time, and he's just the rock and the tower in their foundation.
I don't know. I see like GB just sitting there like, huh.
I just want to play again. I want to kick more
Okay,
balls.
fine.
Do I
Who
have
knew
time?
that? Grown
Hang
ass
on, there's still someone
adult.
who hasn't kicked the
No,
ball yet.
actually, can I just...
There's someone who's got to...
My turn.
Yep.
I don't even know what team's
Here we
next.
go.
She's not gonna,
Oh, KC.
not gonna hit.
I'm gonna pull a video.
I mean, she didn't miss.
Is that Kana?
That is Kana.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna say it's Kana. It's because he's the new Jace god. I think that's all right.
He is quite good on
You know,
Jace,
he's
yeah.
pretty
Pretty good at
decent.
Jace, yeah.
But I actually don't have to answer this question. So, eeny, meeny, miny,
There he is.
mo.
I mean, I think we can all agree who the best Jace player in the league is, and because he's the best
He's
Jace
the only
player
one.
in the league, he is by proxy the best
you
Jace
got Adam
player
as well.
in the world. Thoughts, feelings?
Because they went to
Yeah.
finals
Yeah,
the
absolutely
first
agree.
stand.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I think that he's in close contention with Zeus as being one of the best Jace players in the world, perhaps. But the reality is that he single-handedly carries games on his Jace. And I think that he's one of the few top laners in the league that's capable of carrying a game by himself. So without him, I think Casey wouldn't be as successful.
But the same is about why Kana is good, not why Kana on Jace is good. So come on, you need.
I
He
mean,
does play
why is
Jace.
Kana good? Because he's very good at Jace.
Ooh.
Toss the
Wow,
commercial.
okay,
Toss the
damn.
commercial.
Wow,
Good
you
one,
guys
baby.
are hitting some really good analysis. That's going to be it from us. Thank you guys so much for your valuable insight and throwing these balls. Who knew you guys would have so much fun with balls? But that was it. We're going to be heading over to Lore, who is standing by with Camillo in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. A bit different this time, but still with a player. Camilo, comment ça va? How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a question. It's going to be a bit of a game that I did not borrow at all from LTS/LCS back then, by the way. I'm going to give you two choices, and you're going to have to pick which one you prefer and why, and we're going to talk about
Okay.
this, all right?
Yeah.
In a new LEC edition of This or That. You ready? Let's pull the first one. Do you like ranged AD or melee AD more?
I mean, like both. Like I used to be huge melee players overall.
Yeah.
Like even when like 5 years ago I was playing some Kiana, some things like this, and a lot of Yasuo as well. But I would say right now I'm a bit more at ease on ranged champions. I mean, ranged ADs.
Do you think it's a trend in the LEC as well that ranged AD are easier to play maybe in the current meta?
I think they're a bit easier to play,
Yeah.
but like mechanically, I wouldn't say that to make them work in team, maybe it's a bit harder.
Yeah.
I think team fights are a bit harder as well. But I think mechanically, most LEC players would be more comfortable with some Tristana, some Corki, some things like this than really mechanically demanding champions like Yasuo or Yone.
Yeah.
I don't think there is much Yasuo mid players, for example. I know on top there is the Naknako.
I see, yeah.
But overall, I think it's way less demanding to play ranged.
And in that sense, do you like lane matchup or scaling picks more?
Lane matchups, of
Lane
course.
matchup? Oh my god. But
I
then
mean-
it's, yeah, then you have a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah, I mean, you have to snowball, you have to play good, but
Yeah.
that's also the way I enjoy League. I think that in my perspective of League, if you play good, you win, and taking risks by having lane matchups and not scaling ones, I like it.
All right, broken glasses or broken hand? And I'm saying this because we had a couple cases of broken hands in the LEC, but like, how hard was it for you to play like this?
I mean, it was a bit uncomfortable, because like my glasses were perma, you know, a bit,
Yeah,
I don't know how to say, but like
I
sideways.
tilted.
Yeah, so it was a bit uncomfortable, but for sure broken glasses are better.
All
As
right.
well, I won with it, so.
He won games like this, though.
You won! Holy shit.
Your jungler giving a kill to enemy mid or your top lane losing a winning matchup? What is going to be the hardest to recover from?
I mean, my jungler giving a kill to enemy mid, I already know it.
Yeah.
I remember in winter, the game against Casey, Vladdy starts with red buff, double kill, because
Yeah.
Shio is a bit of a troll, you know. So I have experience with the first one. The second one, I think I have less experience with it. I don't remind this. So I would say jungler giving a kill to enemy mid.
All right. When it comes to top laners, do you like Naknako Yasuo or Genax Yasuo more? I'm so
Well-
sorry, guys.
It's a bit of a meme, but I think Naknako is better. He reaches
right.
the 110 power spike faster.
All right, now next one. Baron flip or attack and throw? We know that you guys love both in the LEC anyway, but yeah, what is the...
We are so much fans of this. I think I've seen more attack and throw. Like the Baron flip is like a legend, you know. It happens so much, and it happened since like 10 years at least. I mean even more. But the attack and throw, I love it because it's new, and
Yeah.
people are just permadying on it, and it's so funny.
New generation of ints, but yeah, we still keep that in the LEC. Last one here, smiling after a loss or being serious after a loss. And I'm only asking this because we always see you smiling, and I'm just wondering how important is it for you to stay positive, even when things don't happen the way you want?
I mean, I'm smiling because most of the time, even in the losses, I find some positive things. For example, the game 2 against G2, I was still happy of my early game because I was really dominant in lane. But I'm not always smiling after a loss because sometimes I'm really disappointed of myself. Even I remember in the last winter, the game against BDS, we won, but I was really disappointed in my performance, so I don't remember smiling a lot. So I would say it depends on the players. Sometimes can be weird, sometimes can be good, but for me it would be smiling after, smiling after loss.
Well, hopefully we get a smiling Camilo after this one today. Do we have a last one? Let's see. Wait, no, we're not touching that. We're gonna get trapped, guys. Camilo, thank you so much. I'm gonna let you join your team. Guys, cut this one. I don't know who planned this. Let's go to walkouts. Oh, God.
Well, let's get into the action as quickly as we can. Great to hear, obviously, from Law and Camilo. Well, I'm Medic, and this is Dagda, and we are both wearing overshirts, because that's what big guys do.
It breaks up the silhouette. It's got to, you know,
yeah. There's black underneath as well, you know. It's just what we're here for.
Yeah, it's the easiest way to get around, you know. And also, like, it's still not quite super warm in Berlin yet.
True.
It's supposed to get to like 23 degrees or something this week, so maybe this ends up coming off in time, but yeah, we'll leave it.
Yeah, not on the show, hopefully.
Well, wait and see.
Maybe there's some people out there.
Wait, if you
That's
signed up to our
101.
Patreon.
If you join the WhatsApp. No, but we're here for Heretics versus BDS to start off the day. Obviously, Heretics not having the best of times last week, losing to G2 and to MKOI. Can they bounce back?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious for both of these squads how it's going to look. Because I think for BDS, even they looked a little rough against Rogue. I don't think it was the best showing. So I think on either side, they're going to want to try and pop off. For BDS, it feels like their team fighting is kind of where it's let them down. For Heretics, it feels like the early game hasn't really come to fruition for them. So there's a lot on both sides to prove if you really are trying to fight up into those top standings.
Yeah, getting to the top 6, obviously the end goal of this split. But we are only in week 3. We have 4 more weeks after this. 4 more. Maybe more than 4 series, depending on how many series you played so far. It's obviously a single round robin best of 3 fearless. We're on the same patch as we were last week. 25.07. 08 comes out next week, so we'll see all of the updates there. Things that we are looking at that are still strong. Neferi obviously up near the top. Gwen's still pretty powerful. I'm a massive fan of Yorick at the moment, both top and jungle.
You've kind of been going verbose about him backstage.
I love Yorick, man. He's so good at the moment, and was only slightly nerfed on 25.07 in one of the hot fixes.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff that's still in the patch. I don't think in this series we'll see Neferi. There's only been like Fnatic really who've tried it out, and I don't think they really set up the Neferi for success. So I'm curious if it's just a pick that Europe has decided, look, it's too difficult to try and play around, and we're not willing to bring it to the forefront, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I think Gwen still super strong. Skarner still available at all points in time, so we'll have to see exactly what the priority is as we're about to get into draft.
Yeah, Skarner high prio so far for show. Played at 3 of his 5 total games, and best at the same for Carlson in the top lane. 3 of 6 games for both of them. I'm interested to see how the mid lane matchup goes as well. Nuke is having a very good year overall, I'd say, but also talks a lot. There was a Sheep Esports interview talking about how much stress Nuke is under and how at the moment he really thinks BDS is a 5th, 6th team, and if they can make that he'll be happy, but he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders as a player.
Yeah, he kind of elaborated on that on Euphoria as well, just saying he's now had to step into that kind of shot calling role for the team to be that veteran and leader, and the stress that is putting him under, and even the confidence struggles that he's had in trying to be the one to make those calls, especially when he doesn't want the team to lose. It's a lot that's on his shoulders, but we'll have to see, as no bans towards the mid lane, and also Skarner still up and available if Heretics want to go for it. But we've kind of seen teams learn how to play into Skarner at this stage, like go towards range, try and make sure that he's not going to have fun. And Varus, the champion, if you go for that poke build, kind of range, so kind of nearly wanting to bait BDS into a potential Skarner pick here.
Yeah, you can go, of course, the Arcane Comet, or you can go Lethal Tempo if you want to play on hit later on, depending on what the enemy composition is. There's the Skarner immediately for 113. And alongside that, BDS may be looking up towards the top side. AD carry pick here would make the most sense. Don't give away more information unless you have something that you really want to prioritize before seeing the rest of the enemy comp.
Yeah, I imagine it will just be the AD carry, potentially if you just go towards a Corki or something like that for Ice in that bottom lane. Ice has kind of gone for a lot of the like Jins and stuff like that though, which have kind of opened up more of a team fight style, but look, it is. It's going to be the Corki. And now I think the question is, do you try and slam something like, well, the Jace, I was going to say, potentially for the Lilia, but again, just try and play in range here for Heretics into the Skarner and make things a little bit easier for yourselves in those team fights.
I really like Lilia and Skarner. Yeah. I think your movement speed is so powerful. Also, something we saw a lot when Shale was on BDS around the middle of last year was him trying out these AP jungles, and it was one of the reasons BDS were actually able to win some of their early games. Here instead, though, Sejuani is the pick.
Okay, because I was going to say, we saw the SK Lilia come through, and 113 just immediately flashed and killed Buka in his jungle early. So maybe having a few flashbacks to that one, but I think Sejuani's still good. Strong front line, ability to actually set up for your team as well. And Azir, not a bad shot as well, one of the high priority mid lanes. So Heretics already setting up for a strong team fight composition, and it's going to be on BDS now to try and disrupt that. As Nuke going to go for the Talia. This is something that he's been very strong on, and I think it's something that opens up then for BDS to try and play through their strong early game, because I think that's where BDS have been most successful is in the early stages. It's kind of more when it gets to those team fights and those mid-game map movements that they've started to struggle.
Which is interesting, because last year we talked about them a lot as a team that does the same thing, gets to mid-game, team fights well, is solid and stable as a cohesive unit. Obviously, there were changes, right? 113 and Irrelevant joining the team alongside Paris makes things a little bit more tricky for them overall.
Especially when these are kind of the core parts of your team fight. It's like, hey, we are setting up the front line. We're the ones that kind of is dictating the flow, and it's Nuke and Ice who are providing that DPS in the back. So if they aren't marking people correctly, or they end up jumping over a wall that they should have, suddenly those team fights can get quite chaotic. And I think that's where we've kind of seen Nuke and Ice struggle sometimes in fights to open up as successfully as they would like to.
Totally agree with you there. We have junglers and the bot lane alongside mid locked in for either teams. Support ban coming out from BDS. Get rid of the Leona. So good at sticking onto people and works really well with Sejuani as well. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Rel ban as well, although Rel a little bit weaker into Talia because of that unraveled earth, whereas Leona can chuck a solar flare down, get the stun, and then go for the follow-up.
Yeah, I think for BDS, they are, oh yeah, I was about to say, they banned the Braum and set themselves up for the Rel kind of pick up here, but I think the other side is setting up for Ambessa pick. You're getting rid of the Jace. Wouldn't be surprised to see, okay, I was going to, Renekton or Gnar ban, and then just kind of say, okay, well, we can take the Ambessa for Carlson, and he'll be relatively happy in team fights. So we get the Rel, I think we get Ambessa, maybe an Alistair answer for Stend, and then it's a case of Irrelevant more than likely going back towards his Gnar, which has been his go-to in these matchups.
It also helps him in having a strong top lane matchup. He's fallen off since last year, I would say, as Irrelevant, and I think a lot of that is he's not garnering the same leads he used to directly from the top lane.
Well, I think the issue more so is his role in what was SK is very different to his role in BDS. Yeah. BDS are still playing for objectives and they want to set up for team fights, and this is where you are now acting more or less in the skirmishes and the 1v1, which is where I think Irrelevant still shines. It's more so about, hey, am I marking my man? Am I entering at the right times? Am I using or creating space and using pressure in these fights well? And I think this is now what Irrelevant has to learn on BDS to try and slot into that system, and it's going to take some time to learn.
Yeah, it definitely is. For the moment, though, he is going to be playing up into that Ambessa. BDS looking to lock in the Renata. Heretics looking to lock in the Renata here as well. Good into dive. Okay as well, ranged into melee matchup in that bot lane. Can struggle a little bit later on in the game, but will stop the Skarner and the Rel in their tracks. Gwen is the pick for Irrelevant. It's the second time we've seen him play at this split. Last time did go pretty well. He didn't die and they won the game. I'll take that.
Yeah, that's not ever a bad look, but I'm kind of surprised at the, Star Renata. I expected the Alistair, because if you end up getting locked up by the Skarner, you can pop the ultimate, the Unbreakable Will, get out of it, and then you can actually interrupt Skarner as well for a lot of those big moments that Skarner has. So I thought that would be the pick here, and still answers to the Rel, but going for the Renata means that, yes, you've got kind of the handshake and the hostile takeover to buy space, but with the Gwen now picked up, you get way less value out of that ultimate, as she can just hollowed mist and avoid all that hostile takeover.
What it does give you, though, is a winning bot lane. Varus Renata into Rel and Corki should be winning for the Varus Renata. Obviously, the Gatling gun from the Corki can make sustain trains a little bit difficult in the early game, but you have good poke, you have ranged into melee support. Whenever the Renata's jumping in, you just handshake her and make sure she can't get onto your AD carry. I expect a lot of bot side pressure here from Heretics. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see Sheo spending quite a lot of the early game down there.
Yeah, just to make sure they're safe. Because as you say, you want to be able to get that push, you want to be able to make sure you're safe. And especially if Paris, now I don't know what his runes are, but if he ends up trying to burn an early flash onto either of these bot laners, I think that's where you can open up then for 113 to start making visits bot side as well. So you do have to be very careful with Heretics and ensuring that bot lane success.
Well, let's get on into the action. First game of the week, first game of the day. Heretics taking on BDS in a battle of the mid to bottom table. Top 6 make it through to our playoffs. Still a few weeks before we get to that point, but a win against a team like this so vital. We call them 6-point games in sports that have 3 points for a win, because you're knocking the team that would be challenging you down 3 points and you're getting 3 points for yourself. It's a 2-win game. We could call it a 2-win game.
Okay,
You know?
Yeah.
You've got to win the game. That's why it's a 2-win game. No. Okay, I'm going to shut up now. Look at the runes, it's Hex Splash. So probably will look to burn one of those early flashes.
Yeah, so that's why I was waiting to see what Paris' runes were. Because as you say, like if you flash on towards Sten and Sten has to flash away, suddenly you're setting up really nicely for 113 to come into that bot side. And of course, you've got multiple different angles. You can come in over here, you can come through this wall as well, and just make it really difficult for Heretics to try and play through that within bot side. It looks like at the moment trying to get some control over bot lane, so then they can start that push nice and early.
Yeah, trying to get positioned further up here. Stand will pop the oracles to clear out any vision. Sheo's going to put a ward in the river as well to make sure that he's not being invaded. But this is something you really want to do when you're playing ranged into melee. You just want as much control as far up in the lane as possible. If you don't have control over this bush, so say there was still a ward in this bush for BDS, when Sten steps out to auto attack, he then can't jump back out of vision into the bush, so the minions would aggro onto him, which causes wave dynamics to mess up, causes a bunch of different things to be a little bit harder. Paris did dismount to get that shield early on, but you can see the damage already coming out from Flakked and Stend. Ice is not going to be in the best of shapes early on here.
Yeah, taking a bit of a worse for wear trade. The bone blading making sure the Stend stays nice and healthy in the back end of that. So I think for bot side, we're already saying going to be pushed, but 113 starting on top side means that he should be moving bot, but I think it's a good answer from Sheo to, again, as you were alluding to, start to shift his attention towards bot nice and early. Is Irrelevant abusing these new Gwen mechanics. Oh well, they're old new Gwen mechanics that have come back in with just how annoying the E cooldown is for this Gwen.
Yeah, that skip and slash does so much work, and you get the 1,000 cuts off as well. You get a full channel of that with the Q. Oh, absolutely deadly. You can see Flack and Sen though already getting the push down here. As you say, both the junglers pathing down towards this bottom side as well. And talking of the junglers, it has kind of been Sheo's, 113's run of the map so far here in Spring. He's had exceptional performances in the early game, getting BDS ahead.
And I think it's the fact that he's been so good at tailoring his pathing to the different situations. Like against SK, he ends up losing his topside quadrant, so he immediately goes for evade, has the support from Paris to set himself up for success. He's been very good at finding not only plays in bot, but on the top side of the map for Irrelevant as well. Like he has been everywhere for this squad, and I think it's now going to be on Sheo to try and cover that, because Sheo has been very consistent for Heretics in trying to support his lanes in the early stages, but sometimes it can feel like he has to be everywhere at once, and no jungler alive can manage that.
Yeah, when everywhere's bleeding, you can only pick one place to put the tourniquet, right? Doesn't really work because you could put on multiple tourniquets, but we're going to pretend that was a good analogy. As Irrelevant is causing Carlson to bleed a little bit here in the top lane. Not fully exsanguinated for now, but with Stend and Flakked having the push in bot, Sheo can make his way to the first Scuttle Crab and should be able to secure this one pretty sharpish. Would possibly look for a dive. Ice only has Cleanse. Paris has the Ignite. 113 spotted as he works his way across here.
So this is nice. You can see 113 was considering going for that top crab to try and answer for Sheo taking his on the bottom end, but wanted to stick around because he was a little nervous with Ice at that health bar that Sheo would try and make something happen. So nice shadowing from 113 there to make sure Heretics couldn't blow up in this spot.
And stops the recall coming out from Sheo as well to make sure that their tempo is about the same as they both make their way up towards that top side Scuttle Crab. Going to be a little bit harder for Sheo to secure that one because Irrelevant's pushed out top. Nuke's got the push in mid at the moment as well. Nuke has already teleported, so won't be able to get straight back to this lane, but we'll see actually if 113 decides to contest the Scuttle Crab, because Sheo was making a beeline for it, and 113 instead decided Krugs were the dish of the day.
Yeah, I think with just both of his solo laners on reset, he didn't feel fully comfortable going for it. Carlson and Camilo both had the teleports available, so he's like, look, we'll take it easy and just try and get out onto the map quicker again. So we'll have to see what he can do with the extra couple of seconds he picked up by essentially skipping a camp. But again, already BDS going for a swap, but this is something we've seen consistently more coming through when you're in these bad matchups, which Aisha and Paris clearly are. Just swapping to try and get them out of that situation. You also set yourself up for potential early grubs, and it's kind of the answer to lane swaps when lane swaps got hit in the early stages.
Yeah, importantly, the lane swap mechanics where you're getting half as much gold and half as much experience and the tower's much tankier falls off at about 3 minutes anyway, so you can swap anytime after that, and it's not true lane swapping, you know, it's kind of this bastardized form of it. But as you say, it does give you prior up towards that top side. Flakked probably looking for this place and then we'll recall afterwards, but Irrelevant doing a good job of clearing out the wave in his face. You can see Stand actually already working his way up towards that top side. So perhaps Flakked will catch one more wave as Carlson catches this one crashing under the tower, and then maybe go up towards those grubs.
Yeah, I think the problem for BDS right now is they have no idea where Stend is. 113 was hovering bot because he wasn't sure if there was going to be a dive onto Irrelevant, but now still they haven't really spotted where he is. I think actually Paris might have just seen him. So BDS knows that this is going down, but aren't really in a position to trade on the opposite side.
BDS are bringing all 5 members across here. Weaver's wall coming out as well. Flacker's on the wrong side of that wall, and he's going to be abandoned by his team. A Drake for a kill on Flacker. BDS get first blood, but Heretics do secure the neutral.
And now they're going to be able to push him in and move across for those void groups. So nicely done by BDS. And again, kind of 113 being the instigator, covering on the bot play, waiting for the push to come through. And it was Stend trying to cover for a cross map on the top side that opened up the number disadvantage for BDS at that Dragon.
Carlson's going to fight here. Good look for that public execution. You can see Stend already on those grubs alongside Sheo. With the TP coming out from Carlson towards the bot side, Irrelevant still has teleport of his own, so if he wants to come up and make this a 5v4 in BDS's favor, he could do so. Sheo's already secured one grub though, and that's all Heretics really wanted. Just wanted to make sure that BDS weren't going to get that feat from taking these 3 grubs.
Yeah, BDS just trying to get that wave push in topside to set them up. So they had the lanes in places to move across for the void grubs. Means that they lose one, but it's not the end of the world in the grand scheme of things. Kamilu taking a little bit of hurt, but Nuke doesn't have a huge amount of mana to follow up on this.
Now Carlson matching up again against Irrelevant in the bot lane. Sees Irrelevant with about a 600 gold lead. First blood going over to him. The Gwen accelerated towards that 2-item spike. She is stronger in the early game, but still 2-3 items is where Gwen's real power point lies.
Yeah, I think you're just going to be waiting for a little bit on BDS. I think it's going to be interesting though, because I think when I look at Heretics, it's like everyone scales really well into the game. Like their team fighting is insane, especially with the on-his Varus as well. But it kind of becomes a case of, can we set up on the objectives first? Because if you've got Nuke and his ability to push aside, then immediately join in. Also, Irrelevant will, as you say, start to do well into this Ambessa as the game starts to go later and later. So in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of BDS hoping to push sides and collapse first. Whereas if Heretics can establish themselves in the objective beforehand, I think they're in a great spot to take those fights.
I much agree with you. The ability to poke people out as they try and get in towards the objective is really strong from Heretics. But it is a slight gold lead for BDS to kick us off. Irrelevant TPing back up to this top lane will be able to catch the wave. You can see Heretics really answering BDS's rotations, their transitions between these lanes quite a lot.
The thing is, they are answering, but it's always slightly delayed. Yeah. Because it was BDS who started off first, they were the ones that get to move and kind of dictate the pace. So now they push in bot, they're going to see Varus answer, probably going to look for maybe a second push here and then recess so then they can avoid it. And all they're doing is keeping the CS even. And realistically, that's all they really want to do. And it's Carlson who's been struggling as a result and may even struggle now.
Execution going down. Irrelevant looking for that needlework. Dashes forward. He's definitely struggling. Snip, snip. Irrelevant on the board again. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Sten pulled in. And it's Paris who secures the kill for BDS, 3-0.
Yeah, it's kind of gone disastrously in the last couple of seconds for Heretics. You lose that play on top, you already were behind on CS, the 1.2k gold lead for Irrelevant. And now on the bottom side as well, where you wanted to try and set up that play, when you finally get the 2v2, and it goes absolutely disastrously as well. Ice hiding. Basically, Heretics think Ice is reset to avoid the 2v2 again, but they just have 113 set up. Oh, the Chains of Corruption going wide as well from Flackett. But it's Stend who was just a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, I don't think Chain of Corruption, obviously it sucks that it went wide, but I don't think it changes anything there, right? You've already got the CC down onto Stend. He didn't burn either of his summoners to get out. Flacker, though, now with no flash, and Paris and Ice having theirs still available. Looks like they're going to open out through mid Riftmaker first for Irrelevant. He is a mile ahead of anyone else in this game, and you talked about his ability to lane, his strength in skirmishes. I think we're seeing that on fine display.
Yeah, I mean, this Gwen is in an insane spot now, and I don't think the Sten can really answer. And now it looks like it's actually going to be, well, I was curious if it was going to be Heretics who are going to play these lane swaps once again to try and get get Carlson out of this bad matchup. But it looks like they're just going to try and set up on mid lane. And on the other side as well, 113, I think has been playing a little bit too much TFT and has bought overflowing belts, because that's a lot of Giants belts.
He needs two more to get there, man. 2 more. Your Giants belt was 15% extra HP.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Excellent. New set, by the way. Really good.
Really good.
Really enjoy it.
Really,
I will say some of the silhouettes are a little bit hard to follow. Nidalee and Neferi look relatively similar. There's a few of them, but I like the set.
But if I just play Rengar, I look for the jumpy cat.
Ah, the jumpy cat. Yeah. That makes sense. What, are you playing Executioners?
Yes, yeah, Executioner reroll is a little
makes sense. I'm a Nitro buddy. I like my little T-Rex appearing way too late in the game, not doing anything. Oh. For the moment, though, it's setting up around these objectives for these two teams. They can't wait for the carousel to get their items. Instead, they have to farm up. There's Grubs up in 9 seconds, Drake in 13. And BDS have vision control around the entirety of that mid lane river. You can see Stend walking across here. Paris going to come across. Handshakes gets him back. Handshooken, handshaked, handshook back.
I am shooketh either way.
Well, understandable. 113 looking for Shayo and Stend. Will force them out again. Can take away this control ward. 113 still stepping forward. Magnus Storm onto Blackhead. Remember, this man has no flash and he hasn't got a hope in hell of surviving. BDS get their 4th on the board.
Well played by BDS. So Heretics try to brute force the 3-man in mid to get mid priority and then move down. But BDS, thanks to the push on bot side, move Irrelevant in. They have numbers advantage and Blackhead caught out as they try to transition into the skirmish.
It's so doomed as well, though. Camilo TPs to the mid lane to cover. He then loses a wave, 2 waves and a plate to top lane. Carlson's now going to be dived on the bot side because they saw all of Heretics moving up towards the top side. Irrelevant's going to get another plate. Public Execution going in from Carlson. The needlework. Power's going to tank up that tower. But BDS, they're just happy to take more of these plates away in the face of Carlson. Yes, they didn't get the neutral objectives, but they got so much gold. 3,000 gold ahead now with BDF.
Yeah, and sure, Shayo's going to get these Void Grubs, but realistically, I don't think Heretics are going to get a sniff at these towers in quite a while.
I've got 4 now.
It's working towards it, let's go. But yeah, I think for BDS, they are in such a commanding position right now. They can get push on mid, move over towards the Dragon. You've got first items that are starting to be complete across the board, including Nuke having that Rod of Ages now done, so you're in a commanding position, and I just don't really know how Heretics try and break this because it feels like they're late to the party. The tools they could use, like the TP from Camilo, they're burning when it's too late.
They really are. The Dragon is available to Heretics though, so they'll get their 2nd on the board, at least delaying BDS. You know, BDS didn't get 4 Grubs, so no Mites are going to spawn. Didn't get any of the first 2 Drakes, so Heretics will get that portion of the feats, but not going to complete it yet. Obviously, we have the first tower now determining which team gets that feat. Feats of strength, total feat. All of the feet.
And nothing but the feet.
Nothing but the feet. You can't handle the feet.
I think, yeah, BDS are going to handle everything fine at this stage.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Heretics because we kind of said, look, Shayo needs to be in a position to try and cover what 113 is doing, but I think 113 has actually been doing a great job of covering what Shayo actually was trying to implement, like a lot of those bot side dives, he was in position, then we got that dragon fight, and I think BDS have just been doing a great job of reading what Heretics have tried to do throughout this game, and then set up their own plays as well on sidelines. Like, it's been a really strong early game from BDS, and this is kind of what we've almost come to expect with BDS. Even though they may not be sitting top of the table, the early games have been spectacular. It's just getting to this point now and how they push these leads forward. Shayo trying to cover for a dive with 113 though.
113 looking for Carlson here. We'll get him back. The edge of Ishtal pulls him out with the Impale as well. Glacial Prison dodged with the Hallowed Mist. Shayo though can't avoid the Needleworks. Pulled back with the Magnet Storm, and now Irrelevant's continuing the dive. Stends on his way across. Irrelevant will look for this tower, and that should be first tower blood over to BDS. They get the kill, they get the tower, and then they just walk away.
Yeah, cool guys don't look at explosions, you know, they just fade off into the distance beautifully, and even they try to shift Lackett up to cover as well, which means that he didn't even really get the control over mid either. So for BDS, not only are they getting the leads, it's, you know, small CS leads starting to open up as well, as Heretics consistently miss out on these waves as they move for plays. But here, pull Carlson out, they don't go for the salmon to the tower. 113, good patience to wait for the skips to go through from Carlson, and then Irrelevant predicting Carlson's movement here as well. And Paris just coming over the wall, more for moral support, but also does push Shayo out of the lane so they can continue wailing away on this turret.
Yeah, it gets him down to half HP, and he realizes he can't really defend that anymore. For anyone wondering about this Giant Spell build, by the way, Skarner scales off his maximum health and his bonus health. Like, his passive does, his Q does, his E does as well. Like, he has a bunch of scaling, so instead of going for something like the Heart Steel, just crack out a bunch of extra health. Yeah. You know, Heart Steel, often we don't see many stacks picked up on it in the jungle, at least, in professional play. Here, just get as much maximum health and bonus health as you can in the early game, and it gives you that extra damage output. For the moment, though, isn't really able to use that apart from clearing out his jungle, as he is just going to go for a rotation. Next objective up in about 20 seconds time would be the Rift Herald, but it looks like Heretics, realizing BDS might be setting up on the top side of the map, are going to try and defend, try and push towards this bot lane tier 1.
BDS are bringing Irrelevant to the party, though. They really want to make sure that they're able to deny a third dragon and try and set themselves up for a little bit more of objective control, because I think that's the one thing that has been lacking for them, is actually getting these objectives for themselves. It's 2 dragons and 4 grubs to Heretics, but now they have the control. It looks like Carlson going to start pushing out topside, so someone will need to go up and catch that wave relatively soon, but at least you're getting that control of the bottom side that BDS needed.
Both Nuke and Irrelevant have teleport, so if they want, they can just teleport one of them up towards that top side. You can see Irrelevant shadowing Nuke. Irrelevant's actually going to be given the local gold as Glacial Prison goes down onto Paris. There's the Chain of Corruption follow-up, and a quick kill from Heretics as they find their first of the game.
Yeah, so nicely done by Sheo there to get in. You kind of had that control from BDS, but with Gwen then moving down to the bottom side, they just find that moment with onto a relatively squishy Paris in the grand scheme of things, and just the lockdown is too much.
Yeah, it's a really good pick from Heretics. Gets him a little bit of gold in Flacker's pockets. He's finished his Blade of the Ruined King. Camilu's finished that Nash's as well, and as you say, the scaling definitely does work for Heretics. Whether they can outscale this sort of deficit is a large question to be asked. Drake up in a minute's time. We saw 113 starting up the Rift Herald, but realizing he didn't really have the numbers on that side of the map, so backs away from it in the end.
Yeah, I do think, though, at least it opens up then to basically get the vision control that they need now. So you've got Carlson, who's in a better position to push out topside, maybe look to contest for this dragon, and as well then the vision is there to spot out exactly what BDS are up to. Nice trade.
Carlson might be dead. 113's on his way. Go on. Through the wall. Where are you going, Carlson? Goes in with the public execution. Actually dashes away to survive with that Bloodhound step. Will manage to escape. Has to burn the ultimate for it, though.
Yeah, 113 tries to get up there, but as you say, ultimate now gone. Means he should have the advantage for the objective and BDS's side. They're trying to eye up Flackett, but yeah, this is kind of where BDS, they're trying to hit multiple different places, but their vision is still quite shallow because of that pick in the mid lane. So I think at this stage, it's more of a, hey, we need to push a wave and group to establish vision somewhere. It looks like Rift Herald is going to be their designated area of attack, but they don't really have the vision that they need to see where Heretics are going to answer from.
Yeah, Heretics is grouping up as 3 in the mid lane right now. And again, 113 starts the Rift Herald. They decide, nah, we'll get to Drake, make sure we secure that. They do have like the numbers advantage down towards this bottom side. Heretics gonna accept their losses and just take a Rift Herald of their own. Nuke's coming across there with that teleport. Ice pulled back. Weaver's wall towards Stend as well. They look for Flacker first. Seismic shoves him back and immediately jumps him off this mortal coil. 113 came in from the side as well, but BDS won't chase Stend any further. Instead, they will take the 3rd tower of the game.
Sheo is getting the Rift Herald, though, this entire time. May just, yeah, he's going to have to pull off. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish it off. So BDS, they get the pick, they get the tower, and now should get the Rift Herald as well. This, if they can continue this pressure, might be able to control the Dragonair as well, because Irrelevant, no one can touch him in a side lane. This guy's incredibly strong. Oh, Sheo.
Goes forward, dodges away from the seismic shove. 113 is going to slam him into the wall, though, and the chase continues. Impale is available, but the BDS really want to chase this any further. The answer is a resounding no. Drake, their next objective, still didn't get the Rift Herald. It feels like a couple of times they're like, okay, we'll do this neutral. And then they're like, actually, no, we'll fight. Oh, we didn't do the neutral, and now the Heretics are back out on the map.
And now, so Harris's reset got interrupted. Yeah. That's the second time. Ice did get the reset off, but now Heretics have to come in with 0 vision on their support and try and contest this, and they establish no vision here, plus Irrelevance in base.
He's not there yet. Glacial Prison hitting onto Paris there. 113's already used the Impale, and Heretics are very healthy. 113 slain where he stands. Paris has to flash away. Public execution going into Ice as well as Camilu chases him out. Irrelevant on the back line, but he's going to be on his lonesome in just a second. Camilu could look to dash back in here. Forces BDS away. Heretics get out with 5 members alive. And they killed out the enemy jungler. This could be a Drake into Ataka.
Yeah, but there you can see the lack of confidence we talked about from BDS coming into play. They don't really decide on if we're going to fight Sheo, if we're going to take the Rift Herald. Are we taking resets? Everyone is making a different decision. They lose the fight, they lose the dragon, they won't lose Atakan. At least Irrelevant can get something in mid, but this is a team that you are in control of this game, but mistakes like this slipping away. Irrelevant resetting way later than everyone else means that he's not here for the fight. Paris not having any of its troll wards mean they don't spot out this pick that that Heretics end up making. And really good job here from Carlson. On towards Ice in the back line. Kamilu supporting them means that then they get to separate BDS, and BDS have to retreat because this is essentially a 4v2 without Ice really able to show up into the fight.
Heretics will be buoyed by that sort of play. Still a 4,500 gold lead for BDS. They're still very much in the lead in this game. Questionable as to whether they're in control of this game anymore.
Especially when you've got 3 dragons now going over towards Heretics. Like, the potential for a soul is on the cards. Riptide honestly may end up going over towards Heretics as well. BDS have opted in towards Vision on the bottom side of the map, but there's not really anything for them to take there unless they're hoping to pick off someone. Yeah, but I think they can still shift over here. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go straight for Articon. Riptide has been stopped, and you can see Heretics working their way down here as well. They might look to contest that Articon at 8,000 HP right now. Clearing out a bit of vision. Paris there on the front line. It's down to probably about 4,000 or so, yeah. 5.5. BDS don't quite have the damage without Irrelevant here. And Heretics will happily take up the mantle of tanking the Articon for now. No TP on Irrelevant as well as he's worked his way through that mid lane. He's on his way across Glacial Prison into the hostile takeover. Sheo gets the smite, and now the false life on all 5 as Carlson dives the back line. Paris falls as he dives in. Ice doing a lot of work here though, and that's all of the false lives gone already. Carlson flashing across, trying to kill off Nuke. Can't quite get the damage in, nor can he take down Ice.
So Heretics do get the steal, but every single one of them will be sent packing. No, well, apart from Paris, nobody on BDS went down, so the gold swing definitely in favor of BDS, but they end up essentially starting this up. The TP from Carlson comes in and pushes BDS back, and it then just becomes a bit of a 50-50. Sheo keeps 113 back a little bit with the ultimate. It's a good engage from Paris, and Irrelevant getting there just in time with this setup from 113 seals the deal. Like, even with Kamilu trying to buy space with the Emperor's Divide, it's just not quite enough. And then a few flashes have to burn in this situation as Carlson desperately trying to kill anyone, but now Riptide on the cards. BDS have got the reset in. Carlson has no TP and he's in the bottom side. Irrelevant's just about to come up.
You can see the power of BDS's composition though if Irrelevant has a little bit of time on that backline. Magnet Storm into 4-man Impale into the Needleworks. Irrelevant absolutely shredding through that Nash's Tooth Rhythmic combination so powerful for him. Rod of Ages and Seraphs both fully stacked for Nuke alongside a fully stacked Muramana for Ice with that Triforce. The only people with 2 items on Heretics are Sheo, who's got the Kainic Rukun and the Heartsteel with 96 stacks, we'll give him credit for that, and Kamilu, who has gone Nash's into Leandries.
BDS starting up the Riptide. I think they're in a perfectly fine spot at this stage. The wave on bot side was pushed in very deep, so Carlson had to try and collect that, and now with Irrelevant's TP back up, BDS would always have the numbers advantage. Sheo trying to support Kamilu so he can continue pushing forward here, but you do have to be a little careful because they don't know where Ice is. He is now kind of taking the long route around to move up towards his top side while he takes red buff, but Heretics just trying to keep every wave they can off of these inner turns.
Yeah, but all we're really waiting for now is that number in the top right corner, mirrored almost exactly by the number in the top left corner. About a 10-second difference between the Baron and the Soul Spawn here. Obviously, BDS are yet to pick up a Drake so far. Irrelevant starting to harass Carlson down. Public execution going in, though. Look at the damage from the Needleworks. So with Paris on his way, the Ignite ticking won't be enough. Carlson expediates and gets the Shield Weaver's Wall coming out from Nuke. Camilo will dodge to the other side of it. He did TP behind, but couldn't find any action.
Yeah, BDS using a hell of a lot of tools now to try and force this play on the bottom side. They need to get something to work here because 45 seconds until that dragon. Oh, 113!
113 jumping in, but the hostile takeover. He's met his maker. Heretics able to pick up a kill. 113 going way too greedy.
BDS, it was a sunk cost fallacy. At this stage, you just needed to back it on up. So I was about to say, I think BDS are in a decent spot. Like, oh, do you get caught here? Sheo? No. Oh, a little late on this, but
a calculator. Right?
Yeah.
That's fine.
But the thing is, so Irrelevant was winning out so hard in the 1v1 that at any point in time, Irrelevant could push in bot and move to Dragon and solo Dragon. You can test everything.
Really nice tempo bait here, but then the Glacial Prism goes down. Irrelevant able to dodge away from it. Redemption onto Sheo will heal him back up to about half HP. 113 still 7 seconds away from spawning. Irrelevant's Needlework is 2 seconds away.
Kamilu still has the ultimate though. He could be. Oh no, he's caught!
Magnus Storm immediately. Sten gets one. Irrelevant gets the other. And now the Drake is secured by Heretics, but BDS will want their lives for it. Sheo trying to back in the bush. Irrelevant dashes across the wall, and Shale will fall as well. It will be 5 for none in a 4v5, but the soul goes to Heretic.
This game is getting a little chaotic, but holy moly, that flick from Nuke was clean. Catching Camilo. I was about to say Camilo has that ultimate available. He's the sole person that can maybe make that engage happen for Heretics, and that could be the moment to turn the game around, but ends up immediately getting caught here by Nuke. That sets up for Paris to follow through, and Irrelevant is snipping his way through everyone here alongside Ice, just providing that DPS in the back line. Soul does go towards Heretics, which is nice, but it's Baron that goes over to BDS after this fight.
Great play all round from Nuke. Shale there, flashing at the last moment, thinking maybe he'd get over the wall, but face plants, and it gives a triple kill over to Irrelevant, who now has the Shadow Flame complete alongside that Rhythmaker Nash's combination. A 10,000 gold lead for BDS. And with the Baron for the next 2.5 minutes, you have to feel some of these inhibitor towers are going to start falling.
Yeah, especially, as you say, with Irrelevant being this far ahead in the build path, he is a one-man army on a side lane, so having that Baron buff opens him up so much more to be that threat. You can even have Nuke shadow him to a certain extent if you want, but I think at this stage, Ice go mid, Nuke to one side, Irrelevant on the other, and just spread Heretics thin.
Totally agree with you. And Nuke is going to go down towards this bottom side. It's having a very solid split so far. Irrelevant's up towards top, so it's a 1-3-1. An older strategy, but it checks out. As often we see the 1-4 more these days. But as you say, Nuke with the Weaver's Wall, with the teleport, can always join a fight. Irrelevant doesn't have that teleport at his disposal. Carson and Sheo are looking for him. Glacial Prison immediately. They jump onto Irrelevant and they shut him down. That's how you punish a 1-3-1. Find one of the side laners and lie in wait.
Yeah, the Ice hadn't pushed in mid lane. Oh, Sheo's got him again.
Ice caught with the smite.
No, he's just going to be able to back away. But I think nicely done. Ice hadn't pushed in mid. There's no pressure on bot lane. So you can put that extra man in the top side to make sure you can find the pick. And now it opens up Carlson to alleviate all that pressure. Baron buff timer is ticking down. You can see 1 minute 20 left on the Red Bull Baron power play. So at this stage, I don't really think BDS are going to get much out of this. So yes, you lost the Baron, but you got a soul and you hold on to all your towers. Yeah, well, apart from one, I suppose.
Yeah, you lost one. That's not the end of the world, right? If you're getting towards level 16s, 3 items on your key carries, Flackard with the on-hit Varus build as well is going to absolutely shred if he's given time in a team fight. Obviously, it's 1-1-3's Paris and Irrelevant's job to make sure that he doesn't have much of that time at all. Carlson once again lying in wait in the bush here. As soon as he sees Nuke, I think he's going to dance his way away with that Drake Hound step.
So BDS trying to overload on the top side of the map, see if they can find someone as they try to contest on towards Nuke. But again, it's kind of this mismatching of the waves that's causing them issues. Because Carlson now happy to go on mid. Oh, Shale though. Kind of face checking a little, but they don't really have push in mid to then jump towards top wave and get the numbers advantage there. It's this back and forth that Heretics are defending.
Ooh, Chain of Corruption. Down onto 1-1-3. He does still have the flash and will use it to dash away from that hostile takeover coming out from Stend. But 1-1-3 now longer has that tool at his disposal for a flash impale combination.
It does mean though, with Irrelevant now pushing in the bottom side, you've still got all ultimates available on BDS. And they, well,
Weaver's Wall.
Sends that one.
Flackard doesn't have flash, has got to use the cleanse, trying to get away. Redemption will save his life. The impale only onto Stend. That is a kill over to BDS, and now they're knocking on the doors of these inhibitors. You can see Irrelevant just shredding through the inhibitor tower and the inhibitor. Mid lane inhib and its tower will be forfeit as well. The base now in tatters over a single pick, really, onto Flackard. The follow-up onto Stend, costing him his life. You can see the damage coming out as well from Nuke and Ice with those missiles and that threaded volley.
Yeah, a couple of these picks onto Flackard have been crucial in this game. He gets caught out at the start, just the start of that. Tower is now falling. Irrelevant gets the clear on bot side. And now with a minute and a half until Elder Dragon, it becomes significantly more difficult for Heretics to hold on to control of this game. They never really had it from the start, but even just trying to find something becomes much more difficult.
Nuke has been absolutely on point with his seismic shoves. He is secretly a member of MI5, is Nuke? Yeah, 008. He has done a very good job of assassinating his targets when he needs to. I think it was Sean Bean who played 008. There was a 008. Because
I do remember
the 00s are just the agents, right?
Yeah,
so 007 is James Bond. I think there was a 008 in one of the movies as well.
I'm terrible with actors' names, so I can probably see his face and think about it.
I would say it's Sean Bean. It's probably not. It was probably before his time. But also, he didn't get killed. Maybe he did get killed in the movie. There's this trend where Sean Bean just gets killed in all of the movies. You know.
I think that's why everyone was kind of like, oh yeah, this is just bound to happen at the start of Game of Thrones.
Just
not
immediately at some point. And Nuke hasn't fallen into that common pitfall of 008s as of yet. Nor has Ice, both of them unkilled through this entire game. BDS setting up around the Elder 20 seconds before it spawns. Heretics trying to wrestle some semblance of control. But they're going to have to do it through the bot lane, which is not the easiest way to get control of the map. You can see Irrelevant pushing through mid, BDS doing it by the numbers. That's what you want to do, because it gives you so much more entry through the rest of the map.
Yeah, Heretics are trying to swivel around basically this red buff area to protect Camilo. There's super minions on that bottom side, so he has to get a fairly decent sized push on the bottom lane to make sure they're not going to knock on the Nexus as this dragon spawns. But now they're not in the best spots.
Shayo, good feet. Managed to dodge and his dancing shoes on. Camilo comes back with the Void Staff completed. Flacker does have the Wit's End here as well. Carlson catching midwave, has teleport to join in a fight if it does begin.
Yeah, but you've got so many angles of attack here for BDS. They're going
double impaling to the Weaver's wall. Redemption coming out. Sten with a hostile takeover as well, but Flacker's already so low. He's trying to put the damage down before he falls onto Paris. He'll get it into the bear now. He's respawning. Camilo gets the shuffle back onto Irrelevant, but Irrelevant still on top of him. Irrelevant will fall now 2 for 3. In the exchange, Camilo and Carlson, though, both have the Ocean Soul, both healthy enough to continue to push back. Nuke with a seismic shove onto Carlson, doesn't quite get him onto that unraveled earth, and Camilo continues to put those soldiers in. Flash into the Ishtal's impact. Carlson finds another. It's all on Camilo, but he can't do much. Nuke with the flash forward to get his first kill of the game.
It was so close to going the way of Heretics, but BDS barely able to bring it out on the other side, and now they're going to try and dance their way with the health bars through this Elder Dragon. But even the super minions are on the Nexus turrets as well. But we'll see it here. 113 steps forward, gets the impale, and as they go through, I thought this was going to be the end of it. It's a good engage from Paris over the top, but that redemption keeping Flacket up for so long means they're able to buy a little bit of space. Then he also gets the second lease at life. Carlson jumps into the backline onto 113, and Nuke and Irrelevant just can't get the kill onto Camilo in the backline to try and help it out. And here, I thought maybe they do have a chance, but the reaction times from 113 were exceptional. Carlson gets hit by the seismic shove, but as Carlson flashes forward, 113 immediately with the charge stuns him into the wall. And even any of those extra bit of damage going down could have sealed the deal there for Heretics, but BDS able to hold on.
Elder Drake secured for BDS. Alongside it, they will take the Baron. Heretics, he can't really fight into an Elder, even if it's only on a couple of members of BDS. They are deadly members. 9 kills between the two of them. Nuke and Ice, the ones with that Elder Dragon buff. I think actually Paris may have respawned in time to get it as well. So I was looking at our overlay, but you know, it's a rel. You know, does it really matter that they have the Elder?
Look,
as the support in that case, you're feeling really happy, but otherwise doesn't really matter much. Inhibitors up in 30 seconds time in both mid and bot, but BDS will put their eyes on the top lane.
Yeah, Relevant just going to start to push that wave in, try and draw Heretics across to deal with that mid wave. Just giving it that Baron buff as well makes it a little bit nicer. Camilo going to stand here though and clear it out. Ocean Drake doing work in these sorts of situations where you can just continuously heal up and make sure that you're not losing too much, but the slow chip is happening.
It's already down to half HP. 113 flashes forward into the Magnus Storm. There's the follow-up you're looking for. Paris gets one, almost falls himself, but is able to survive.
And the double to 4 kill! Double to that Elder Dragon doing work, baby!
I was going to not say it because I thought it was a little bit spurious in the moment, but you're right. The Elder Dragon for Paris did do a lot of work. He has 3 kills, and Nuke and 113 only have 2 between them. Paris is the superior player. I'm hearing nothing more about it. We'll have another look at this because Glacial Prism goes on to 1-1-3 to kick it off.
Yeah, it was a 1-3, decent good impale, then the follow-up from Paris, and also then there's the extra damage coming through, the Ignite ticking down as well as Paris fades off into the distance, managing to hold on to his life as well. That's the last inhibitor exposed. And Elder Dragon making all the difference in this one.
Yeah, Elder has just expired. I do like the Ignite walk away from the guy in the bailout to get the resurrection into the Elder Dragon. That's swaggerlicious, as the kids say.
I don't think they say that.
I'm pretty sure they do. I've heard Hysterics say it once or twice. It must be true.
The man who's turned 30 today.
Oh, true, actually, yeah. Happy birthday, Jake.
Yeah.
Hope you have a good cast.
Everyone go wish him
on.
a happy birthday on whatever social media you use.
Yeah, Blue Sky X, previously known as Twitter. It is funny that X is previously known as something. Amuses me. But BDS are looking to become previously known as the team that hasn't won this game. Because then they would be the team that has won this game as they push towards this bottom side. The inhibitor in the top lane, 3.5 minutes away from spawning. The Baron buff remaining for 30 seconds. Irrelevant's going to be the one pushing through mid. Well, 3.5, almost 4 items on both Kamilu and Flacket, and BDS don't have that Elder Dragon at their backs anymore. Glacial Prism going down, Sten with a handshake back into the Chain of Corruption, and 1-1-3 is CC'd for an absolute Ice Age. Taken out by Heretics, who cling on to life in this game. BDS looking for that tempo play they've done a couple of times before, wait around a corner, see if someone oversteps.
Yeah, look, this is kind of the problem that we've been seeing with BDS is like, this doesn't feel like a 12,000 gold lead, right? No. It's slight oversteps, not kind of dotting their I's and crossing their T's. It's, hey, we've got push in mid with Irrelevant, but we're going to try and overforce on that bottom side. Then we get caught out. Now we end up losing all that control, right? And you could have potentially got Irrelevant to take the mid lane inhibitor, or at least draw 2 members across so you can get bot side. It's just this lack of patience in this mid game that comes back to bite them.
It really is, and you have such long death timers at this point in the game as well. 37 minutes in, Irrelevant still 17 seconds away from coming back onto the map. And because Heretics get the time to clear out these waves, Kamilu likely up at Rabadon's now as he does go for that base. Irrelevant will dash in onto Shale. Kamilu's going to stay around as well. Just mess up with their recall timing. Shale going up and Kamilu going down. 1.5 minutes before the next Elder, 2 and 10 before we get the next Baron on the Rift.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's hoping that BDS are going to learn from the last couple of pushes. It's play it slow, let Irrelevant do a lot of the work. Like a 4-item Gwen is absolutely insane. Like just let her do her thing and you should be in an okay spot. The ability to then fall back on either side is perfect as well. So at this stage, the super creeps pushing the top side are basically that 6th man for BDS, so they're going to swap Irrelevant to the bottom side, let him kind of be the push and open up with the 4-man in mid, because you want the opportunity to fall back to either Baron or the Elder Dragon off of that mid push.
And when Ice is as strong as he is as well at 5 items, well, full build with those swift marches as well, he is in such a powerful spot if he's given a little bit of time to poke away. BDS looking to see maybe if they can steal away this red, but Shao has it on lock. 1-1-3 will back away.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even minded BDS, or sorry, Irrelevant using his TP to the bottom side just to create another point of pressure on the map, but now grouping up in the mid lane, looks like BDS just going to hard force this 5, see if they can get this mid turn.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is, okay guys, we died in the 1-3-1, we died in the 1-4. What about 0-5-0? Yeah, let's just all go towards the mid lane and see if we can win a front to back, because we are strong. You have a 4-item mid laner, you've got hostile takeover coming in from across the wall here, and look at the damage coming out from Ice. Public execution going in from Carlson. Paris doing a good job of distracting the backline, but with the damage coming out, Paris will fall Carlson down as well. Heretics able to take a 1-for-1. This late in the game. Nuke is low, Elder is up, Nuke has teleport. He's just, I thought he was going to stay around, but he backs around the corner to make sure that he has a safe place to TP. There's a wave pushing in the top lane, 20 seconds before that inhibitor respawns. Huge
ultimate from Sten there to buy the space that Heretics need now to contest this objective. You see the super creeps on the top side. They're the point of pressure that BDS are going to try and leverage. Someone has to back, and that job is to Kamilu. Has the TP to still join in for the rest of the fight, but I mean, it's still 4 items onto this Azir. 23 seconds until Carson's available, so BDS is going to start the objective.
And Paris up in 10. Carlson will have teleport when he respawns. Kamilu now seen, TP's in, the inhibitor has respawned, 5,000 on the Elder. It all comes down to this. 1-1-3 trying to get him from the side, but immediately he's locked up and he will fall. Shale gets in and steals away the Elder. And from the jaws of Heretics have found victory! Tell me whatever goddamn god they've been praying to, because the Heretics have found a miracle!
I cannot believe that Heretics are holding on in this game. They refuse to go down. They've now got Elder. Baron is available. And there's still a bloody mid lane tier 1 to try and get through.
40 seconds on Nuke, 30 seconds on 113. Credit to Heretics. Every time 113 looked for a flank position, they have spotted him out. The flash under the bot lane tower, whenever he tried to get it just there, it's so good from them. And now, can they get the Nexus? 20 seconds still on Nuke. 113 coming up in 10. Ice still 20 seconds away as well. It's a 4v2 for now. Redemption coming out. Sten flashing forward, looking for Irrelevant. Will get the hostile takeover onto him. Paris jumping in as well. 113 has respawned. Paris falling low. Camillo's going to take him out. 113 misses the Impaler, goes between the uprights, and he'll pay for that with his life. Camillo's looking for a little bit more. They don't really have the wave here. Flaka steps forward and immediately is met with a turret shot to the face.
They don't have a real front line. Sheo trying to very quickly run his way up mid lane to get here. Nuke just trying to keep the wave off the turret so they can deal with it piece by piece. But Ice is being shut down piece by piece. But there may be peace needed at this stage because Heretics, they're running out of waves. Sheo's here. Can he find that engage that seals the deal for Heretics?
Nuke, Irrelevant, and Ice, and a Dream. Heretics have the cannon minion, and now they've got their front line. The tank is here. Let's see what the artillery can do. Sheo steps forward, tanks the tower. Glacial Prison immediately onto Irrelevant, who's put into an icy grave. Carlson dashing in as well. And Heretics, from 13,000 gold in the hole, have somehow found victory.
The team body from Heretics has shown up clutch time and again for this team. And somehow they bring this one back from the brink again.
What the actual hell, man? Actual hell?
I mean, that ultimate from Stand was sick.
Oh, it was the mid lane one? Godly. We're going to hand it over to Law. Law, please give us some insight on that game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, we need to know what happened. How did you guys manage to win that one?
I mean, sheer resilience and willpower. I can't tell you. I think we had some magic and we kept strong, we kept playing, and it worked out in the end.
Any takes on your performance and how annoying as a champion Gwen is?
Yeah, I mean, the early game was looking a bit rough. I mean, yeah, Gwen, the 5-second cooldown on E, I have 14 on my dash. There's a bit of a gap, you know, I have to play under my tower. I mean, early game, but we came back through the team fights. I think we held it together strong, so happy about the game. Some parts of it. Some parts of it at least.
It's just the beginning. You have one, maybe two more to go. I'm going to let you join your team. Gwen is off the table, so there's that going on. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
think. Sejuani top. You can kill, I think.
I'm coming.
I'm coming as well. No flash. I will go in, okay? Play slow. I go in.
Oh, nice.
Look for fight. They get it. I'm best.
Be in mid wave, guys. Be in mid wave.
Dash.
Thank you. Oh, it's still nice. And then. I go in. Someone exit, please. Oh my god, this game. Oh my god, this game. Nice! Oh my god.
Welcome back to the LEC. Heretics taking the lead in this series against BDS. You know, I really wanted to start the desk off by saying, you know, slow and steady wins the game. We're gonna get like calculated, great decision-making League of Legends. But instead, they just piss a gold lead down the drain.
It's perfect. This is exactly what I watched the LEC
This
for.
is the LEC, baby.
This is what I wanted.
And this is what we got.
Because we had so many ways that we could have talked about BDS. You know, we were talking about how, irrelevant with this really fantastic Gwen. We were going to talk about how, look at this innovative Giants belt build that was coming
Love
through.
that.
And then they said, why don't you throw all of your prep out the window and instead we're going to lose the game. That was a 13.7k gold lead that they successfully threw away. I mean, they won while in a gold deficit. Truly a generational experience of all our
they
time.
kept failing upwards as well. And I think it's just the fact that they kept having these drakes where every time they got a dragon, it was kind of a bad play. Listen, they got the objective right, but then it's like, well, we lost 1 member, we lost 2 member, but we got the bag, bro, we got the dragon. And that's kind of what kept them in the game. The fact that they managed to secure a soul really just gave them everything they needed.
You don't think the Atacon steal and the fact that they got the
It was
soul,
up
the second
until
Elder
that point
helped
for
a
sure
little
as well.
bit?
No, absolutely, but it's fights like this, right, where it's like a 1-for-1, and then you have the HP advantage. Nothing fancy, but you're still able to get the Drake afterwards. This is big, Ginny, and you're right about that.
I think BDS did something that historically you wouldn't say about the team, but they skipped steps. Whenever it came to the objective setup, how many times did UGB, while we were watching, sit there and go, oh, they're just going to force this. Oh, they're just going to force this. Oh, they're just... Like, it happened like almost every objective in the late game where it was Baron, it was Atacon, it was the Dragon Soul, it was Elder. They would just start it. And it felt like that they weren't paying attention to their waves. They weren't paying attention to the setup. It felt like that they didn't have a game plan. Their solution to the problem that was in front of them was that we'll start, and because we're stronger, we can fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the big thing. Like, I think they did have a game plan. That was exactly the game plan you're describing right there.
I don't like that game plan.
It's not a good game plan, and you're right about that. And I think that became the issue for them so many times. We're talking about that. Bot side turret specifically. We've seen so many teams try and siege that, but they often fail, and BDS has also been a little bit criminal in this scenario, and I think 113, you know, overzealous, goes forward, great ultimate to punish, but once again, this was the 3rd Drake, this is now the 4th Drake, 113 has just been caught, and while the team fight looks great for BDS, once again, they've still lost that dragon, which means now you're playing against a team where they will have soul for the rest of the game. And it's still a massive gold lead for BDS, still very winnable, but this is the big one they throw.
It's one of the biggest shifts we've seen from last year to this year, where many asked, what did Sheo bring to the team? And I think a degree of consistency, but also calm rationality. You can see it in this gameplay from Heretics. Even though they kept falling further and further behind, the fact that Heretics in so many positions could contest these objectives, the fact that he was landing those smites, this is the type of value that Sheo was always able to bring. He's not that flashy superstar that's necessarily going to carry the game, but he does give you so much of the groundwork to turn games around.
Yeah, but I do, like, they have had so many game plans so far last split as well, where it was, okay, we actually do need Sheo maybe on a Lilia or the Syra or something like that, where it almost felt like they weren't secure about having Sheo on a facilitator and the rookies to then carry the game. Whereas in this game, slams to Sejuani, and then all your points obviously come true, like the Dragon setup was there.
You're talking about maybe the flashy plays not being there, but to me, seeing him being able to steal some of these objectives away from BDS, that is a flashy play that kept them in the game. But I also feel like it adds like hope and determination to the side of Heretics, because you see that you have that one player that's continuously giving you and feeding you this lifeline that you can hold on to. And as a team, it's really commendable that they have the mental capacity to stay in the game for so long.
100%. I think that there's a lot of things to credit Heretics for doing, but the reality is that you don't win a game like this without BDS doing something egregiously wrong. And we talked a lot already about how their objective setups was a lot of forced objectives. The fact that 113 tried too many times to make plays happen underneath towers, where they shouldn't be doing things without forethought as to what was happening. But also, I hated Nuke's build. I think that Talia was doing like 0 damage in the late game. I felt that he was building way more utility, very reliant on this Gwen and this Corki to be contributing. And while I think Ice, being the consistent carry that he is, was contributing as much as possible, Irrelevant, as the game continued, was finding it harder and harder to play because of the range differential. We started to see that Varus and that Azir become very problematic with the very strong front line that they have in front of them. So when it comes to the draft changes, I don't know if I want to see something dramatic in the side of BDS, because I thought both comps wanted to do something very similar, but this team needs to calm down and think a little more to show us that they can consistently close out games.
Yeah, but that's also a crazy thing to say about a team like BDS, as you already touched upon, because we've seen them consistently being a team that like has the great setup. They are like 10 steps ahead. They know how they want to approach things. But this time, the first game, it felt like it's just like all falling apart. So them going back to the drawing board, not necessarily being changed in draft, but changing in the mental.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've even seen some of the recent interviews that came out with Nuke where he said, yeah, well, we're really just gunning for that 6th place spot right now, right? And, you know, that also speaks to the mental of this team that they currently have. You're now down 1-0 against this team Heretics roster where they are consistently fighting each other for that 6th spot. Having a comeback here is pivotal for the rest of your season, despite it only being halfway through.
And we're ready to be going into the second game of the series, BDS against Heretics with our casters. So guys, take it away.
I mean, you may be ready, but I'm not sure we are. Like,
after that one?
13.7 thousand gold? Like, how do you lose that, man?
Incredulously. I'm shocked that this is the position we're in, but I do agree with Eddie on the desk. It was, you've made mistakes consistently as BDS. You tried to overforce things. You weren't really playing towards your composition strengths. So I do think it was a hard-fought win for Heretics, but at the end of the day, BDS had all the cards to play out the game as they wanted.
They did. But sometimes when you're playing Balatro, the cards just don't come out the way you want them to. You know, and that's what happens. You've got the wrong jokers. 113 was struggling.
Yeah, you don't get the Celestial card that you need.
Exactly, right? You know, but we'll see perhaps if BDS can clean things up in the mid-game, because it has been a thorn in their side, to say the least, so far here in Spring. They picked up 2 shaky wins. Heretics looking to secure their 2nd in the best of 3s. And as we talked, it's a big game. It's a big series. Winning this is against someone you're likely going to be fighting for that 5th, 6th position, coming towards the playoffs, which is still a little while away. Yeah,
I do think, though, it's, since it is that round robin, best of one, essentially, it's like you do really need to pick them up. And I think the hard thing for BDS is going to be that you had that game in your hands and you end up throwing it away. So it can be 2 sides of it where, hey, look, we can always come back for game number 2. We understand we can get these leads in the early stages, but can also kind of sting a little. So we have to see exactly what headspace BDS are coming in with as we get ourselves on into the draft.
We do. Fearless draft, remember, so everything played in game 1 is banned for the rest of the series via the immediate ban from BDS, who are on the blue side this time, getting to select their side, having lost game 1, and Maokai removed by Heretics.
Yeah, I imagine we're still going to see things like the Zyra ban and these kind of things come through just to make sure that you're a little more comfortable. Heretics also respect banned the Nidalee in the last game, so that it may also be something that they are eyeing up on this rotation. But the Ezreal banned away from Placket. This is something I've noticed a lot. BDS doing is just avoiding the Ezreal. It slipped through several of their drafts, and also they consistently ban it. So, which is surprising because we've seen Ice actually perform very well on the Ezreal, and it is kind of that top tier pick. So I'm surprised to see them continue to forego it, but Neferi is going to be their last ban.
That it is. Ezreal, their 4th most banned when they're playing on the blue side. Yet to see Ice pick it up at all. So banned in about 30% of their games by them when they're on the blue side. Nidalee ban, again, respect from Heretics towards 113, who is having a storm of splits so far. Where will the final ban go?
Yeah, I think they just need to sometimes put reins on that storm, as we saw in the last game. But Zyra going to be the last ban, so a lot of jungle focus. Is it? Oh, okay, I was going to say, is it going to be the Vi that they immediately go to, but prioritizing the Rumble instead? Because I still think things like the Kai'Sa, like Vi Rumble combos are still quite strong. So it may be Sheo going back towards a facilitator here and taking that Vi away from BDS. That could be the best call here.
Well, the Vi's already been banned away.
Oh, it's
so,
sorry.
It has already been taken away from BDS by BDS. But if Vi was available, would be a good pick here.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. Aurora going to be the lock, though, for Heretics. You can take that, obviously, top or mid lane, depending on how you're feeling at the time. Wouldn't be surprised if it does go into Camilu's hands. Yeah. Or it could be an answer to the Rumble, I guess. You can kind of outrange him a little bit in that top lane.
Yeah, it does depend. I think it's got answers on both sides. It's not something that has been particularly successful in the LEC though, so we'll have to see how that goes. Pantheon though going to be making its way into the jungle, so still getting that facilitator and also a global, which I think is going to work out well, because one of the things that I think teams struggle with when it comes to the Aurora is how do we try and utilize that inside lane pressure, because she can be somewhat vulnerable as you try and go for the push, but having that set up then with the Pantheon means you can very much direct your attention towards that Aurora as she's starting to get leads in those side lanes.
So BDS want that AD jungle. Xin Chao is going to be there. A lot makes sense with an AP top, right? You can also look for an AD mid if you really want. Nuke could play something like the Tristana, the Lucian he brought out last week, but instead it is going to be the Victor in his hands. So you have enough physical damage from the Xin Chao, and the Victor in the Rumble will be providing that magic damage on the rest of the map.
Yeah, I'm curious then, because then you kind of want to take something that's quite AD heavy in that AD carry role, which obviously makes sense, but it's like maybe something like an MF or the Jhin that can come through to kind of be that big burst damage in the AD role, since a lot of players are going to start to transition towards like Merc Thread from the top side of the map to make their lives easier. It looks like Camilu though is going to take the Yone away now that you have that Aurora, and confirming that Aurora is going to go top side against him.
I mean, that's the expectation. Yone can still be played top. Like there is still a small possibility of flex. We haven't seen Aurora or Yone out of either Camilu or Carlson so far this split. Now we'll see some of those AD carry bans. Jhin, heavy AD, banned away. Wouldn't be surprised at all if Heretics ban out the MF as well that you're talking about. Then you're looking down towards things like Varus is already banned from Fearless, and Draven does it all.
I mean, I don't know if I trust BDS to bring out a Draven in the bottom side, though. It's not something that ICE has gone back towards as well. So I think this is where maybe it's a Xayah that they're going to go towards to try and have that. But again, I think this is where you are going to struggle. I think an MF ban makes sense here, especially when you can go towards something like the Leona or the Alistar still for Paris in that bottom side.
Yeah, with the Braum ban, I'm wondering maybe Ashe Nautilus. Like that's kind of where my mind goes for BDS. Like Nautilus very strong, obviously. It doesn't work well into Braum at all, though. And then Ashe, something that ICE is pretty comfortable on overall. There's the MF ban, so Heretics very much reading your mind, or perhaps, have done some draft prep and said, let's get rid of some of these heavy
it's
champions.
It's all me,
BDS looking for their final ban in this second phase.
Yeah, I think if you are going to go for the Nautilus, the Leona ban makes sense here. And vice versa, if you're going to go for the Leona, I think Nautilus isn't the end of the world either, just try and get rid of. But yeah, I think the only downside to try and play something like the Ashe is, okay, I was going to say, if you play the Ashe, you aren't doing a huge amount of AD damage, right? And I think then you're kind of fine as Heretics to transition yourself more in towards the Merc Threads and the Magic Resist. So I think you kind of need something that's a bit more of a heavy hitter for BDS on the bottom side. And I do think like the Draven will be great. I just don't think it's a ICE champion, but we'll have to see here.
Yeah, we'll see. As you say, like Xayah Khan is still possible, right? If they just want to go down that route as well. So Paris pretty comfortable on the Rakano Raw. Did it play a lot down in the ERLs. Nautilus is a lock for Heretics, so they have a lot of pick on this comp, right? You have the Pantheon stun into follow-up from the Nautilus, into Yone jumping in, Aurora jumping in. You have a lot of damage on a single target if you can lock them down. Sivir is something that we have seen from ICE and does give you physical damage as the game goes on. You're just looking at, the 400 CS Sivir power spike that we always talk about.
I think it's also, at least when you have a relatively low engage composition, Sivir can help in speeding up to enable something like an Alistar to engage or put a Leona into position. So it does kind of make sense, but it is, as you say, like the early to mid game, I'm kind of more focused on that Magic Resist because I don't really think Sivir is going to be doing a huge amount. And Seraphine for Flacket. I mean, it is a Flacket special. He's brought it out a couple of times, but wasn't something I expected to see in this position.
Yeah, when they banned the Senna, I was like, do they think that Flacket is going to go down into his bag of tricks? Because Senna was a bag of tricks champion for Flacket for a while. We're very comfortable on it. Seraphine, also one of those. Last played it in winter against SK. He's played it a few times across the course of his career, but before winter was back in 23, and then some games at the World Championship back in 2022.
Yeah, it's just in this position, Sivir is going to be able to spell shield you, so she just kind of gets a lot of value against mages on the bottom side, also in team fights. And then you're going to have the ultimate from Xin Zhao to deny a lot of that. The damage follow-up from the ultimate from the Seraphine, and then the Alistar just ulted away too. So I think the value for Seraphine in this draft is a little low into what BDS have brought to the table. So that's why I'm just kind of surprised to see it brought out. But we'll have to see if you're just able to answer for the push from Sivir and then try and play for heals and shields on these big carries in the mid-game. That could be enough to carry this round.
Yeah, I think it is very much a supportive champion here. Also, like, everyone else has a way to burn a spell shield, to burn an unbreakable will, to burn the crescent guard, right? So if they're burnt and then you're encoring, layering on top of it, you're catching them on the second tick, basically, right? So we'll see how well that Seraphine works. It is not something we see too often here in the LEC, but something that Flacket is very experienced on. For Heretics, 1 game away from picking up their second win in Spring. For BDS, after losing with a 13.7 thousand gold lead in Game 1, they'll be wanting to bounce back strong. Let's get on to the rip.
The redemption for BDS on the cards. Heretics, we're looking for Nuke immediately though.
Flash. Oof. Well, you miss 100% of the hooks you don't throw.
And apparently 100% of the hooks you do throw.
So far in this game from Sten. He's got Hex Flash, he'll be happy enough. Not the end of the world for him to burn his Flash early, especially since, as you say, like, are they going to be able to get kills in this bot lane into a Cleanse, Flash, Sivir, and an Alistar? Yeah. Only the Alistar really a target for them before 6. After that's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, and I think, look, if you actually got the hook and Nuke has to burn a Flash early, it makes this laning phase significantly easier for Camilo. Victor, renowned for how much of a bully he can be with some of these already AP mid laners taken out of the cards. So just making things easier, but unfortunately not able to land it.
Paris, come on. 4 beats is not enough.
Oh.
Ah, man, like, this is... I was going to use a word that I'm not sure I can use. He's not giving us full satisfaction with the amount of cowbell we are achieving in this bot lane. But it's okay. Both the bot lanes match up against each other. Interestingly, the jungles are pathing in opposite directions. This time, 113 going towards the top side after starting his red. Show will start at his Razor Beaks. Actually might go Razor Beaks into a blue clear and back up. Could even look for a level 3 gank towards mid or bot.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's going to be the port of call here. Like, you do have push into Flacket and Stend here. And they do have the ability, I think, at this stage, especially with Paris only being level 1, to try and hold on to some sort of slow push here, but oof.
Miss 100% of the hooks you throw.
Yeah, but like, this is potentially where Shao can try and put some pressure down. Like, level 2 is about to be hit, so they will end up losing this push, but I don't know if they're going to be able to hit level 2 quick enough here for Flacket to try and cover for the play.
Paris jumps onto Flacket, Sten hooks him after the combo, and Flacket's down to about 210 HP. We'll heal up some of that with a pot. Shao is in the area, as you say, on his blue currently. Might just come down here to relieve some pressure, let's be honest. The problem is, like, how do you gank an Alistar as Pantheon? You jump on him to stun him and he just headbutts you away.
Exactly, yeah. And also, you're leaving Carlson a little bit open for play from 113 as well. Like, he's now going to start moving up towards top. You haven't crashed that wave in top side, so there's a lot of options here for 113. And I think Shao rightfully kind of says, look, Flacket took too much damage. I'm just going to move back up towards his top side and look to cover for a potential early play from 113, because Irrelevant's doing a good job of just holding this wave in a bad position for Carlson. We'll slowly push out, but still both junglers here to cover.
Carlson getting some damage back down with that 2-fold Hex and the weirding. Nuke trading into Camilo with that Hex Tech Raise. You can see it's just a lot of damage going into the melee matchup in the melee into ranged side of the equation. But Camilo does get the push in. Nuke will catch the wave and should be able to farm up all of these underneath the tower. Q3 doesn't stop Nuke from getting the cannon minion, which is, you know, it's extra gold. It's always important to be able to farm those cannons.
So I'm just keeping my eyes on both junglers here. So Shao is he's just done his red and actually just skipped around 113. There's no ward. So this is perfect timing from Shao.
Goes round. Is he ganking first? He is. They jump onto Irrelevant immediately. Flash, stun, Irrelevant down, and 113 late to the party. Fashionably so. But unfortunately for him, the party is already over. Shao's going to keep chasing onto 113 here with Carlson coming across as well. 113 is going to be forced to flash. The wall does so. Spear shot. connects, but without the fully stacked bar, Show doesn't have as much damage as he'd like.
It's a big win for Heretics on this top side. So early pathing from Sheo gets him back up to punish Irrelevant as he's trying to push that wave back out. And also just managing to work around 113 as well. Going to clear out his Raptors as they've just respawned. Will probably go down towards Wolves and then look for the reset, but Sheo going to reset with quite a lot of gold. And the Pantheon with this like early lethality can very quickly do some damage in the lanes.
Yeah, starting off, just get that serrated Dirk and absolutely melt through people. Important to note, Flacker did take the teleport in the bot lane as Nuke is the target once again. Sten hits the hook. Nuke puts down the gravity well and should just be able to walk out of this one. Camilo snaps back. It's a reminder on this patch, if you CC the Yone before he jumps back with his Soul Unbound, he'll be CC'd at the end of it as well. You can't use it to cleanse off that CC anymore. CC being crowd control in this position. Powers takes a single tower shot and then tramples his way away. The Ignite was ticking from Stend, perhaps thinking that they could kill off the Alistair, but he was able to move out of there quickly enough.
Yeah, a little whoopsie here and there. Yeah. Okay, God. A few whoopsies here and there from the supports so far, but I mean, look, you're going to reset his powers, you're fine. Essentially going to match Stend, but I'm keeping my eyes on Sheo. Cleared out, as we said, that bottom side jungle. Now, I thought he'd move up top, but maybe just pinging on towards Dragon as the push should be able to go back out here on this bottom side for Flackett. So, I will, like, my thought was Sheo may just go his Krugs immediately into another topside gank, especially as you can see Carlson's about to tick over to level 6, but with the flash available on Irrelevant, may just be happy to start this dragon stacking like we saw in the last game.
Powers is hooked here, does still have the flash, knocks back. Sheo on the chase as well. Powers does have to flash away. Can't get caught with that beat drop, especially if you're already slowed, you'll get CC'd by it. Flackett using the stage presence version, the one that upgrades the abilities to have that double charge.
So we're just going to get trade of objectives on both sides. It's a bit difficult for 113 to try and seek a bit more after this. Like, try and go up towards that top side, look for a dive on towards Carlson. You don't have the immediate CC, and Aurora can be a little bit of a nuisance when she gets that ultimate down and she's able to pop around underneath the tower. So I think it will just be a case of get your Void Grubs and then try and reset, look for a play elsewhere on the map. But yeah, there you go. Just going to look for. So both junglers relatively happy with how things are gone. Sheo going to move up towards his Krugs now. Won't quite hit 6 off them. We'll need another camp, but that's when he can start to get a little bit more active on the map.
Yeah, Heretics will be happy enough with how this early game's gone. You can see leads in the top lane, leader in the jungle, bot lane and mid. There's small leads for BDS as well. It's overall a relatively even early game from both teams. Camilo is now level 6. Sten was spotted on a ward, which he cleared out to provide some safety to his mid lane.
Yeah, it's kind of just both are every lane ping-ponging the waves back and forth. There's not a huge amount to talk about for it. So I think as Heretics, it's just kind of a, hey, this is steady sailing. We've got good scaling when it comes towards both the Yone and the Aurora as the game goes on. So let's just play for these side lanes and hope that we can continue. But I do think you need to start putting not so much pressure on towards Void Grubs, but things like Rift Herald become pretty crucial when you're playing this sort of 1-3-1 with the help of a Pantheon to support those side lanes and just making sure you get control of the map early.
Oh, 100% agree with you. Like, especially if you can get a couple of kills on the Pantheon, as you say, he can really snowball out of control, just be ganking all over the place. But for the moment, only that first kill, and as you say, all the lanes just ping-ponging back and forth makes it very hard for Sheo to actually find stuff, right? Because the lane's usually under the enemy tower. And for the moment, both of the junglers happy enough just farming through their jungles. 113 did show that in the mid lane, but walks back towards his wolves.
Yeah, Sheo has 6 though, so I think this is where he starts to become a little bit more active, and it kind of gets a bit tough for 113 because you ideally want to get in towards a lane, set up, get a kill somewhere, but even just start the Xin Zhao snowballing. But unfortunately, with the level 6 for the Pantheon, it becomes so difficult with a potential counter gank at any point in time. Sending Sheo sitting around mid, but there's nothing you can really do against Nuke unless he walks into Camilo.
Knocked up, Face Seal coming out as well, Gravity Well down onto Camilo, and Powers will kill him up in the CC chain. Camilo going in, thinking he had the support of his jungler and his support, but they weren't able to get there in time.
Yeah, Sten is trying to hold the wave, but you've got 3 members of BDS here.
Who cares about holding a wave? Apparently we're just going in. Powers gets the double knockup. 113 coming in from the side, and Sten is an absolute nightmare, killed off with the Crescent Guard.
Oh, this is not a pretty look for Sten. The hooks have not been great, and now the flash forward gets him killed. Heretics just keep trying to bite off more than they can chew and end up going down for it.
Yeah, I could see the angle. Flackett was working his way up. It's like, oh, maybe if we can surprise the Alistair before he hits 6, we can go for it. We'll go back to Camilla going in here, because he does seal his fate with the bait seal.
Yeah, and then the ultimate is just coming down in on top of it. Doesn't have the ability to dash back or Merc threats completed yet, so it's full duration on the CC. And then Sten, like, I think, he's hoping to get the auto attack on towards Nuke, then the hook, and potentially Shao can then flash forward to follow up and they get the kill on towards Nuke, but just shy on the auto. The hook is then blocked by Paris, and especially with 113 in the area as well, it's just an absolute disaster.
Maybe a flash A move as well. Sometimes those can go a slightly different direction than you're expecting them to. If there's a few targets that you could auto attack, as you say, not quite in range of Nuke, so a little bit disastrous for Heretics in the mid lane. The gold lead now for BDS, only about 400 or so, but the lead that they had in the jungle has evaporated. A Sundered Sky now completed on Shao. Drake up in a minute and a half, and we've yet to see that first Grand Star fall out of the Pantheon.
Yeah, Heretics keep moving up towards this mid lane with Stend, which is a bit unusual because I just don't feel like there's a huge amount of plays that are available on that mid lane. Maybe just trying to cover for what was Camilo when he has started to fall behind in CS. It has now gotten a little bit worse for him with that play towards the mid lane, but it feels like Heretics are kind of just covering for potential plays rather than actually setting themselves up for success. And I think when you've got like this Pantheon, you should be trying to utilize that early pressure to snowball leads for something like the Yone, but they just haven't been able to find this.
Archangel is now complete on Flackett. He TP's back to the mid lane. Paris working his way up here as well as Heretics have started up the grubs. Hook from Sten is going to land. 113 goes in with a Crescent Guard, immediately diving onto Shao. TP is coming out as Shao secures his first grub. Paris though, headbutt pulverize. The depth charge will knock him up. There's the encore follow-up. Shao trying to walk out of this one, but 113 is having none of it. He will get the kill. 3-1 now for BDS. Yes, they don't get all 3 grubs, but they get enough to get those mites.
Yeah, 113 realizing, hey, look, Shao doesn't have that flash available. If I can get a good chunk now, Paris is able to set up the following of play. We're in a great spot. So Shao falls. Camilo will get some alone time with the bot side turret, trying to alleviate some of that gold lead that had opened up for Nuke, but still, that's a nice out pickup for BDS. 5 grubs now over Heretics.
Carlson, the only one of Heretics really with an individual lead. Now he's going to have to match up into Nuke, who's in a fine spot. Rod of Age is already at 2 stacks. Might just be a catch the wave and back situation, but Camilo is staying around. Paris has done a good job of shadowing his laners, both in mid and bot, to make sure that they're not dying. Heretics will start up the second dragon of the game, though. This was their win con in game 1, stealing away that soul.
Was that their win con, the Dragons?
I think they intended it to be so, and they did win the game from the Ocean Soul.
Step 2, fall 14,000 gold.
Yep.
Step 3, question mark. Yeah.
Step 4, profit. Stend, hex flash forward. They're looking for the damage onto 113, but look at the damage he puts down in response. Paris now in the middle of all of Heretics. Shao almost falling, the equalizer ticking him. Shao will survive. Turns his eyes back towards Dragon, gets the smite. Paris now taken out by Heretics. Camilla going in. It's a flipping win conductor! I told you! Never doubt the Heretics! They know exactly what they're doing! They find 4, they find the Drake! Win is conned!
Team fights are not the friends of BDS. I have not seen BDS have a good team fight this entire series. Heretics set up in the bush, then gets the hook onto 113. They get him chunked down. Paris has a hero attempt to try and buy space on the Shao, but 113 goes back in straight into the face of Carlson. The TP is quicker. Nuke is halfway down bloody top lane river as this fight's going on. And Heretics
nice flash
are just completely cutting them down.
Well, well, well.
Vamos!
I base.
I like the Vamos, let's go. Okay, I'm going back to base, guys.
Yeah.
Vamos. Go. Oh, okay, I'll retreat for now. But a 1.2k gold lead now for Carlson, who has been involved in every single kill of the game for his team. He's having a good showing overall. Sten flashing forward, Grand Star fall, and Paris is caught unawares. Flacker takes the kill. And as soon as I speak about Carlson being 100% kill participation, he loses that small stat.
Yeah, I didn't really know a cow could be caught with their pants down, but here we are. Heretics.
How would they wear trousers? That's the big question.
I am fully of the it goes on the hind legs. That's
Okay.
the, yeah. Because how else would they put the belt on?
You don't have to wear a belt to wear trousers. I rarely wear a belt.
Yeah, but if they, you know, they need it, maybe, I don't know.
Not
They've
true.
lost a little bit of weight. They're trying to slim up, make sure that they're not the ones that are picked off eventually, you know.
No, because you want lean meat. So actually they're trying to gain the weight, right? Yeah.
But Heretics, anyway, moving back into position. I do, like, Heretics have been actually, like, their team fighting this series has been way better than BDS's.
Yeah.
Now their pick composition with this Pantheon is starting to take form as well. So I think BDS in a little bit of trouble. Is Camilo going to just try and clear out the way before Paris can get there, avoiding the CC, and yet shutting down that play from BDS on the bottom side.
Yeah, one tower shot onto that minion will send it to a early grave.
The problem is, Heretics weren't really doing anything on the rest of the map though.
Yeah.
So you've kind of now just put yourself in a position where you're not going to be covered for. Heretics now trying to transition into covering the play, the TP back in, so at least they will cover. But
oh, hook immediately onto 113. Nuke is here. 113 with the crescent guard, but Show there for the follow-up. Well coming out. There's the encore. And Camilo wants a little bit more. Dives onto 113, who can't heal up with the Thunder Sky. Ice coming in from the side as well, but Show will flash the wall to get away from the On the Hunt. Heretics again find a pick.
yeah, find it onto 113, who was just sitting in the bush.
Oh, he's fine. All calculated. He did the maths. You can see Stend is hungry for another hook. He's like, guys, okay, we can stop a play at some point.
Yeah, Paris was about to hex flash over that wall as well. It was about to get hectic, but both supports back away. Camilo nearly caught out, but now I think he wants to stick around actually for the wave a little bit. Still though, I mean again, nice turnaround from Heretics. Was a little dicey to get the play done, but just 113 in the bush gets caught.
I think Heretics' motto as a team, this series at least, could be, it was a little dicey.
Yeah.
And I think that would be...
I think that's why we got that clip of Carlson going.
Yeah.
It's just, you know what? It's the general vibe,
from time to time, you know? Sometimes you gotta roll the dice, see if they come out in your favor. At the moment, they're coming up all sixes for Heretics. 1.6k their gold lead. They have an item completed on Carlson, one on Camilo, one on Flackett. BDS, on the other hand, are scaling. We can't ignore that fact. The Sivir with the Yuntals and the Executioners as well. The Rod of Ages coming out, and irrelevant with that Leandri. So, like, as much as BDS have lost the last couple of plays, this isn't all doom and gloom for them.
No, it's just I'm a little nervous for these team fights because you see they're still very spread out. Like, Ice doesn't really have a way to get into this because Flackett is now covering for them. So it's kind of swapping into this 3v4 kind of situation. But yeah, Carlson hasn't moved down, so it looks like BDS may just about be able to get this.
Oh, Sheo looking for the spear. Not gonna get it. Okay, BDS secure it. There we go. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Equalizer used to play out the wave. No big shocker there.
Yeah, it's Heretics, like, are kind of, again, moving to cover rather than to initiate plays, and it has worked for them in a couple of situations, but it does mean in this, they didn't really commit towards the Riptail, they're not really getting the play on bot side, they're not really getting anything off the plays, and BDS are getting to or at least control those topside objectives, and now potential for the Herald in mid.
I think they're trying to rush mid tier 1 because they know they're going to lose top tier 1 for that first tower of the game. But Carlson is looking for the flank instead. Dragon is up as well, as you say. There's a good spot there. I was thinking more of the feats than I was of the Drakes. Camilo on the flank. Carlson's come across. Hook landing from Stend onto 113. Paris with a good headbutt pulverized. Death charge coming out though. Crescent guard from 113 is doing a lot of work. Flacker with the encore onto the backline, but Carlson can't get into the fight. Nor can Sheo. There's a lot of damage from that high note. Camilo trying to get away from 113. Flacker there for a little bit of support, but it's Marvel at best. 113 almost falling. Sheo diving back in. 113 going for Flacker. The Sundered Sky healing. Not going to be enough to keep him alive. And now BDS don't have a jungler. And Carlson is getting chased out by Nuke. But he can go across the veil and dodge away with that invisibility. He'll clear the mid wave with the twofold hex. In the end, the fight even-ish.
It does mean that BDS can't go towards the Dragon though, and I think for what was a bit of a messy combo from Heretics, it worked out as best they hoped for. Actually, Heretics are going to move over towards Dragon, TP into cover.
But it's only irrelevant. Does have the equalizer. Could look to just chunk out Heretics here to stop them from being able to do this, Drake. But remember, they don't have a jungler, the BDS. He's only up just now. There's the equalizer onto Flacken and Carlson. Shale could continue to tank this for a little while, but the Electro Harpoons are doing quite a lot of work. Flash away from the hook by Irrelevant. Ice now in the middle of the fray. Carlson trying to dodge away. Flacken has to flash. Shale instead on the wrong side of the wall. Nuke still chasing him in with that Arcane Storm. Headbutt pulverized combination on 2. Shale dives back in for a bit of CC, but he's shut down. Flacken falls low as well and will be taken out by Nuke. Camilo jumping across the wall. Irrelevant 1-1-3 now here for the party. Carlson forced away, does have the TP if he wants to rejoin the battle. Camilo dived into his death. And after a messy first fight, BDS come out on top in the second.
It's just all over the place. So in the first fight, I don't know, look, we'll get a replay of something. I don't know where it's going to go. But the ultimate comes through from Flacken, and Camilo completely misses the ultimate follow-up, so it means that then you're not able to get that combo for Heretic in the first fight. In this fight then, you get this great combo from Paris, but look at Nuke. He just flashes over the wall, immediately goes on towards Flacken, and knows that there's just no damage to keep him in check back here, so he chases down Carlson. Meanwhile, Camilo's trying to help out on the other side of the fight, and he's getting completely caught out as well. Like, it's just misstep after misstep from Heretics, and a lot of it coming from, hey, missed coordination as, okay, pick captain.
Nuke dies. Good pick there from Sheo and Carlson in the end. I think Nuke overstaying, looking for that first tower. Carlson gets the shutdown, which means he's 2,500 gold ahead now.
Yeah, so they do get something back, but yeah, I think Heretics, the team fighting does need to clean up a little bit, and just the coordination on the combos needs to be set up. Stop giggling at me.
That is understatement of the year.
Yeah, I know. Look, I'm trying real hard.
Both these teams clean up their team fights just a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fun games to watch, and the players are still showing some moments of brilliance in the middle of the madness. And you've got to say, Paris here. Thought maybe that blast coming from Zen could take him in. 1-1-3. We'll see his tower fall in front of his face. Second tower of the game for Heretics. BDS did manage to get there first, and because of it, I believe they were able to get the boots as well, taking the mid lane tower after that fight. So the second dragon fight around the Inferno Dragon that we had.
The second dragon of the third dragon, yes.
Yes, the second fight of the third dragon, yes. Yes.
In the age of man. But yeah, I think this is a point now where Heretics, they're basically playing on cooldown of Shao's ultimate. You've got Camilo's going to push out a side lane. You've got Stain when it comes towards Carlson. But ideally, they just want to get control of a side, hope someone overextends, and Shao jumps onto them with that ultimate. I think you'll see a lot of Heretics 3-man with the Pantheon, Flacket, and Stend in this mid lane to just try and force multiple members of BDS there so they can overload a side lane much quicker than BDS can react.
That makes sense. BDS do have the teleport on Nuke, none on Irrelevant for the time being. Atakan has spawned on the top side of the map. And 2 items apiece across the board, apart from Camilo, who is sitting a little bit short, as is Irrelevant. We don't talk about the supports. They're going to have 1 item, basically, for the rest of the game. Yeah, unless they have Elder Dragon. Yes, then we can talk about them. But I like the Executioners from the Mortal Reminder upgraded for Ice. I think into quite a lot of healing, especially with, you know, Flacker and also Camilo doing quite a lot of self-healing. It can work wonders when Sivir can apply it on so many people at once with that ricochet.
Yeah, it does a lot of work in team fights, so makes sense. But to be fair, these team fights haven't really been a full 5v5. It has been very much split skirmishes, which in theory should help out Heretics. Like, a lot of their champions work quite well, where it's, you know, focus down one champion and then move on to the next one. But it has just been a bit chaotic for them. So BDS now, they're kind of in a position where they're hoping, hey, we can continue to scale with this Sivir, with the Victor, and then just play for these later team fights. So the fact they've managed to get that last dragon and slow the pace of the game down is going to be a good thing.
Yeah, it just gives them more time to scale. Irrelevant constantly answering the waves in this bot lane, knows he can't play into Carlson in the 1v1, so just shoves the wave and then backs away. Carlson catching very high up, trying to draw some more pressure from BDS, but no one is going across there because the tower isn't really under any threat, truly. Camilo using his Soul Unbound just to check across the wall. There's a ward up here in the Tribush that Heretics didn't spot the last time they were clearing out, and gives BDS a relative degree of safety. But they do know 1-1-3 is on the top side, so they will step in, make a brief foray into the jungle, into the river themselves, to clear out a little bit of BDS's vision.
Heretics haven't really got to use their 1-1-3 effectively. Camilo jumps back, but they're now trying to reposition Carlson towards his top side, but that opens up for BDS for the 5v5, where they're significantly more happy.
Sten was at half HP. Oh, Paris popping the Unbreakable Will there at the start of the fight, thinking he was going to get hooked. Camilo trying to dive in, but 1-1-3 and Nuke will keep him at bay. Carlson doing the same, and he is isolated from the rest of Heretics. BDS find 2, they lose nothing for it.
Yeah, it's a swing and a miss for Heretics. BDS now going to move up towards Adakat. Happy to gobble that one up. They can then continuously move down to the bottom side, look for a potential Dragon, and Baron is going to spawn in less than a minute's time. So these objectives and these forced 5v5s are now starting to crop up for BDS as they're hitting their power spikes. Whereas for Heretics, they haven't used the Pantheon as well as they needed to on these sidelines.
Haven't really had the opportunity or haven't really had the impetus to find those picks in those side lanes, as you say. Camillo there and Carlson were looking for the flank, but were unable to find it. Flaky putting the high note down.
TP's
trying to clear out, as you say, TP to this Drake. Both Camillo and Nuke were drawing the false light, sitting on the shoulders of BDS, so they have that extra little bit of leeway in this next fight. You do still give 200 gold across if you die with it, and it takes you 15 seconds to respawn, but Heretics do not want any of that action for now. They'll give BDS their second Dragon of the game and just go back to pushing out these lanes.
Yeah, though BDS can push bot, get that bot tower as well, and not really be in a position to lose. So you're losing Dragon, you're losing bot tower, some extra gold going into the hands of key carries here for BDS. So it's a pretty big shift in the power dynamic, because Heretics up until now kind of felt like they've had the tempo and they are the ones that are a bit more in control, but this last fight and the fact that it's kind of the 5v5s have really set them up for success. Heretics then missing that hook means that, again, you're just kind of split. Camilo tries to jump in with Carlson to get on towards the backside for Nuke, but I mean, he's completely fine here. Has the support from 113 to keep him nice and healthy. Especially when you've got this like Rod of Ages, you are so much tankier with this build than traditional Victor. It makes it so much easier to survive the initial assassination threat.
Yeah, it really does. You'll have so much health generally as a mid laner with the Rod of Ages build. It's one of the reasons that we see so many people going for it. Tend to have a little bit less damage, at least in the early game, but you can actually see Nuke going for Lich Bane next for that extra damage output.
A lot more burst heavy as well. And I think that is, like, if you have that one-shot potential here, it works out fantastically because you can burst someone before Flaky can get the shields, before he can get anything else to keep them topped up. But if it ends up coming down to a more sustained and long-term fight, that's where you see Flaky get the value. But Nuke cost
onto Nuke. They're looking for the damage onto him. Base Seal comes out as well. There's the Encore. Only get through the pulse life. Look at the damage back onto Camilo. Down to a third HP. Another root's going to land onto 113, but in the end, all you got was Nuke's false life.
But that's the thing, if I'm BDS, I just immediately turn towards Baron. Camilo ult, Flackid ult, Stend ult. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink was thrown into that place, so you can really start to take control here, utilize the fact that you didn't actually use too much in the initial play. They're going to take the top turret first, but I think you try and just force a fight here as BDS.
I agree with that strategy. I will say BDS have not been the most aggressive mid-game team of all, but now they'll look for Stend as they jump across the wall. Paris in the middle of the team right now. Irrelevant's the one who's CC'd up and has to pop the Stopwatch. 113 on his way across as well, but Irrelevant, oh, he flashes just in time, still killed off by Carlson. A root landing onto Paris as well, and perhaps that's why we haven't seen BDS be so aggressive.
Fight as a group. I needed to, sorry, I did say as a group, and that's my bad.
Yeah,
I need to be more detail focused apparently, and yeah, now you get the picks. Camilo's going to get bot tier 2, and you've got a ton of control now for Heretics on this top half of the map. And again, this like small mistakes coming in and messing up everything for the yes, yeah.
Sometimes you just don't know why it's going wrong, and it feels like that for BDS a little bit in these mid-game fights. We obviously from the outside can say, hey guys, maybe fight as a team around the Baron, but obviously for them, in the heat of the moment, they're making calls to try and find a pick, and they did. They picked off Stend. They just weren't able to take him down, and then Irrelevant was a bit overstepped. Paris was a little bit overstepped. Stend looking for ice here. No, he thought he had Hex Flash. Observers, you can't do that to him. Every support has done that at least once in their lives.
Oh,
okay, you can.
He's having a really
he's 0-2-5. He's had an okay game at times, and then an absolutely diabolical game at other times, my dude.
Oh, the poor lad. Look, this is when you scrape off the memory. You just go back and you're like, yeah, this is the game where you wish you had Severance. This is where you're like, I don't have to remember this.
My innie can deal with this. Your outie remembers they have Hex Flash. Well, Stend doesn't have Flash for the next 5 minutes or so. Does still have that Hex Flash, so has a small ability to make plays. You can see BDS still setting up vision around here. Stand, oh, wouldn't it be great if you had Flash right now? Could Flash hook Nuke. But Nuke now with the Lich Bane complete is at 3 items. He's very strong, as is Flackett. Can't look past him just because he's on the Seraphine. You can see his wave clear solid. Leandri's, Archangels, and the Rylai's complete.
The thing is though, so Kamilu kind of just hovered mid in the hopes that they would get a play, but now you get this push on bot, so you're still not able to really be in a position to contest things. That entire time, Irrelevant moved towards the Dragon, gets the Scuttle Crab for them, so now you got that movement speed buff for BDS at this next big objective fight. Plus he's getting to cover on mid wave as well, which means that now Heretics are going to have to catch this wave much further back because Irrelevant can cover mid, and it's at least opening up BDS to get control over Dragon here, but has these core things mattered this series? No. So we're going to find out who's going to hit the other one harder.
That sounds about right. Who punches better? Who lands their punches? Oh, Stand with the dodge of the first punch. That's the power of Hex Flash, baby.
He wouldn't be able to do that a second time if he had Flash, you know?
It's, see BDS fighting 4-member players strong around the mid lane, coming across the side. I mean, BDS have the vision at the Drake pit. Hook from Stand onto 113. Looking for the follow-up here, but they don't have it. Paris will get the kill on his enemy support. Kamilu jumping in, face sealed, dashes back, flashes, and Ice puts him in the dirt. 113 flashing forward himself. He'll get stunned up. And 113 almost falling. Paris will take an extra tower shot. He'll go down to Carlson. Carlson and Flackett can look for a little bit more here. Nuke, though, still standing strong, basically full HP. The weirding out from Carlson, and he's going to die to the ticks of Ignite. Not quite. Survives through it. BDS win the fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Heretics not able to get the combos that they want to. Kamilu kind of on a one-man mission. Ends up falling on the side, and now BDS a third Dragon to their name. You can see Sheo looking a bit dejected on the player camera there, but hook onto 113. The follow-up is there. Ice again able to block that Seraphine ultimate coming through, but Kamilu is just left on his lonesome. Heretics can't get into position to really follow. Carlson not in a position to flank either because they're trying to play through this mid lane. And BDS slowly but surely, they do lose one.
BDS are doing this on vision. It's on vision, but there's no jungler. Sheo unable to get there for the steal. Carlson looking for it. Stand. Right, Hex flashed in and then went for the hook, and Carlson followed him, but now he realizes perhaps this is not where I want to be. Camilla looking for that flank as well. 113 with the crescent guard, Flackett with the encore. Only lands the charm onto one. Okay, it's over for guys. Oh, Camilla, man, you're 6/10 of the way to glory. Oh, it needs to be 0-10, doesn't it? You can't have one kill already. Well,
yeah, it's a disaster.
Yeah, the Heretics fights in this game have not been as good as their fights were in the last game.
First game was. Our first fight was.
Oh, the first fight was, you're right. The second Dragon of the game. And BDS are punishing them for it. Paris always on that front line alongside 113. Now they continue to push in, looking for the inhibitor here. They'll have the Might Spawn to help them tank it. Carlson trying to put some damage down himself, but can't really find the way in. Goes between worlds with that ultimate. Twofold Hex as well on 113. They'll save the inhibitor for now. Paris diving back in. There's the equalizer as well. Flack is going to need to heal everyone up, because right now everyone's going pop. There's 2 down already for Heretics. And they can't really find an opening. They overchase. Ice untouched on the backline. At 3 items, the Sivir will rip you to shreds.
Nuke wasn't even there. That was just the 4 people left on BDS, so that's going to be the second inhibitor going down as Heretics overextend. BDS looking to end this here.
But they're only 7,000 gold ahead. Can they close from this sort of position? Well, they've taken the first Nexus tower, and they'll look for the second. Kamilu jumping in. Ice with a good spell shield will block everything there. The Encore is going to hit him, but Flackett has to flash back to the fountain to survive the onslaught from Nuke and 113. BDS will close out the game and take us to a game 3.
This one's a bit of a party. Everyone is sending everything which way they can. But in this one, BDS, they got the lead, they're able to hold on to it, and the team fight significantly cleaner for them this game around.
Yeah, they were overall. Remember that if you want to come and see this action live, in person, in the Riot Games Arena, make sure to grab your tickets. The sale starts on the following days. Playoffs, day 1 and day 3 will start on the 15th of April at 6 p.m. Day 4 and day 6 will start on the 22nd of April at 6 p.m. And the lower and split final on the 29th of April at 6 p.m.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see what's going to happen, yeah. Especially, look, these 2 teams now are teams that are supposed to be fighting for that spot, but we'll have to see, because we don't really know anymore.
They might make it to playoffs. You might make it to playoffs. We're going to make it to a short break. We'll be right back.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
will survive. Turns his eyes back towards Dragon, gets the smite. Paris now taken out by Heretics. Camilla going in. It's a flipping wing conductor! I told you! Never doubt the Heretics! They know exactly what they're doing!
Look Pantheon. I can look Pantheon,
Yeah.
Pantheon.
Naturligvis SSL. Help Victor, okay?
Welcome back to the LEC, a game where we don't actually see a gold lead being thrown down the drain, but it felt like we're seeing a little bit more of the glimpses of what BDS is capable of doing when they do actually set up things properly. I would love to start this discussion off with the draft and what we had in terms of the expectations of how this comp from Heretics was going to play out, because we had the Seraphine and the Aurora top.
I was a little bit excited for the Seraphine, but then I was like, because...
Now, how so, Odo? Explain that.
Well, the thing is, usually when we see the Seraphine, where everyone gets super hyped, because like, oh my god, Queen is going to sing, you know, and then she's going to buff everyone.
I've never heard anyone say that.
That's on you, okay? This is the internet meme, and it always works. But usually with Seraphine, you want big beefy front line and a lot of solid, consistent damage. And now if you look at the draft, we see that they have Aurora in the top lane and Pantheon in the jungle. And I felt like I would have preferred a little bit more if we swap the roles in the sense where we get a little bit more of a beefy boy in the jungle and a lot more sustained damage in the top lane. But I guess at the same time versus the Rumble, there's only Jax that could be really working here. And I just felt like the team runs out of steam as time goes on. Up until 15, 20 minutes, I'm like, it's okay. But after that, just the damage falls off a cliff.
And that's why I appreciate BDS comp, because it's still very much a very simple draft composition where you have scaling elements. You have a Sivir, you have a Victor. It almost felt like BDS said, we're not going to lose in the late game again. No matter what, if we throw it, we have late game facilitation. You got the Victor, you got the Sivir, that's all you need there.
Well, didn't they have the Gwen last game for the late game?
Listen, I'm not saying they didn't in the first game. They just said they wanted the same thing and they're going to fix it this time.
Okay, so the thing is, I liked BDS's adaptation in the sense where, in the game one, they were prioritizing goal leads a lot. And now they realized that the moment Team Heretics has 2 dragons, you could see the intense panic starting to take over.
All the alarm bells.
Yeah, they're like, guys, they have 2 drakes. Dragon Soul comes up now. We need to throw everything at it. And we even see it. We even see it later after the what was it? The Herald.
Yeah, the Rift Herald.
The cross to mid. It felt like the conditions were bad. Alistar didn't base for wards or anything, and it just all hell breaks loose because they're like, this is the fight that we need to win.
Yeah, it's that third Drake specifically that we see from the side of BDS where they're like, oh, if they get the soul point here, that could be another nail in our coffin. That's how last game went. And they don't want to see history repeat itself.
This is kind of round 2 of that third Drake because there's the entire scenario Odo just explained. Then there's a tempo. They reset. They started again. But obviously BDS is coming through and they're now contesting a Team Heretics who's really not done their own prep because I think both teams are actually stressing around that Drake. In the same vein that BDS really wanted to make sure that Team Heretics didn't get them, I think Team Heretics saw these Drakes as their only win condition. And this entire series, they have been a heavy prioritization for this team.
And it's a tale of desperation for both, because in the first game, the Drake Soul was the thing that kept them in the game, even though they were 13k gold down. And now BDS is saying that, well, we cannot let it happen again. So it was interesting to see this priority, this heavy priority on the Drake go up for BDS. And I'm curious to see what adaptations they have going into Game 3 as well.
Yeah, because I really want to bring up another mid-fight we had as well, where we saw some of the struggles as well of the draft that you outlined earlier as well. At this point of the game, as you said, Odo, it just runs out of gas. And it's as simple as just contesting mid-push. You can't really do an awful lot here. Even with your members trying to posture with a front line of a Pantheon and Nautilus, it doesn't really give you a lot when they go in.
Even though the Nautilus hook missed here, this fight starts off as a 5v4 and it just looks so disjointed because everyone is kind of doing everything for themselves. There's no cohesion and the irrelevant TP comes in late, but once the engage fails and the one combo misses, everything just falls apart.
Yeah, and I think it's just Team Heretics trying a bit too much to be a little bit different. You know, the Seraphine, I mean, the damage was fine, but I don't think it fit the composition. And I also really didn't trust Camilo's Yone that much. Every time I saw Yone on the flank, I just thought to myself, that's just fodder for BDS to get a free kill when he's going in. And it felt like that a lot because their front lines were kind of fake. Nautilus blown up, Pantheon, as soon as the E runs out, what are you really? Well, you're dead. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate.
That's really great analysis. But
Thank
also, I felt like potentially there could have been a different universe where if that hook actually hit, and I always feel like the hitboxes for the Nautilus Qs are always crazy, but this one just didn't go through. But it was just the composition in terms of, like, as you said, they just run out of gas. They get to a point where you're not tanky enough, you're not doing damage enough, and even though Victor is actually building no damage, he's still gonna do some form of damage. Which brings me to our next game, and which is going to be the final game of this series, and the importance of that is going to play in terms of the standing specifically for both of these teams. We've already touched upon BDS and how they are scraping by, or at least that's their statement, in terms of making it into that top 6, but Heretics at a 1 and 2, if they can equalize it, where it's 2-2 for both teams, it ups their chances.
It certainly does, but I think Team Heretics has been so inconsistent in their win. Even against Rogue, it also felt like it was a bit more on Rogue as well than Team Heretics. Don't get me wrong, they're very good at punishing.
This is the LEC, consistency is not necessary.
And we saw that in game 1 of this series as well. But also, I think it really is on BDS to be that gatekeeper for that 6th spot. They've beaten SK, they've beaten Rogue, but they've lost to KC, right? Losing to a team like Team Heretics would be a disappointment for BDS.
Definitely, because, you know, Heretics is punching up above their weight.
Absolutely.
I feel like this is not really a team that when I look at it, I'm thinking, okay, this is a solid playoff contender. If they'll be hitting playoffs, it would be great for them. But for BDS, this is one of those games where, you know, even though you're through the 13K goal lead, you need to make statement games. You need to show everyone that you are a reliable playoff team. And even though you're not really on the prestige that you had in the previous splits where you're always the gatekeeper for the finals, now the fact that you're a gatekeeper for the playoffs still should be in something for you to get a lot more statement games.
I think that also is a bit of a worrying position when you're looking at BDS, where the heights that they have touched last year, and then you come into this year and it's not necessarily translating, and there are issues going on. It just brings the question, like, what can they really change in this last game to make it count?
Yeah, but with that, I still think their roster is getting better game by game. They struggled a lot in winter. I still think we're seeing improvements from both sides. The question is, who's been improving the quickest when you're going up against each other like this?
You know what? We can ask the casters that question because they're going to be taking it over as we're heading into the final game of this series.
I thought they were going to ask us the question.
Yeah.
They didn't ask it.
Yeah.
They just said we can.
Yeah.
Didn't actually do it.
Yeah.
We don't have to answer.
I'm glad that we've gone as petty as to when you ask the teacher if you can go to the toilet and they go, I don't know, can you? I'm glad we got to that
May I
level.
go to the toilet?
Yeah.
I don't know. May you? I'm going to the toilet. That's where it always ends up. Yeah. But thankfully, all these players have had the time to go to the toilet, and therefore we'll have no toilet break pauses in this game.
Why would you put that out into the world?
Because I can. Let's be honest. We're having fun in the series. We're going to have fun as we wait to get into Pick and Ban for Game 3 here between Heretics and
There's the
DS.
I was in my head, I was like, it's so quiet. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I do miss the bed. This is a good music bed.
I miss Hysterics video. That's what I miss. But
do not look up Hysterics the bed on YouTube. It is an experience you will never forget, and you probably don't need to repeat. Do it.
Happy
It's his birthday today as well. Yeah. If that video could go up like 100 views on his birthday, he'd be so happy.
He would be. He would be thrilled. He would.
Hysterics, is it Hysterics Casts?
I think so.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hysterics Casts the bed. Nidalee, Zyra, and Jace Band, Maokai as your Viband, and there is the Neferi lock for Heretics.
This is sick. I think Neferi is actually incredibly strong. We just haven't really seen teams, one, being able to pick her up because she's banned in a couple of them, but also the ability to play around this champion and set up a draft that enables her is crucial. So I'm curious as to how they want to try and play this. Like, we've seen picks like Ahri be pretty crucial in being able to play through that mid lane with her, getting push. So I think we're more than likely going to see an Ahri come through here. And also then maybe even something like a Gnar for Carlson in that top side, just to be like, hey, we've got 2 solo lanes now. You can 100% play around.
Yeah, she thrives in skirmishing, she thrives in invading the enemy jungle and just eviscerating them. And it puts a lot of weight on Sheo's shoulders as well. As you say, we've only seen 2 Neferis. We had Yikes Neferi that did go pretty well, and then we had Razork's Neferi that did not go well at all. 113 is going to pick the Lilia into it seems, alongside that MF. Remember, Lilia's Sleep, the Lilting Lullaby, her ultimate, does not get cancelled by MF ultimate. So if you get 3 or 4 people inside that, all asleep, bullet time on top of it, that is a hell of a lot of damage.
Oh, Flakkit eyeing up the Kalista here, so something that could give you a lot of pressure on the bottom side. He is also a driving player, but I do like it. Like, raw aggression basically on the map to play alongside this Neferi. Set up for a lot of those Terror dives would be perfect, but there's an R. Do we get the Ahri? Is it going to be the combo we talked about?
When Hysteric says nah, do you just think he's saying no?
Yes,
no.
100%, yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. It could be the Ahri, as you say. Sorry, my brain is very much
that would
occupied
also,
by
you
Jake
know,
right now.
You need me to listen to Hysterics a lot of the time.
True.
And I find that you kind of just let him do his thing, and then you kind of slowly bring him back into the conversation when you're needed.
That tends to be what colorcasters do to play role plays most of the time. It's not going to be Draven in the bot lane. Instead, the Ashe does give you great pick potential. Also allows you to scout out the Lilia in her jungle with that Hawk shot.
Yeah, I think it's also just the range that you have can at least help out a little bit in trying to control that bot lane set up then for plays again for Neferi, but I'm still curious as to what they want to try and bring for Committed, because I think you can then ban away some of these facilitators in the mid lane and make it a little bit more difficult for Sheo to get the job done. And we also kind of heard the desk already say Sheo has looked better on more facilitating picks. Like, and I don't think this is a knock at Sheo, it's just what his team needs from Sheo. So I think this is also going to be an interesting game to see how the team now adjusts to playing for the jungle role rather than just playing for the individual lanes.
Yeah, very much agree with you. Leona, the last lock for BDS. Expect a Braum ban here with the MF already in. And Braum, Ashe, a very strong combination in the bot lane. If you're pushed up, as soon as you get tagged, you just have nowhere to go. You're slowly walking your way back to your tower. Tristana, the ban from Heretics, trying to get rid of some of those AD mids because you already have magic damage coming out from the jungle.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you actually try and take into the support role, because there's so many of them gone. Like Alistair, Nautilus, Rel already taken off the board. If you ban her, maybe even Arcan, or maybe you just want to try and get rid of the Lulu or something here, but that also isn't really great for Heretics wanting the setup. So it's a bit of an unusual one. Maybe we're just going to look at something like a Nico for Stend, or something a bit like off the beaten path.
You've got Nico, you have the possibility of a Pyke, although I don't love it too much. I wouldn't mind Bard. I feel like Bard could be okay here, but you might just be leaving your Ashe a little bit to their own devices in the bot lane.
Poppy?
Poppy is okay, but only really working into the Leona right now, right?
Yeah, so. Exactly, yeah. But at least you can try and interrupt like the MF if she sets up with
but that, I think Bard is a little easier.
Yeah, I do agree,
right?
yeah.
So we'll see. BDS here likely to pick their top laner, already knowing that it's going to be into the Gnar. BDS and Sion. Makes a lot of sense. Irrelevant's going to be on something that doesn't have as much individual agency, but will be able to tank through that Gnar in the early game and just clear out the waves as they come to his tower.
Yeah, Sion also just incredibly strong at the moment. Like, he is great in team fights. It's very difficult to get through him, and especially when you've got Ashe there. She's not exactly a tank killer, so I think this will set him up nicely. Rakan, we already talked about, does make sense when it wasn't banned away and the Shogat was taken, so yeah, and then I think you still just go for the Ahri in the mid lane, and you've set up at least for strong engage coming through from your bottom side, Ahri also with the charm for follow-up. Like, it all kind of rolls into each other nicely.
Yeah, I think the only risk here is that Rakana's primary engage can be a little tricky. You're looking at an Arrow or a Mega Gnar or an
I think you are
Charm.
playing more for pick though,
yeah,
this style of comp, and also when I see Neferi, right, it kind of works out a little bit better for her when you can play for that style. So I think it's now a very clear break of Heretics want to find those moments to find picks. BDS want to set up objectives and just play for team fights, especially if you're going to go for something like the Cassiopeia. But
I think it's going to be Ryze.
I think you're just fine with Ryze, yeah.
Ryze is nice into the Cassio. She jumps forward. You Rune Prison her up. It's something Nuke played a lot near the start of his career. I'm trying to remember if he's played it much recently. Let's have a quick mosey. Last played it back in 2023, so it's been a while since we've last seen Nuke on it. He wasn't the best at this champion, but back in 2023, I think you could say he was a different portion of his career. Was kind of still trying to find his feet in the LEC.
I mean, we kind of talked about him being at that stage, like the Ryze, the Syndra, kind of having struggles with his champion pool, but you look at the player that he's grown into, like 100%. He's one of the strongest mid laners that we have in the LEC. His champion pool is great. He has a ton of flexibility now, both AD and AP. Like, he has really stepped into a player of his own. It's just now also on BDS, he's had to step into a different role in the team, which is definitely changing things for him. And we'll have to see how that actually fleshes out for BDS over the course of this split.
Let's get into the final game of this series, as Heretics are looking to pick up their second win in the LEC Spring split. BDS looking to limp towards their third, is what I would say. Like, the thing about it is, sometimes when you're struggling as a team and you have internal issues due to shot calling or whatever, oh wait, TH, you can't lose because he won't marry me. You have to win because she won't marry me. So you're not getting married unless Heretics win. Okay.
Damn, okay.
That's a choice.
No pressure, guys.
But is it today, or can they win at any point in the split? Because if it's specifically today, you're just not getting married, most likely, let's be honest. Did I just get booed?
You got booed.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah,
I'll take that,
yeah.
Oh, boo.
30 seconds until minions.
But I'm sure they'll pick up a win sometime this split. What do you think compositionally? Do you think that the pick skirmish heavy from Heretics plays well into what BDS have?
I think it's very difficult to play this out as Heretics. Like, this is a composition that requires like a lot of playing away from what Heretics classically do, which is playing toward Cheo. It's about getting vision and then setting up for those picks, using Flacket as that kind of tool, but that's not what Heretics have excelled at, and it's not what their playstyle has even been. Like, when you think of Heretics winning games, it has been through individual performers in team fights. So I don't think you have as much of that in this Heretics lineup, so I think it should be a difficult one, but I'm open to being surprised. Like, I think this would be, if Heretics can play this composition well, I think it's going to be such a cool addition to what they can bring to the table.
100% agree with you there. I think it's the sort of comp where we don't recommend it to lower tier teams or teams lower in the standings because it's a little bit more tricky to enact. You have to play around vision really well, you have to play around pick really well, whereas BDS I think have a bit more of a traditional front to back. You've got Sion and Leona as your front line, they engage as well. You've got Nuke who will do the push roam strategy that we always see on Rise, just get out on the map as quickly as he can, and then not the most traditional DPS AD carry, but still an AD carry that can put quite a lot of damage down. For now though, the jungler's starting on opposite sides of the map. 113. There's the Zenith blade forward. Paris looking to hit level 2 here. Shield of Daybreak's going to go down onto Flacket as well and chunk him out. Ice with that love tap gets Flacket down to about 300 HP.
A lot of damage gone down. Heretics not respecting the level 2, about to be ticked over. Thought they could fight for it, but now Flacket going to be on the back foot, and that's exactly what you don't want if you're an Efiri, is like seeing these early trades go poorly for your laners. You want to have some lane that you can try and play through, and even the top side irrelevant, getting at least at the moment the push in. Maybe this is where Carson can try and hold the wave in a position that Sheo can look for an early gank top end, especially as 113 is pathing down.
So Hawkshot going out from Flacket to spot 113 on his Wolves. Immediate pings as well from Heretics, just so they know exactly where that Lilia is. Nuke doing a good job in the mid lane here of harassing down Camilo, but is a couple of CS down and will get charmed. And the good job that Nuke is doing has been equalized by Camilo.
Yeah, it looks like Sheo just going to finish off his camps on the top side. There's a ward placed by 113, just the entrance, or well, exit into River. But I don't know if... I don't think you're really in a position, Sheo, to get this early playoff with just the way the waves have been set up now. So it looks like it'll be a bit of a quiet early game once more.
No real surprises there, and they're very, very strong in the early game, but kind of like this should scale really well as well. If you get a few kills around the level 4 to level 8 mark, you can really snowball the game away from your opponents. One of her key points of her kit is her ability to eviscerate, jump over one of these walls with that kind of spinning Beyblade, and gets her around the jungle a lot quicker than some of her jungle counterparts. But something Lilia does really well is get around the map really quickly as well.
This is interesting. I wasn't sure if he was going to continue up to go for a potential dive on towards the relevant. Would have been dangerous, but nice sidestep on towards the end. So it looks like everyone's just going to reset.
Paris going to chase down here for a while. Sten there with the Gleaming Quill healing up. Ice now the target. This is what we talked about. If you push forward... Oh, Zenith blade back in from Paris. Okay, yeah, you did not want to do that, my dude. Seeing the angle to re-engage, but immediately has to flash away.
Yeah, Ice going to stop the reset as well. I was going to say, I think he can stick around for this. Still has a little bit of health, but both, you've got Nuke coming down to cover, and you've also got Sheo moving down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, Sheo maybe looking for the dive there. 113 covering up towards the top side. Sheo works his way towards the tri-brush. Can go untargetable, remember, with that call of the pack, so very good at tower diving. Sheo's gonna get a Darking Dagger, send the dogs at Ice, and just force them to walk all the way away from their tower.
Doesn't land that second Q. That's really where you get the big chunk down, and then the bleed is well can do a ton of work. So unfortunately not able to finish off Ice, but Ice moving back in underneath the tower to keep himself safe, knowing 113 is coming down. So won't lose out on too much in the grand scheme of things, but you can already see at least if Flacket can get those auto attacks down, you can very quickly turn this bot lane around.
Getting away from an Ashe so tricky when you are pushed up in a lane like that. But for now, no dice for either team. Sheo's going to get spotted on the ward that was placed there, I assume, by Nuke. Most commonly where we see the mid laners using their wards, just to spot out those Razor Beaks. Resets coming out from Flacket and Sten. They're going to head up towards the top side of the map with Grubs up in 30 seconds. Sheo will be very quick at doing them on the Nefiri. One of the benefits of having those mini pets with you in the jungle, similar to Yorick, where you can just use them to tank it up and they help you take down those objectives really quickly. With the TP invested though from Irrelevant, it means if they can chunk him out and force him back, he's going to lose a lot of time. But, it's always quite difficult to work your way through a Sion.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's more of a, hey, we're just going to handshake on the swap, go for the cross maps, and look to just trade for plates. The Gnar a little bit less sturdy underneath the tower. Now you also aren't as potent on the dive for BDS as you are versus Heretics, but you can already see they're moving Sten down just to cover this and make sure he's able to collect the wave perfectly happy. So should be all fine, all said and done.
Does mean Flacker gets some solo XP, which he'll be very happy for. Gets towards that level 6 a little bit quicker. Sheo has spent all of this time taking those void grubs. Sten jumps in, stops Paris recall, also stops Ice's because Ice had to come across to make sure his support did not die, with Paris having burnt Flash earlier after Zenith blading in. Needs to be that little bit safer. Carlson's now going to TP top. Flacker's working his way down towards the bot lane, and will have, we'll say, 20% of a level XP advantage as he comes back into the lane. Not massive.
No. I thought they would at least try and push out that bottom side a little bit more and then transition to top side, and even getting that reset off would have been somewhat nice, but at this stage it's just a case of trying to rewrite their lanes and make sure they're in an okay spot. Also, I don't think, to be honest, that Irrelevant's really going to be able to bully the fact that you're like not spending as much gold as you would like at any point in time, so I think you're fine.
All good overall. Both teams' honors basically even in this early game. You can see Nuke constantly hovering towards bot, being like, hey, I do have the Realm Warp, that's the name of it. I had Essence Shift in my name there for a second, but he can always quickly move down towards the bottom side. It's not the early symbiotic shoes that we've seen on things like the Galio or even on the Talia in the mid lane or the Cho'Gath. Sten once again looking for Paris. Paris a little bit slow with the Shield of Daybreak as Sheo's on his way. Paris slowed up, flash forward into the untargetability there from Sheo, but with 113 on his way, the Loathing Lullaby cleansed away by Black, and Nuke comes across. Paris gets first blood. It's actually Ice who secures it. Sten having to flash away here as well to save his AD carry.
The Realm Warp from Nuke really messed that up for Heretics. Sheo then felt forced to go underneath the tower. He falls and everything kind of goes apart. Even Ice with a good Make It Rain kind of slowed the advance of Sheo, which kind of forced the hand of Heretics. So nicely done by BDS turning around.
Yeah, and Carlson winning this top lane trade, but it's really two beefy tanks hitting each other. Unstoppable Onslaught comes out from Irrelevant to get himself, extricate himself from that situation. And, overall, good play from BDS. You could see Sheo realizing after he was basically dead that he needed to go for the tower dive, and for Ice to be very happy that he picked up the kill underneath that turret.
Yeah, I just keep your eyes on the Make It Rain though as Sheo tries to come in here. It's actually great because it gets such high value. It burns Sheo's flash, and if he was able to get in a little bit earlier, he would have been able to use that ultimate to close the distance first and then have the flash to try and follow on towards Paris here, but not having that flash available means that Heretics end up burning everything to try and make the play work, and they just get nothing for it.
Camilo gets about a plate and a half in the mid lane if you can count some small bonus out of that, but he's only about 200 gold ahead, so just that plate the advantage. Nuke didn't get anything out of it. There's a second plate for Camilo, so he will have a small lead in the mid lane, as will Carson in the top lane, but that's counteracted by the fact that Ice is about 500 gold ahead now and has a red buff on this MF. I think going to make it rain around the corner.
If you're putting this Neferi behind though, she's just not going to have a fun time.
Yeah.
And this is definitely, like, you'll see it even when you have a carry in lane. The amount of games I've watched in like LCK or LPL where they will still just gift the kill to Neferi to just get her up and rolling so she can start to snowball is incredible. But the fact that you're now sitting 0-1, you're 100 gold down, means that Sheo is just not going to have as much as he needs to get this game over in his favor. And this is kind of what we talked about coming in from the draft. Like, Heretics are not a team that are used to playing around their jungler. Like, we're not seeing, hey, we're pushing bot into invading and getting the lead that way, or trying to find even dives that are working in their favor. It's been, hey, maybe we can get a gank off here, maybe we can find something, but it hasn't really been a concrete, like, set play that they've gone for.
And it can be hard as well because Lydia is very quick at taking away her jungle camp. So even if you are deliberately pushing, you have to make sure that 113, that side of 113's jungle is available to you. You can take it away. Paris has his flashback up. Ice has both his summoners. There's the arrow onto Paris, into the charm, into the follow-up with the grand entrance. Charm comes back. Paris pulled back with Zenith Blade in, though. Solar Flare goes wide, and Sheo is on the board on the Neferi.
Invulnerability coming through clutch there for Sheo, able to avoid the CC and also then Ice coming over the top with the bullet time. So Heretics now going to pick up the Void Grubs off the back of this. Wasn't sure if BDS, actually I was about to say they're going to contest, and here it comes.
You don't want Heretics to get all three of these grubs. Heretics realize they can't get all 3 of them, so we'll back away after taking 1. Does mean they have the mites on their side, and Nuke and 113 will clear up the rest of this camp.
You're still going to get Carlson getting a good amount of pressure on the bottom side. Relevant ulting down just to try and get there as quickly as possible, stop the plate from going over, but Carlson should still get 1 with the demolish.
I think he gets 2 in the end. Minions helping him out. Irrelevant looking for a little bit of damage. Just the second plate going down, and Carlson extends his lead to about 450 odd. The Chem Drake is alive. Would be BDS's second of the game if they can secure it. They're a little bit in the hole in terms of gold right now, but I would say it won't be too dismayed with how this early game has gone. Importantly though, Sheo has got the Eclipse and has the Hound's Pursuit put to sleep with a Lilting Lullaby, and doesn't have a way out of there. No flash. He goes to Dreamland and wakes up in a nightmare.
Yeah, the invulnerability can't save you there. It's already targeted you as the sleep goes down, so even popping the invulnerability, it still lights out for Shale.
Just importantly, untargetability rather than invulnerability on the W. You can still be hit with AoEs and such, but you're not able to be targeted by any spells, right? So, as you say, can't get away from the damage. 100% right.
Lights out.
And,
gone bye-bye.
Goes bye-bye. I have so many dog puns in my head. I'm just like holding myself back from using
I just want the hot dog skin, man. That's
the
all
hot
I
dog
want.
skin would be great. If we can get the Pengu Garen skin at the same time. Who cares about silhouettes, guys? Come on, these guys are pro players. If they can't adjust to that.
Look, we're wearing the overshirts. We're breaking up the silhouettes already.
Exactly.
You know what? Then we can bring in the funky ones. It's perfect.
Irrelevant's going to match Kimilu's push in the top lane. Still more plates going over to Heretics. They have been able to keep the gold relatively even after, even though they are a kill behind. Rod of Ages stacking up for Nuke and for Kimilu. They're both at 3 stacks, about the same position in this game. But the Bloodthirst already complete for Ice. He is in a very strong spot on this MF.
Yeah, I don't really know how Heretics are kind of in a position to bring this one back. Sheo has got a kill, sure, but it's like he's not really in a position to follow up on a lot of plays. BDS definitely the ones in control. And also the fact that when you get towards these next couple of objectives, like a 3rd dragon in 3 minutes time, you have that really strong team fight, and Heretics are going to have to fight into it at a position where they're pretty good. Now Paris, they're looking for the pick on him thanks to that blast cone.
Chased down by the dogs for the moment, but won't be able to chase him down any further. Arrow onto 113 there. Sten going in with the quickness as well in the chase. The flash across the wall from 113. He lives. He lives. The volley blocked by Paris, and Nuke 113 survives, but for how much longer is the question. Starts to walk away. Ice coming in, opening up onto Sheo. Dodge this. Ice gets his 3rd on the board.
The way Bambi fans hoped the movie had gone there, the deer just about able to get away from the Hounds as Sheo falls, and a nice turnaround from BDS again. Like 113 barely escaping, just not enough damage in the tank. And now you got push in mid, you've got control over bot side. It's BDS just punishing these oversteps from Heretics once more.
Definitely are. Ice in such a strong spot overall. You can see Flacker just trying to match him. Ice happy enough to just push the wave in. About 1,000 gold lead now for BDS. And the next Drake up in 2.5 minutes. Dagda, which I expect will be the next point of call for these two teams. There is a Rift Tower before that if they want to fight a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think the problem is this. The trios on the MF, when you start to move over towards that next objective and you've already got a second item that could potentially be coming through at that stage, like, it is very, very difficult for Heretics to fight. And we kind of talked about, hey, you could go for the Bard to interrupt. You could go for like a Leona or something like that to try and interrupt. But Paris beat you to the punch with the Leona pick, and with no Bard or Poppy or anything to speak of, Ice is just going to get that full bullet time. And he's a ton of champions that can set up that play for him. At least 113 not having the flash means it's less of that flash engage that the Lilia can oftentimes go for with the sleep, but you're still in a little bit of a precarious situation.
I'd say a lot of it. A lot of a precarious situation, yeah.
I didn't want to, like, look, after my outburst with the double kill and the Elder Dragon support, I've had to rein it in a bit. I need to make sure I'm not, like, going a bit too loose.
Also, this game hasn't been as hectic or as chaotic as the previous ones. This one a little bit more melodious rather than cacophonous. Paris looking for the damage here onto Sten. He'll jump away with that battle dance and escape for the moment. 10 seconds on the Rift Tower. 113 can just start it up himself if he so desires. Swell Seed Tries to keep Sheo around. Blooming Blows going out as well, but there's the charm with the quickness. The arrow coming out as well, and 113 able to walk out using that lilting lullaby.
Still a pretty big ultimate use, and this Camilo might, not quite getting the knock up from Irrelevant as he was about to get Charmin, but BDS going to shift across. I wasn't sure how much Heretics wanted to try and fight for this with that Lilia ult being down, but looks like they are still very afraid of Ice Strike.
I mean, they've also used the Rakano, used the arrow, like two of their big pick tools. Maybe if Carlson can find a Gnar, or you have Spirit Rush into Charm from Camilo, you could do something, but 113 will be able to secure the Smite. And next up is the Drake. 30 seconds away. Nuke just matching Carlson's push here in the top lane. Gold leads in AD carry and jungle alongside support for BDS, whereas slight leads for Camilo and Carlson, who've done a really good job of picking up plates wherever they can.
I don't know if picking the Scion as this target is the best.
I think Camilo agrees with you.
Yeah, he just got to back away. As BDS is just going to open up a mid-wave, 3 seconds until the Dragon. You need to try and find some sort of pick, but it's just when you're in this position as Heretics, it's so difficult. You've even got Scion, Relevant now starting to move back over towards his mid lane. Rifter are going to go down, so potential Dragon for mid lane trade.
Losing Lullaby not available for 113. That Lilia ultimate still down. Nuke did TP to the mid lane after pushing up top. Sten looking for the engaged bullet time, stopped by Carlson. Immediately they dive onto Ice, but Ice is yet to die. That Bloodthirster healing him up so much. He'll exchange his life for Sheo's. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Nuke still putting the damage down into Carlson, who has to flash away from the decimating smash. The arrow coming out from Flackard. He'll open up, but Irrelevant very tanky for the moment. Nuke will look for that spell Flux, but he really needs the Rune Prison to connect. Onto Flackard, gets the slow, more damage with the overload. In the end, a 2-2 exchange.
Still though, only a couple seconds now until everyone is back on the map, so both teams going to reset and try for a take two. You called it in the middle of the fight. Ice not getting that full bullet time off was crucial for that fight to go the way of Heretics. We see it here. I don't know if it was Stend getting the knock up or if it was Carson with the Mega Gnar, but Heretics trying to play off a mid-wave and look for a pick as BDS are coming through. But as they stick around here, Irrelevant trying to regroup with his mid lane so then they can look for the play. But I'm going to keep my eyes on Ice because this could have been devastating, but was it the knockup from Stend or was it
I feel
Carson?
like it's got to be Stend. Oh, never mind. Another knockup coming out from Stend. Paris, the first target, down to half HP. Charm coming out from Stend as well as they dive onto Paris again, but the solar flare hits Camilo. Blackhead opening up, Paris able to survive. Meanwhile, Irrelevant's on the backline, Lewis and Lullaby. Blackhead almost falls asleep, but he cleanses immediately. Camilo did take a brief nap, but is able to flash across the wall to survive. Carlson with the Mega Gnar, not able to survive. BDS find 2 again, and will take their 3rd Drake of the game.
The CC from BDS was perfect there. Paris landing up the double on Stend and Camilo, and even Irrelevant repositioning to hit everyone that was in that bush. And now BDS, 3rd Dragon. This is much more confident gameplay from the BDS side.
It really is. Now they might look for the dive here. 113 coming across Camilo. No flash, no Spirit Rush. Sheo is here to defend. Flackard's on his way across as well. The arrow hits onto 113. Camilo looking for that charm. The Realm Warp that will get them all out. And Heretics cannot find their number. BDS now pushing through the mid lane. Ice will have a bit of time with this tower if he wants it. Instead, just backs away.
Yeah, BDS, the door was closing, but they do find a back window open. But we'll see here, right? Paris ends up going in, but Irrelevant gets the CC on towards Carlson. Then you end up with Sten going that bit too far, but Camilo and Sten getting caught here. Irrelevant repositioning to lock up members in this pit as well, or in this bush, means that 113 goes forward, gets the sleep that he needs then as well. It's this CC chain that is crucial for BDS being able to pick up this fight. And even though you don't have things like the bullet time available, it's your backline consistently being able to keep pace with the fight and find that consistent DPS.
Was that Voracious Atakan spawning, or was that my stomach because we came out of the replay?
Why not both?
Oh, it could be both. It's true.
Yeah, it was a very loud noise either way. Pro Storm!
No, don't bring it back, man. Don't do it. We're not seeing Fiddle at the moment, although there is a support Fiddle build going around at the current time that we might see perhaps later on today. Not going to see it in this series. Game 3. The winner goes, well, the Heretics would go to 2 wins in total over Spring, whereas BDS would get their way to 3. For the moment, BDS in control of the game. Mostly because of those 3 dragons they have been able to secure. An Ocean Soul for them as well would be a very powerful tool at their disposal. They're trying to crack open this mid-tier 1 if they can do so, but At the moment, Black are doing a good job of clearing out the waves. Camilo coming here to cover as he's pushed out bot. Irrelevant continuing to stack up 878 stacks on that Soul Furnace right now.
He's a big old boy, and it doesn't really get easier for Carlson to try and get through him, as at this stage he's kind of just hit critical mass and it just continues to clear out waves, ignore your damage with that Soul Furnace, and be on his merry way. BDS though, like a lot of fighting over this river control, and I think it's more for the Atakan, but it is leaving your mid lane a little bit vulnerable for Heretics, and also giving Nuke access to this bottom side for that tier 1 as well.
Yeah, Ice just constantly pushing those waves in. Flacket is able to catch it in time, has the Runans complete now, so it's 2 items on that Ashe. Nuke can look for Camilo here. BDS do have first move towards it, but 113 will just step forward to make sure they get the tower. Arrow again. Watch out. 113, he eeps his way to safety. Sten's going to grand entrance, a grand exit, and get back towards this Tribush.
So BDS get what they came for. All they wanted was that bot side turret. Now they can continue to just keep up pressure, but this game is getting more and more difficult for Heretics. They're losing control of the map. Their picks aren't really coming around, and it's in positions like this where I think Heretics do actually just need to cross map. So like that tower was going to go down regardless. Okay, cool, let's try and look for a play, maybe top or mid or something, but it is also difficult when Heist still has the flash, still has the cleanse, and you're like, okay, well, maybe if we try and make a play with Flacket or flash engage with Sten, we could make it happen, but it's still a lot of tools to invest to get anything to work.
The risk as well is if you try and make a play top lane, firstly, Sion. Secondly, Atakan's up. So it's like if you invest 3 people up there, are you double TPing to try and get down to make sure that the Atakan is not secured by BDS?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's a rock and a hard place, because you just lose out on the play on boss. You try and make the play mid, well, Ice has all these tools available to him, and as you say, you go for Sion, you're just kind of caught. And this is where this game feels so unplayable for Heretics because of the deficit they now find themselves in. It's not that big of a gold lead, but it's just the way the composition operates.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. I do think chucking some stuff out to burn things is always a good play, right? Like, use the quickness, use Rakan Flash. It does work well in team fights, but it's not as important as a cleanse flash out of Ice, you know? Carlson is just going to ignore Irrelevant, who is living up to his name in terms of stopping that tower from going down, as Carlson will be able to secure the second tower of the game for Heretics. Paris jumping in here, Solar Flare going wide. There's the quickness, there's the follow-up. A 4-man charm as Nuke has to flash away. 113 stepping forward, bullet time coming out as well. In the end, both teams will be able to walk away. 30 seconds on the next Drake. Atakan still a possibility, but unlikely.
Yeah, defensive ultimate from Ice just to buy space for his jungler, because if 113 went down as his dragon's about to spawn, there would be a very difficult contest for BDS to come through after that. But in this position now, at least they can try and fight again. It is no ultimate for the bot lane of BDS, but they still have at least some tools to try and fight with, whereas Heretics actually burned quite a bit in that engage.
Yeah, only didn't use the Hound's Pursuit, Sheo's ultimate. Mega Gnar about a quarter of the way before he has that ultimate again. Grand entrance used by Sten, dodging away. Lilting Lullaby. You have to watch out for that from 113. Bullet time, about half of its cooldown left. Flacket's about to have the arrow up as well. The Drake has spawned, would be soul for BDS if they can secure it. At the moment, they're focusing on that Scuttle Crab. 113 has 3 masks in his inventory. The Leandri's double haunting, guys, gives you such a spike of damage.
BDS lost control over mid, so Ice had to rotate to cover. Now Ice is in a bit of a precarious spot as Stend has that quickness very soon available with the flash.
Relevant very tanky though. It's down to half HP and burn his TP to get him in time to fight around the dragon. Sheo clearing out vision once again. Heretics pushing BDS back towards their jungle. Swell Seed wide again. 113 looking for that blue. Steps forward. Flash forward immediately. Charm doesn't land the blooming blow. Sten looking for the charm himself. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out from Irrelevant. Ice kills off Sten, but 113 is going to fall as well. Irrelevant forced up towards the top side. BDS now fighting a 3v4. Another charm cleansed away by Ice. He gets himself to safety, but now with no jungler can BDS contest because Carlson's got that Mega Gnar stacked up.
Yeah, Ice consistently had to go back towards mid, and Heretics end up playing into that space, so it makes it very difficult for that AD carry to regroup with their team. They find the pick they need, and Heretics will stop the dragon stacking for the moment for BDS.
Yeah, really well fought from Heretics overall. Just poking and prodding at Irrelevant, getting down to half HP. As you say, the mid lane prior meant that Ice had to move across. We'll have another look.
Yeah, you can see here, so Flacket basically gets first move onto this play. 113 going a little bit too aggressive, didn't actually end up using that ultimate on the play. and then Ice in a position where Irrelevant is now taken out of the fight. He doesn't really have anyone to hit onto or anyone to hold these members in place, and Camilo gets a good charm onto Ice to burn that, but it doesn't matter at this stage. It's the way Heretics were transitioning from mid into river, just constantly keeping Ice separated from the team.
And when Ice is the majority of the team's gold lead as well,
Yeah.
so, well, he's more than the team's gold lead. So only 500 gold ahead, and he's 2,000 in the advantage in that bot lane matchup. Keeping him away from the fight does make the most sense. 113, a little bit overeager to start that play, and we saw that a bit in game 1 as well. Remember when Heretics came back from 14,000 gold behind. Maybe for BDS, you don't really want a repeat of that, let's be honest. Nowhere near as far in the advantage so far here, but have another 4 minutes to wait. Unstoppable Onslaught coming down towards Flackhead. He'll flash away early. The solar flare hits him. He does have the cleanse. The bullet time comes out, and Flackhead will hold on to that summoner.
Yeah, kind of everything coming a little bit late there, right? So the Realm Warp wasn't quite there in time, Irrelevant wasn't quite there in time, even the bullet time from Ice wasn't on time. So now Heretics holding on towards mid tower.
BDS have sent an Age trying to take down this mid tower. Ammo going in. There's the quickness. Follow into the Mega Arm, into the wall. Camilo finds the first to fall. 113 will die, as will Sten. Irrelevant's going to come back from the dead. Camilo looking for a little bit more, dodges away from the Zenith Blade with that Spirit Rush. Heretics find 2 again. Their eyes immediately turn towards the Baron, but I think that might be a little bit greedy.
They want to try and go for Ice here. He stepped forward. Carlson moving in.
Ice still has the flash. He will use it to get away from the boomerang. Shale still on the chase. Hawk shot for a bit of vision. Nuke trying to get that movement speed away. Sheo doing everything he can. Gets the shield out from the Seraphs. Goes untargetable. And Nuke goes down. Camilo gets the shutdown. And then Atakan on the menu for Heretics.
So they may not be able to get the objective on the top side, but a kill on that bottom side is going to be very happy for Heretics to collect. You can see Power is starting to move over to get vision control down in case this Atakan suddenly turns into a reset and a potential play of Baron, but Heretics, they found the fight that they needed, and it was a Stend-Carlson combo that really sealed the deal here. We'll get it as we start to go through, so Ultimate on towards Irrelevant, keeps him locked down, but Stend, the triple knock-up into Carlson, the immediate setup on the back line, just perfectly encapsulates the fight that they need. And Camilo just trying to go forward to get a little bit more damage down, but Heretics have already got the damage that they need done.
Great stuff, and then the wrap around, the loop here to try and defend their mid-tier 1. Ice does get it, wants that little bit of gold, and then he gets out, but Nuke is unable to escape the clutches of Heretics.
Yeah, Nuke just going to get chased down, and now you've got Atakan, you're back out onto the map. I imagine it's going to be a case of try and push out sides for a second, then look to group on towards mid lane as Heretics, and this is where you're actually in a position to try and look for picks. Looks like they're going to send Carlson towards that top side just to make sure he can pick it up, as 5 members of BDS are still strong in this mid lane, but still have to be careful of the BDS engage.
Double Onslaught going out, they're going for Flack, it has no flash, remember. Sten forced up towards the top side, there's the quickness from him. The false life still sitting on Heretics, Irrelevant charmed up, and he'll go down. Bullet time opens up, but only on Carlson, who finds another Gnar and lands 113 and Nuke into the wall. Sheo diving deep, 113 going to fall. Paris getting chased out as well, Irrelevant's gone down. Paris has to flash the wall. Heretics haven't lost anyone, only Carlson's false life. They're pushing for the mid-tier 1. And they will be able to secure it. I think Camilo's going to get it. And then Baron as well. Heretics have flipped this game on its head in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, Heretics starting to keep their eyes on the prize here. It's a couple of kills, but it's the objectives that are going their way. They stopped the Dragon stacking from BDS. Now Atakan, now the Baron. And what in theory should be, decent opportunities at fights for BDS, it's just Heretics catching key members as BDS overextend.
A lot of credit to Heretics as well with how well they've given experience to their solo laners. Camilo is 2 levels ahead of Nuke right now.
Yeah, but as you see, Flackett is the jump person, but Stend is now getting 113 and Ice out of this fight. They're not really doing anything. The TP from Carlson looks a little dicey for a second, but he has that Atakan buff, so he withdraws, not before he gets the ultimate off, and it's, hey, who is getting damage off? And every single time, it's Heretics being able to consistently get their DPS into positions to DPS, whereas Ice and Nuke are spending a lot of time trying to follow up on these fights or follow up on these engages without having the tools to just lock people down from them.
It always feels like Ice and Nuke are a long way away from where the engage is. It becomes very hard for them to actually find avenues to approach. Dragon started now. Charm onto Irrelevant. He eats a lot of his health bar. Carlson going up towards the Mega, lands the wallop as well. Meanwhile, like the dragon is being taken while all of this is happening. BDS getting forced out in a 5v2 in essence, as Camilo and Carlson able to chunk away at Irrelevant's HP bar. The Baron remains on Heretics for 2 more minutes. They have a split pushing Sheo down towards that bottom side. Solo player on flank. It has the cleanse, gets away from the bullet time. Good charm as well from Camilo to stop that bullet time in its tracks.
It did get the wave though, which is kind of crucial here for BDS, because ideally... Oh, hang on.
Spirit Rush across the wall. Orbit Deception not going to be enough, nor the Volley. Irrelevant survives with 150 HP. Camilo now rushing forward, looking for Ice. They jump onto him, and Ice is defrosted. 1-1-3 next on the menu. A 2-man sleep will be enough to keep him alive, but not enough to save his towers. Meanwhile, Sheo's just been pushing in the bot side this entire time.
This game has become a hokey pokey for Camilo. He's going in and out and catching everyone on BDS. And now with the TP from Camilo towards the mid lane, Heretics want to take down BDS right now.
The early game was not what they wanted, but Heretics have bounced back. The first Nexus tower has been razed to the ground, and Irrelevant can't clear out this wave. It's all on Nuke to really do so. 1-1-3 going through with the blooming blows, but can't get onto the backline at all and can't get out of the fountain. Irrelevant down as well. They're getting married! Heretics will pick up the win and take their second series in the LEC Spring.
Heretics may not have realized the pressure that was on their shoulders with that game. But even when they went down...
Back on that
yeah, where are they?
Where are they?
Where are they?
Where are they? Who's getting married? Okay, I can't
see them, no.
Are they... Me? Oh, they're over there! They're over there. Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Amazing. Obviously, congratulations to Heretics as well, but...
No, this is more
couple's getting married. Now, give over your key player of the series, Sheo, Flackett, or Ice. I don't think Ice should be on that list.
No.
I read exactly what it said on the auto cue. Do not blame me.
I cannot believe the PM that's coming through from
the last
you would
option.
do them like that.
Sheo,
Oh my God.
Or Stend are your options for key player of the series. And they deserve to take a bow. Great job from Heretics.
Yeah, you can see Flackett. He knows that was a hard-fought series, but a big win. And it's seriously like incredible stuff. The constant finding those fights. And I think this is like something that, here's the happy couple there, but
congratulations.
Congratulations, big time. But for...
I really hope they were still going to get married. I'm going to be honest. If you're betting whether or not you get married on whether a team wins in League of Legends,
maybe it's not very stable, you know?
Maybe.
Just, you know. No flame. But I do think, for Heretics, the clutch factor is becoming a real part of their gameplay. Like, it's not always something you want to rely on, but consistently we've seen, like, Carlson have some great moments. Like, it was on the Camille last split, now with the Gnar. Stend having some great performances here on the Rakan as well. It definitely has been a, hey, we are still capable of finding these moments where teams overstep and pull it back.
Yeah. You signaled to the cameras if you were going to throw it to an interview or something. It was like a pull it back. But I think we have got an interview ready.
Let me try again. Ready. And we're going to show it over to the interview with Sheo.
Woo!
Thank you so much, guys. Caught it here. We should do that more often, actually. Welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Sheo here. I have a lot of questions. The first one is Naafiri still good? Is it not? Because it's been picked more ever since it was nerfed. So I'm just wondering the state of the champion
I
here.
think it's good still, and
Yeah.
especially in Game 3, there was like a lot of junglers bans
Uh-huh.
in T-Series, like Maokai, Nidalee, Zyra, etc. So I think Naafiri was pretty good, yeah. But Lilia is good into Naafiri, I think.
Taking a bit of perspective in that series, of course, I feel like facing off against BDS is always special for you,
Yeah.
Sheo. So how does it feel defeating your old team and your old coach?
It feels pretty good. In Winter Split, we beat them as well.
Yeah, I know.
So for now, I'm undefeated against BDS.
Yeah.
I think, the team is looking pretty sus without me and Adam and Labweb. So yeah,
Whoa.
good luck to them.
It feels personal, honestly. Do you
No,
feel
no.
like you're trying more when you know you're
No,
playing
no.
against BDS? No. All good. This series was a mess. Honestly, realistically, how did you win the first game? Did you have a bit more time to think about it? Because talking to Carlson, he was like, resilience mostly, but I feel like resilience also pairs up with a lot of good plays in games. So as a jungler, what do you think it came down to?
I mean, we knew the 1-1-3 and Paris will like in kinda,
Yeah.
especially like on Skarner, Alistar, I think. So we are playing first target. We had Varus Azir, pretty strong front to back, and we can then use they will int into us.
It's so weird because thinking about Team Heretics, we showed up at the beginning of the year. I feel like there was not a lot of expectations around this roster. You guys were so adamant to do good and like work on your synergy and everything. I feel like you defied expectations in winter. It's still hard for me to know what your expectation and goal is as a team. What do you want to achieve this spring?
And this spring, for sure, we want to make top 6. But I think we still have a lot to work on right now. We could see that we can match BDS, for example, but it could go both ways, even though we won. So yeah, I think we can do top 6 if we work well.
A lot of teams talk about mid-games when it comes to things that you have to work on. As a team, what would be the focuses for you guys?
And right now we work a lot on communication, but for sure mid-game is important. I think BDS mid-game, for example, they only play around nuke, so it's kind of easy to read their mind and just match them.
Question on Flacket. He was the Kia player of the series here. Seraphine aside, do you think he did good?
Yeah, he did good. I think even on Seraphine, he did well. I think we can grift him, so he deserved.
All right, Sheo, thank you so much. We'll see you later. Congrats again on defeating your old team. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the players you see behind me. G2 on this side, Rogue on the other. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back to the LEC for the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in with Larson this time. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So I know that things haven't been going the way you wanted so far, of course, but you have some really good games and you have some really, really good moments. So what are you guys working on as a team to transform these good moments into actual victories?
Yeah, the issues we have that we had the entire year is like our mid-game red, and that's an issue that we have never managed to fix. We're still struggling a lot in scrims in our mid-game. Like at this point, it's I don't know what to say. It's like something we're working on, but it never gets good. Like it's kind of the same mistakes every game in scrims. It's a bit different on stage because people play a bit more scared, I guess. But we're kind of making the same mistakes all the time, and it's not getting better. So yeah.
As an experienced player, because you've been here for years in like a lot of different settings, different teams, what is your view on mid-game? Because I'm imagining that you guys have a lot of different views on how you should do things. What do you think should be ways to make your mid-game better?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is we often have leads. I think we're like the 4th best early game team, like until minute 15, I saw the stat. So it's not like we're bad early game. We often have like leads, but we often fail around objectives. And probably we have to be a lot more clear around the objectives, what we want to do, but also probably have to do like less risky objectives because we like to start Nash when it's maybe not so easy, and then we throw the game. So probably we have to play a bit smarter and a bit slower maybe, even though maybe the fans doesn't like to hear that, but probably have to play a bit more safe and not do like a bit less risky plays when we get ahead. Like maybe like LCK team, you should take it really slow.
I mean, that's the thing, because more often than not, you guys end up having really long games. Actually, Rogue's average game time goes longer and longer. So I feel like you make things harder for yourself. Obviously, I love the way you see things right now and how you want to fix it. But given how long the game have been and the fact that you're one of the teams that played the most so far in the LEC, how tired are you already in Spring?
Well, it's not like we play too much, so I'm not too tired.
That's true.
We play like we don't play too much, so but I'm pretty tired of losing. That's what I'm tired of, right?
All right.
Yeah.
What are you looking at today against G2?
I'm looking at just having trying to have clean mid games. That's all. Like just less stupid plays. Just being more clean in mid game. That's would be nice.
All right, step by step. We'll look at this as well. Larson, thank you so much for these insights.
Thank you.
And Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lore and Larson. You know what? He's tired of losing. I'm tired of 55-minute games. So maybe that could potentially mean that they're going to be quicker.
We'll make it an hour then.
Oh, that's not what I meant. No, instructions unclear. Mission failed successfully. Well, let's have a conversation about Rogue going up against G2, because historically, when we have this matchup, Rogue wins. So I hope that's the case for them.
Hold on. Historically, are you talking about that one time last year?
Yes.
All right, in 2024, Rogue did beat G2 in the regular season, that's true. But if we're looking at the bigger picture, G2 is definitely in the lead.
Even when I was there, even when we were winning a lot with Rogue, every single time it was G2 that was beating our heads in. So I get recency bias, but let's not rewrite history here. G2 is still the top dog today.
At least you're not on the receiving end of that today. You're going to be here on the desk with us. But we have some great news. We have some great news from the side of G2 that I'm going to let you share with the world, because you know you've been up against this man too, and he did your head in, I guess, at some point.
He beat my head in so much that every time when I was playing G2, I was thinking, is Caps going to be the go today? Is it Caps or Craps? And now the fact that he's there until 2027 is such a big move, even for the off-season later on, because he has been Europe for so many years now.
Yeah, and I mean, I obviously love
He's the whole continent.
He is him.
I love the Ferrari x Lewis Hamilton meme as well here that you got going on with the reference with Caps, the GOAT of one sport and the GOAT of our Europe at least. So yeah, securing Caps for 2027, absolutely huge.
Does he get to keep the car?
I hope so.
Definitely
That's
not.
like my main question.
It's just a prop.
Oh, no, you can't reveal that. It's real. That's
I was
his car.
always there for these things, and they never let us keep it.
I saw him drive that car into the studio today.
You are like ruining the magic of media. So I'm not going to listen to you, but instead what I'm going to talk about is going to be Adam. Because, you know, as we confirmed earlier today, Adam is a great contestant of telling us whether or not Elo Hell is real. Because his stats, you know, win lane, lose game.
Okay, look at these stats. Genie, break him out of jail. He really needs to come out of jail because
Thank you for giving me this meme.
These stats are exactly what you need on a struggling team. You need one of these focal points that consistently gets you through the game. But the problem is that no matter how good he is doing, Well, guess who's back, baby? It's Rogue time. That's when you start throwing the games.
Yeah, but I mean, Larson even saying it is in his interview, right? They actually need to slow the pace down a little bit. I mean, I certainly see it from the series they had against, well, I remember that Malrang was playing it was against Isma, it was against GX, right? And I remember that they just continued to go on the Scanner, but at some point they still thought they could just send it every time they saw a frontliner, and they just did it too quickly.
Way too negative,
what
man. I don't want any of that negative nonsense. I want to convince the audience about how amazing this Rogue team is to watch.
Convince us.
Come on, let me convince you. Let me give you some exhibits. This is the fantastic Rogue roster that is adorning you with what I can only describe as chaos on your screen. Let's start by looking at these gold graphs, something that I think will truly boggle your mind, because I call it the menagerie of madness. As you'll see the lines across your screen, it really doesn't make much sense as to what is happening. All I can tell you is how long the average game time of Rogue is. So quickly, jump over to my next slide and I will show you that the average game time of Rogue is 37 minutes and 3 seconds. This is a team that doesn't play by the rules. They play in the midst of the madness and the chaos. Let's break this down a little bit further, because in order to get an average like this, you need a ton of kills. You need an average game time going up as the series increases. Look at the total Dragons. 14 killed in their series versus BDS. It was a 2-0 and 11 died in their series versus Vitality. This roster is nothing but madness, chaos, and excitement, and you're gonna wanna tune in. Casters, let's get into it.
Glad we could get that inspiration from Steve Jobs in Wales. Good one, Andrew Day. Okay, well, get ready for a Rogue game, because against G2, as the desk alluded to, sometimes it goes a bit bizarrely. And I think Nymera, as he joins me alongside this very special day, you, even in the story meeting, were like, you know what, like, actually, the head-to-head isn't that bad. And we all talked about it. It's strangely close between these guys historically.
No, I think given Rogue's level of form over the years, it has gone up and down. You would have thought, well, you know, against G2 have been consistently at the top. Surely they've been blasted in every single matchup. That's not been the case. They actually have a decent showing against them. And of course, all of this very important. Also, happy birthday, Jake.
Thank
Wonderful to get to show you. And hopefully, we can give you the gift of wonderful European League of Legends here. You get Rogue G2 on your birthday. Hey, we've had some great matches at this point.
People think I'm being sarcastic. I'm actually not. All Rogue games have been strange but enjoyable. And G2 always pick crazy stuff. And if we just talk quickly about G2, the drafts that have come out, we've had the set so far. We've had double Mundo games. We've had things like the Hui. I mean, bro, I'm already looking forward to see what G2 pull out of the barrel here as we open game one.
And I think also when you take into account that Broken Blade's been one of the main chefs there, I think that Adam's also been cooking too. Are we going to see, like we've seen over in the LPL, which has taken us 1.5 minutes to mention, somehow we made it that far.
Very nice.
The Yorick, something like that. It's been very powerful in this patch. Are we going to go see some of those specific lane counters? I think if we're going to see some weird stuff top lane, this is the matchup, which I think today we're going to see that in.
I mean, I like the Zara ban because maybe it's just stopping Rogue from pulling it out themselves and then forgetting that the Mundo exists. So at least that's taken off the board.
Yes, we can no longer be counted by the Mundo. Success.
We've done a very smart thing on blue side here. But the next question is, what other junglers get taken away? Globally, you're still seeing Skarner, you're seeing Sejuani's. We're getting the Nefiri like we got in the last game. There are a lot of jungle options right now, as even Gwen is being a flex in some regions and between some teams. That's also taken off as a strong blue side pick.
Yeah, we also have stuff like the Sejuani Maokai, which also around the table, which of course in Europe has
Europe loves Maokai.
We absolutely love that.
No one else really does.
Adam hovering over the R8 as is tradition, then instantly locks the Azir. Will say this does open up a Talia angle for Caps. Talia has been incredibly good into the Azir. I think in tier 1 play, something like a 20% win rate for Azir over 30 odd games, so 80% win rate for the other side of that matchup. Wouldn't be surprised if G2 want to go towards that matchup given how good it is in Europe, but then also globally as well. G2 deliberating. Not really that many cards shown by the Rogue first pick. But as we said, I'm so surprised people opt into this as it. The Talia has been hammering it no matter which team it is anyway.
And Vi's up as well. You're giving the option of Vi, you're giving the option of Xin Zhao too. Like,
Oh, come on, Skimon.
What skirmishing jungler does Skimon want the most of?
Dude, Skimon, I've been waiting so long for him to log that in. It's so unlikely.
When will the conditions hit?
I was casting him back in 2021, back when he was in kind of semi-pro in the UK amateur scene.
Wow, okay.
Back in the UK LC. He was playing it all the way back then. It's cool to see him hover it over. But more recently, the Pantheon, it's not the vibe, but it's still point and click for that Talia. I'm sure many a team remembers the Pantheon Talia bot lanes, which tried to succeed.
Oh my god. But I mean, the duo is there, you're right. Like mid-jungle already set up nicely for G2. And when we highlight Skimon and Caps getting already their bases, Rogue need to do the same thing. Now, we already talked about the Sejuani a bit, which has had common pairings with the Azir mid. Any other junglers that come to mind? Or maybe we just pass over this and move to what else is strong, maybe towards bot?
I mean, I think the Sejuani definitely helps here for Rogue because you want a solid front line so the Azir can front to back.
Yeah.
That is the bread and butter. You need a tank somewhere, whether that is something like the Sion we've also been seeing coming out a lot in top lane as well.
Good Sion angle.
Hey, I mean, it's the Talia.
Bro, do you know Sion is a 70% win rate in Tier 1 at the moment?
What?
It is, yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of LPL, but like, Sion is crazy at the moment.
And I think particularly when you're looking through into different regions, you are occasionally going to pick up some osmosis of this between different regions, kind of slowly seeping in. Ezreal goes to Patrick. Double long-range carries for Rogue. They are clearly setting up for 2 to 3 items, long-range team fight with a strong front line. On the other side, G2, they got that point-and-click combo. They have a bit more map rotation ability with the Pantheon ult. They're a little bit more dynamic in their playmaking.
And I think as well, when you're taking Hans Summer's Ezreal away too, you're kind of setting yourself up for the points of success in Rogue's game 1. Now the question is, Kai'Sa, okay, slam and locked in here. Hans Summer's already pulled this out once in the split, and it has not died a single death. So here we go, a bit of dive added into the mix.
It is very much the Avengers assemble for G2.
Yeah, it is.
Pantheon presses R, lands a W on someone, Talia flies in on the wall, and Hans Sammer flies in on the Kai'Sa to clean up. This is very aggressive, and now Rogue, my question is, you're setting up quite an obvious front-to-back team fight. You also now, with your last couple of picks, need to give yourself tools to survive through to those front-to-back, because I think G2 are going to be picking you across the map. You must be careful not to give them too many engage angles with weak side lane picks and stuff that can get picked off alone.
Well, then let's start talking about supports, because as Rumble goes away, surely the angle has to be G2 setting themselves up something that follows the dive. Labrov has been great on this rel. Labrov on something that has a hook as well. Also to mind is the Nautilus, the Nico setup, the Leona. That's what comes to mind when I'm looking at Kai'Sa pairings as well.
And particularly because it's such a wide map, something like Rakan could be really, really
Another
powerful.
good one.
But Labrov has options. I think we've covered a lot there.
Yeah, I think we have.
You know what? And if one of those picks gets locked in, we're going to look so clever for like a brief moment.
All for any 5 of them, which are definitely going to get locked in.
Yeah, you know, increasing the odds just a little bit. Whereas on the other side, G2 wants to ban away, of course, that Rumble, which is very good at wave clearing and a very strong lane in phase in its own right. I think the Alistar could have been a bit of a problem because you can't pick off the Alistar, really.
It's rel on 4 here. That's what they're fishing for, surely.
True. Yeah, Signal's a good rel pick. Yeah, for sure. Can definitely see that. Of course, with the Kai'Sa, Nautilus also on the table too.
Yeah. Wow, supports are being rattled off. It's like psychics, you know? I'm not to diss any psych. Hey, if you want to believe in that, let me just tell you one thing.
If you say enough stuff, one of them will be true.
Yeah, I'm sensing a Nautilus in the room. Is there a Nautilus in the room? I've heard of a Nautilus. Leona. It starts with an L. Maybe Nico. I'm getting warm around one of these.
I love your psychic power you're putting on display here. I wish G2 would lock it a little bit quicker so that timing would have worked out much better.
I am worth $1.
And of course, that means that they'd, of course, be leaving Blind pick up the BB as well, who is a very big chef in that top lane, gives them some value there. See, I mentioned the Rakan.
Oh, you did.
So potentially I.
That's why you work in duos as psychics. Someone to feed into your ear and someone to present.
So, what's going to be the support pick? Counter into the Kai'Sa Rakan. If you really want lane pressure, you could go for something like the Ezreal Karma, but I don't really feel like that's been the Ezreal lane of choice here in Europe. Probably want some harder CC. A secondary tank frontliner from that support could be quite important here for Execute. Nautilus being able to start off fights very well, but can get picked off quite easily actually against this heavy CC combo. Will need to be positioned well to not give G2 easy kills onto him.
Okay, so Naut, set up. Let's follow it up. Let's see what comes in top lane, because Adam has been the star player from Rogue. And you'll hear us talk a lot about him through the series, no matter how this goes, but up against Broken Blade, when Broken Blade has so many options, Aurora top, double AP solo laners here. What do you run into Aurora? That's the biggest question, isn't it?
I mean, I think you can. I mean, so typically Aurora's been picked into bruises and tanks, so she bullies out that lane. But Aurora's not been capitalizing on leads that well.
Yeah.
I don't think BB needs to pick anything specific in that top lane. I think he picks whatever he wants. I don't think he has to pick anything specific. Now, if there's a laugh there, that worries me. There's a laugh. We're gonna go see that. Okay, right. Magic damage top laner, double AP solo laners, Galio top, BB special, makes a lot of sense. And it's another global. Oh my god, literally everyone could fly it. I love it. G2, they have one person pings a side lane, everyone turns up the party.
This is like an FPX comp. I mean, change a couple of pieces around. It's like FPX 2019.
Yeah.
You have a Galio, you have full dive otherwise.
Do you ever talk about team comps like a certain vintage? Oh, we have a 2019 G2.
I mean, all we're missing is like a Nautilus mid or something.
Yes.
You know, shifted around. There's like a GP for another global. That's a good point. There are vintages to comps, isn't there? I mean, I think of like the, what is it, Carrier Varus lane? Sorry, the Caitlyn Varus.
Yeah.
From like T1 that has its own vintage to it.
Sure. And I think Rogue as well. I mean, this is definitely something that we've come to know of them now. We'll see whether there's something they can leverage on and make it into their own vintage for carrying down that line. They have a strong front to back. They have 3 longer range carries. The Aurora a little bit shorter, but the double front line makes it easier to play that 5v5 G2. They might just pick you off before they reach that point. They press the go button and things will explode. G2 have been pretty good at that in the past.
Well, Rogue have been good at stalling out the game as well, though. So let's see if they can do exactly that. As we get into game 1, just a quick reminder, the BO3s are well and truly underway. We have 7 weeks of this, but it's only a single round robin, so you only get 1 chance. For Rogue, they're sitting 1-3. Their story's not done, but their win against Vitality, their loss against Ginex, there's a lot of Easter eggs hidden in this comp. We just have to find out what it is. When I say comp, I mean Rogue itself. What do they find against G2? Is it going to be another Rogue day? All this and more answered in our next BO3. We welcome back G2 as well. We haven't talked much about G2. Like, I feel like every single time G2 are on the Rift, we talk about the same old thing. And that's because G2 are G2. They are the vintage that, you know, you go to buy. You know, we're talking about wines. Like, yo, I go in, I get a Penfolds because I know Penfolds is bloody good. And it's rarely ever bad. That's G2. They're a favorite.
Oh, man. See, I no longer go and buy that stuff. I'm a tea enjoyer.
Ooh, okay. Well, what kind of tea would Rogue be?
Well, I think they're slightly more spicy than they were last split. Maybe a chili chai.
Or a chili, not even just a chai, a chili chai. Well, that is a good vintage. Now, if you like chili chai, stay tuned. Because for Rogue, it gets better with age, doesn't it? It's been sitting in the cabinet for a little bit. I think we have to admit that over spring, there has been development. Hell, I'll even say over this year, there's been a lot to look forward to.
Rogue promised something different when they signed the players they did this offseason. And I think in winter, we didn't get what there was advertised. I think this split, though, we're seeing a little bit more. Yes, their average game time is very long, but I've got to say I've been captivated. I'm not going to say I'm lacking entertainment, and that's a great thing to see. Rogue, a team which I hope can really leverage off of, you know, a resurging Larson. Well, that could be interesting here at level 1.
Face checking against the Nautilus is good for Execute and Patrick. Small trade from Hans Summer, but that Q connecting as well means Patrick and Execute might have a really good start to this lane.
And starting with the W on the Nautilus gives you the HP trade, takes a bit of damage into the shield, doesn't last on your HP bar.
Yep.
Of course, Nautilus will get a little bit annoyed if he gets tagged by the Rakan Q and the stain starts coming through, but still, something nice there from that level 1, potentially gives them some push in the bot lane. Jungle starting on opposite sides of the map, worth noting. Does mean that there's potential options on other sides of the map once they've finished their clear.
Well, it does also mean you might have a Sejuani bot for something that Rogue can play with as well, with a Nautilus, which always feels nice, as they're going to hit level 2 first, and Lebrov and Hans Summer paying close attention. You look towards mid, Caps right now doing well in the lane, and Nymeria, you already talked about this, I know as you as a mid laner, like, we are seeing a lot of this Azir priority, especially in EU, when other regions are walking away from it, as Dredgeline comes in, Hans Summer feels the hook and the wrath, and Execute takes a turret shot, but again, Rogue's pressure continues. I think I have time to ask you a little bit about mid, because this Taliyah pick is everywhere. Taliyahs and Aries, they're following like flies. And there's a reason we don't see much Azir anywhere else in the world.
And I think particularly the Taliyah is a very big comfort pick in Europe, but anywhere in the world, it is very good into Azir.
Yep.
We were talking about this in the Champions Select a little earlier. I think the win rate of Azir versus Taliyah, and this is over about 30 games globally in this season so far, it's about a 20% win rate.
Oh, wow.
It's very, very low. And this has happened in upset games. This has happened in various different ways. It's not just good teams picking Taliyah, bad teams picking Azir. This has happened across the board. So the fact that people keep picking into it can be a bit of an issue. And it looks like G2 have the better side of that matchup for this game.
Ridgeline again, small poke comes through. And again, I just need to add a bit of context there. We are seeing some Azir, but again, we're seeing more of the Taliyahs, more of the Aries. And as you said, the matchup can be quite spicy. I just noted 10 LPL games of it when there's been a lot of best of 3s that have already come through. LCK, 13 games of it. And while the win rate's not too bad, like, again, sparingly seen when EU is already getting close to those numbers with a much smaller split. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think of something. I want you to close your eyes and think of something. I want you to think of blood. Now, with Rogue, you have to do that. You have to envision how they're going to participate in these big fights. And Nightmare, even if it's a 2 items, I don't mind it because you already set it up before. I mean, we have an Azir, we have an Ezreal. You know, Adam's going to be a big picture in these fights, but like, we know that G2 probably have a bit more speed on their side.
Yes.
And a lot more strength in the mid-jungle. But Rogue, when they get to those team fights, hey, it's EU, baby, 25 minutes. That's what we want to see this game, right?
Hey, I mean, when I think of Rogue as an organization, you know, mid to late game 5v5s is definitely something which was their specialty before.
Oh, yeah.
I think the way that I would very distill this down to, get it down to the basic blocks is, I think Rogue, when everyone is on the screen, first 5 versus 5, feel more confident.
True.
G2 are better at getting all 5 of their members on the same screen at the same time. True. They can really respond quickly to players across the map and pull the trigger very well. So, of course, we'll see what happens once we get out of laning phase. We'll see if there's any big leads to come through that. We'll see the early objective trades. Once we hit the mid game, that's how I'm expecting these teams to play out.
Stretch line again. LeBron just gets chunked out, and this is all Patrick can do. The wave's building up, so G2 are playing with that. Quick side note, I know you're talking about it before. I've got to bring it up that we actually do have the win rate of Taliyah so far in isolation. KDA looks good, though.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen it from every team. The other hook lands, a lot landed from Execute.
There he is, and an Ignite committed as well. This might be a little bit more. Execute has his flash available, and LeBron, his flash not going to be burned. Meanwhile, yeah, we just go top because that's just the way it's going to be. Nothing happens bot. It's Execute with the Summoner versus LeBron burning his heal.
Oh, really good hook accuracy from Execute. We did see that Skewmon path away from bot lane to go towards the top side. And we see Cap's still on level 6. He's playing onto the weak side of the map. Spots out Malrang. Not looking for a play, but gets information for his team. Was wondering if there's something to be done there. Was moving with a bit of intent.
And just on a ward, I mean, Dragon's going to be spotted and straight to the grubs goes Skewmon in 20 seconds as they spawn. Cap's also with level 6. I mean, we already talked about the globality. Is that a word?
It is now. It's a neologism, inventing a new word.
The globality of this comp. It sounds like such a, you know, powerful
you know,
world.
the globular nature of G2.
It's along the lines of foundationalizing. You know?
I didn't catch that one. I wasn't. Oh no, I was.
You were.
I was. Wonderful.
We just were entranced by it. You know, Jacksepticeye, like insane quote. Can't believe we got him on the desk in the end. It was a big pull.
I swear you just never stopped. So you traded for Dragon across the map. There's a lot of interesting conversations about whether you should trade Grubs for Dragon, which side is the best right now. I think in week 1, Rogue found that them getting Grubs wasn't working. They went towards stacking Dragons. That hasn't completely been clean for them either, but it has been slightly more successful. G2 getting the 3 Grubs, though, with their globals being able to overload on a side of the map. That does worry me a little bit. Of course, G2 look pretty good in terms of win percent and their Drake percent. When you're winning, you tend to do quite a lot of that.
You get objectives, you win. And I guess G2, they also probably end the game before the souls come up as well. I mean, that's also something.
There is obviously context which is hard to bring into that with just a couple of lines and stats, but you can see there is a lot of, particularly in the later weeks, Rogue really started focusing more on souls because I think a couple other games versus Heretics from memory went a bit awry because they got a load of grubs, couldn't use them, got outsold, lost.
Especially since like getting to Elder sooner for Rogue works out because usually it takes 2. No disrespect, it's just...
Maybe going for a lane gank.
But Kenny now with Dredge line down, LeBron just sidesteps that. Hunt Summer and LeBron perfectly healthy as well. And Malrang's still going to stick around, but the wave is safely pushed in and nothing to be done. Hard against the Rakan.
I think we're getting to the point now, next few levels, after we get the next grub spawning, next dragon spawning as well. I think that's when G2 might start making their first big power plays. Currently, teleports are down. Their ultimates are up, but when you've got the first rank of the Galio ult, first rank of the Taliyah ult, a little low range to impact the game in the way that you want to. So Rogue will need to start putting their head on a swivel, because that's going to be very, very dangerous to track.
Just glad we're underway. It's 8 minutes into the game. There's no forced movements. Caps is looking for something. There's an ulti. It's nice from Larson. The flash away from Caps means he's in trouble. Larson matches it into Caps. The ulti's going to be popped, but there he gets pulled off a little bit early. Skewmon comes flying in as well. The Pantheon with good momentum to chase the True Shot Barrage. Only going to tag a bit. Here's Malrang with the ulti, but it's a little late, and it's against a statue. Rogue send in the members, but no one dies in the end.
But that's pretty big for Rogue. Larson gets a solo play and gets so many globals out. You get the Pantheon ult, you get the Galio ult, Caps tries to use his ult defensively. G2, who may have been looking for a big global play in the next few minutes, will have to wait until those cooldowns come back now.
Larson again, feeling his boots a bit. What did he say in the interview with Law? He's like, I'm sick of losing, you know? And I mean, as Rogue, when you think about their last successful split, Of course, you'd be wanting a bit of gratification when you're going up against some of these teams in Europe that are starting to rise up. Where's your name in the list? For Rogue, look, I'm not getting ahead of myself. I just love telling a story of an underdog. I think he's an Australian. I don't know what other countries in Europe really have that.
Do you all your dogs underdogs in Australia?
Yeah, because they're all upside down. They've got to go, you know, they're the wrong way around. Of course, they're under. Now, Patrick doesn't have much money here. We stop there, we think of the thought of the 2v2, and it goes kaput. Nothing else is going to happen here. But a minute 20 till Grubs, a minute 40 till the Dragon. As you said, some of those globals are going to be down. We'll question what comes up, because Skumon's ulti should be there, but Caps on the Weaver's wall. He's got about a minute 30-ish to go.
Might have an angle onto him here.
Might indeed, because Caps has no flash. Permafrost with Larson able to hit and free hit would be good, but Skumon in the way. This turns into a 2v2 where for Skumon, as he's flashed on by Malrung, he still has the damage. Malrung looks too ambitiously and stares death in the eye. Skumon with first blood as Adam made the roam up and gets one for himself. The hero of Rogue on the board.
Still technically a trade up because G2 are in the 2v3 with Adam committing to it. Skumon some nice little fancy mechanics in there. I think he ended up stunning Malrung as he went to break the permafrost, so I'm not sure he took the damage from the Sejuani passive, but whatever, bit of a much for much.
Adam's coming in though, sneaky. Lebrov, he's going to be ultied out. He gets interrupted as well with the quickness versus depth charge. Going to give him enough distance. Execute has minions in the way and an ulti committed, but Lebrov down with all summoners.
And while all this is happening, you know, Caps has been forced off the wave a little bit. He'll be second to whatever player happens in next while. Broken Blade pushing in. He's about to get his teleport and his ult back up. Rogue, though, doing well to contest G2 and blow some of those cooldowns, which might be important for G2 as they look for the next grubs and whatever objective they want to choose.
Broken Blade just getting away from Adam as note Adam is going for the, I'm going to call it Cho'Gath build.
Oh, the super speed?
Yeah, we're going super speed, like, you know, versus the Avengers. Who's the one in Marvel who can... Who's got super speed? Like, who's...
Quicksilver, I guess.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Is the Flash not Marvel?
No, that's the other one.
Oh, no, the other one. We don't even say DC. No. They don't have a game. They probably did, but we just didn't play it.
Yeah, they had a movie about Flash, and it was... that's like the fail Flash over the wall. That's how I'll describe it.
Oh, good. No, Grub's going to go down. The trade is 3 for 3, and Skumon is just going to get a Dragon, so we're going to have an even trade across the board. There's no real gold lead in this game, but what there is a Fed Pantheon versus Larson in a pretty good position. That's what I'll say, because again, this is here, as we already talked about, keeping up with the Talia, and I think this is one of the few lanes we've seen where Talia's not coming out at 15 minutes with the lead.
Especially in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
In Europe, I think that Talia has been such a crutch pick when I think of even mid laners which were struggling a little bit. Talia has been a good, comfortable pick for them, where they managed to kind of understand that you can stand a little bit back, you don't have to be putting yourself at risk that much, you can wait for your next combo.
Yep.
And I think particularly in a game like this, you can stop someone like the Sejuani queuing forwards, or the Azir can struggle to really get a shuffle. Might be a little bit difficult in the front to back, because Azir, if he gets to hit the front line and you're hitting the front line, Azir always gets more value than you, though. So it's not a completely passive matchup. You do need to do some legwork.
Also like when Nash's comes first as well. We've had some Leandri's builds, and I'm just thinking like globally again, but Nash's does feel nice.
I think when you're against it, so if you go for the Leandri's first, have a bit more HP to brawl with.
Yep.
But if you don't want to shuffle anyway against the Talia, why would you do
At least it's not Rod of Ages.
True.
I mean, God, we were talking about it backstage, but like it feels like everyone and their uncle is building Rod of Ages on any mage mid. Any mage.
Someone walks in with a top hat, you think it's cool, everyone starts wearing top hats, you wait for a couple
And then you take a step back and you're like, why the hell are we wearing top hats? Yeah.
Glad we're on the same page about that. I think Rod of Ages is definitely one of those item builds where, look, if you see Chovy building it, it does really well, you're like, damn, it's really good to start building that. You're not Chovy all the time. You've got to make use of your build, and you've got to match your playstyle to your build too. That's the golden rule.
The reality hit to our audience, you're not Chovy.
On Vision, they look for a play here.
Execute Chovy. Dredgeline interrupts, Cycling Shot flashed away from. Rogue bringing in more members. Larson ready to shuffle in again, but there's no Dragon up, so it doesn't lead to anything. Rogue just lose their supports flash, and that's about that.
No one really attacking with much intent here. Getting away flashes from something like Execute can be quite important. You know, there's a chance now that he walks up again onto Vision and there's a Weaver's Wall to cut off an exit. Use those globals. G2 definitely entering that window of time now where they want to start pulling their ultimates across the map, forcing plays. I think in a game like this, very important to kind of track when you're going between those plays, if some random flashes are blown, if random ultimates are blown like that too, because it stops you being able to defend or make those kind of plays. You know, what happens if you don't have Pantheon ult when you go for that play, because you use it somewhere else? What happens if you don't have Azir Flash? Really changes the nature of the map. Right now, not enough action to really force that, but that's the kind of play which I wonder either team should be looking for.
And again, not surprised here. Moby's upgraded by Adam, and he's reached his 150. And you know, I was so foolish. I was playing, I think...
Today, or?
Yeah, just usual. Yeah. I was playing too much Swift play like a couple of months ago, and I remember at the start of the split, I was like, man, I was like, it's so crazy. What dictates 120 versus 150 Teemos of unit to upgrade the boots? And I was playing Swift play, and that's why. Because in Swift play, like, they obviously changed a lot of things.
Yes.
And the problem in Swift play is there's only 3 dragons, and then it's Soul, and then there's 3 grubs only. And Baron's up at 15 minutes. You play too much Swift play, and then you get to normal League of Legends. Your timings are completely off.
I had that issue with Arena. I was thinking, why does Bloodletters work differently in Arena than it does from all the other stuff? Anyway.
Bro, wait, how do I get the spatula in this mode? Like,
many kills it is. It's fun in Nexus splits too. Anyway, some important stuff coming up in the next few minutes. Minute 30 on Herald, 2 minutes on Dragon. We're on the Chemtech Rift. I think Chemtech actually in games like this, quite important. Increase your tenacity, one of the few ways you can get that with basic dragons. The Soul, kind of lackluster. The actual dragons themselves, though, I'll take them in a lot of different ways. Thank you for Los Platos checking.
Los Platos?
Los Platos, the crockery store. Well, it's not that. There's the place.
No, I heard Los Platos. I just thought of Resident Evil 4 for some reason.
Why?
Because the Los, what's it called?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking.
The guys that shot Un Bonastello or whatever, you know? Los Plagas. Big. Good game.
I learned so much from every cast.
Well, I mean, you should learn this. If you haven't played Resident Evil 4, the remake, go play it.
I've heard
the original is so good, the remake is fantastic. As Dragon, you know that one you're talking about? Minute, separated by the Herald.
Yeah, and that Herald, obviously very important. In slower games like this, Herald does gain a lot of value. We'll just highlight some stuff which is happening on the map as well, because we do have really different control happening with wards up here from Rogue, and Rogue's down here around the Dragon from G2. Very clear difference in where they want to play around the map. G2 needs to be very careful entering the top side of the map. Valorant is off of vision, potentially forced to play. Hard to against a Pantheon this strong, though.
Yeah, I mean, Malrong's at least get in with the heart still up and available. And this first item's really across the board as well as the Hollow Radiance on Broken Blade. He likes to all in now. And against Adam, he uses Shurelya's in response. Gets a good trade back, but there is some lettuce in the river. Just going to be taken up by G2's top laner while Rogue are focusing on the Herald for now. Caps is indeed. He gets shuffled back and caught out. Caps dead. Shut down over to Malrong. Teleport going to be burned towards top. Adam comes in, but G2 have lost their mid laner.
Larsen's on really good form in the first 15 minutes, really punishing G2. Now 3 versus 3 in the mid lane. It's not like G2 can get that much else. I'm kind of surprised Rogue didn't immediately run towards that Herald. I guess they weren't looking to contest the Dragon anyway here. BB gets alone time on turret though. So despite the kill going over towards Rogue, BB's getting a lot of value.
It really is. And again, I mean, this Galio, when you have double AP solo laner, the value is only going to be immense. Rogue are going to get some gold themselves. It's going to be shared, but at the very least, turret goes down. And that equals up the gold somewhat. But remember, G2 are going to be Dragon stacking here in this game after the Cloud. 2 more to go versus this Herald to see if Rogue can get any more pressure and open up the map a bit.
I have to say, that last series of play where Caps is core, kind of surprised G2 didn't respect that more. They were aware their vision was on the bot side of the map. Top side of the map didn't feel like it was their place to be, and obviously walked over wards, and that was his demise. So G2 will need to tighten that up. Rogue, good play though. I mean, they put the wards down. Pretty easy play to.
They did put the wards down
to capitalize on that.
It's always nice when you hear that your laners have put the wards down, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you have issues with that?
Oh, consistently. Cap's not going to get caught out for the same basket as Malrang was waiting in Pixel Brush, and yeah, he's going to have to surely take the longer way, Caps. I mean, he's got Lebrov moving up, and there's a threat of Skumon ulting in, which Rogue pay homage to and pay attention to. But hey, overall, good game state, 7.5 minutes. Rogue are chilling. Look at this comp. The fact that gold is even, I would be cheering. And I mean, even trying to threaten Caps, who has no turret to fall back on. The only way he's safe is the fact that Skumon still continues to hover.
A lot of people hovering towards top side. Hans Sammer is actually in a very big power spike right now. This build, which we've seen, the Yuntal into, well, it's various options, it kind of goes for a second, but Yuntal plus Pickaxe does give you, Q upgrade is very quick on that front. He has that Q upgrade, that is the early game power spike for a Kai'Sa if you want to play around that area of the game. And he's in a really good spot now. You have the double AP solo lane, it also allows you to go, of course, full AD. You feel a lot better about denying some resist from the enemy team.
Is going to keep trading. We look back towards top. Larsen flip back a bit. Caps get some damage down. Here comes the Pantheon off, but Skumon a little bit out of range. Would have to commit the flash, but chooses not to in the end. They're just looking for top turret, I guess, with the pressure with Lebrov moving into position as well.
Executes recalling. Looks like Rogue have given up the defense of this tower, which means that, despite Rogue having some decent vision control, getting those picks earlier, losing bot lane turret once they teleport away from it, losing top lane turret now, like gold goes over to Caps, G2 slowly opening up the map. And now you don't have those side lane turrets. It becomes a lot harder to disengage from that play the next time it happens.
Might have to use a Herald and open up mid soon as well. Makes sides a little bit easier to play through his Broken Blade. Make sure there's no option in the bottom side of the map. You're right, for Rogue, that hurts them by about 1,000 gold. That was the play for G2. And look across the board. I mean, there's small incremental gold leads throughout.
Azir going towards that Void Staff second as well. He was really angling to do as much damage to that Galio as possible. Play that front to back. Reminded Rogar playing front to back comp. Feels like we are, well, I mean, Betty highlighted in pre-game, right? 37-minute average.
Yeah, we are.
Well, thank you for colourful grass.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's my iPad baby time. I need something interesting to look at. Thank you.
That's true. Then we got to limit screen time. Not good for their eyes, is it? Chat, I don't want you to look at the mountain for too long. I don't want you to get sucked in, okay? Look at the game and let's learn together. Let's learn item builds. Okay.
Could you imagine learning League of Legends on like you know, your language apps and stuff like?
Oh yeah.
What does lighting jewel build into? Good job.
Ooh. How do I pronounce this?
Serilda's Grudge.
Serilda's.
Good job.
If I didn't know English as a base language, I'd look at Serilda's, I'd be confused.
Dude, we already had a bit of an issue with Syzygy back when we had that. Skewmon jumped onto. Not starting the fight just yet. Herald Summon in mid lane, looking to break open the map. Of course, Rogue no real pressure in this mid lane just yet.
There's no Syzygy with this play, actually. Skewmon's caught out, but he buys some time, gets a stun down. The hero's entrance is good, and I was going to say that, but Skewmon survived so much longer than I thought. Rogue couldn't get the damage committed, and they're probably just not at the point yet. Larson sped up by the Auroras. LeBron sets up with the quickness and the all-in. It's perfectly done. Skewmon again just refuses to save. Die! Broken Blade has to flash out in the end, but he's okay. A Permafrost followed by Rogue's Malrung, but G2 have won the play, and they've won it off the back of singular members.
Wonderful engage there from G2. That's going to stop any kind of gain that happened with that Herald there. In fact, Rogue are going to lose their own mid lane turret. And G2 now have every single outer turret. The next time that they start looking for these plays with more and more turrets down, it gets more easy to pull off. Really wanting to look at Lavrov re-engaging in the middle of this fight. He has a wonderful moment to pick off just an extra person at the end of this fight. Going on to the Pantheon, not really your target. Has the E, has the Sundered Sky, makes it very easy for him to shrug off that initial engage. And then Lavrov here, great front steps. He sees just a step far too forward, uses the E to get into range, still has the ult. I think that was disrespected by Patrick, goes down easily, but Lavrov sees the opportunity and takes it well.
You notice as well, Adam, I mean, he might have his second item now, I believe, but whether he did in the fight, that Aurora doesn't do as much burst damage as someone with something like a revolver, right? So, yes, we've now got a Shadow Flame there. Nice, but you're not going to get as much as you thought, coming through the fact that he started with a Shirelia's Blessing.
Yeah. Also doesn't help they were against, you know, 4 Merc Treads for the early magic resist. That
that's also a piercing blood, isn't it?
That's personal, that is. Damn, why are they itemizing against me, huh?
Oh, dear Lord. Well, 3k gold lead for G2, and it's going to become that much easier for G2 again to itemize against the double AP solo lanes. Dragon's going to be started by Rogue, it looks like, but this 5v5 they're hoping for, I guess they're hoping because Larson has 2 items.
Patrick also just getting the transformation now. More about it. That's a good power spike. Of course, caught up very early in that last play. Rogue quickly taking the Dragon down.
Well, Skewmon is going to face check this. Going for a 50-50 is like where we start. XQ tries to get in the way, but G2 do not. They leave it as 2 for 2 Dragons in the game, as G2 also have the inside track towards mid. Adam trying to get there first, but Rogue are all spotted out. Moving through Tri-Brush on a ward.
Ezreal trying to clear out a bit of that mid wave. G2 do have a lot of tools still to start fights. They can Pantheon ult if they really find someone on vision. You got the Talia ult as well. When you leave an objective like that as Dragon, you do need to be very careful that you're not leaving someone just out to dry. Because G2 can, if there is just a random ward which you've missed, can absolutely punish you that. Still, G2 in a really good spot now. They have a team which can really punish the open map, as we've highlighted probably to death at this point. Sorry for telling you even more about that.
That's okay.
They also have complete control. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I am the voice.
Potentially a threat by G2. If they can seal off Rogue from going through that Tri-Brush, which they can definitely do with the Talia, that's a bit of a problem for Rogue.
They're all down here and on a ward. They know they've started and the G2 are committing. Adam's going to be in first, but the face checking needs to be done by Execute and Malrang. Hans Sama is out of the blue, and they're just going to leave Artican for now. G2 looking to draw in Rogue a little bit closer.
Broken Blade on the flank will be spotted. Oh, here comes Pantheon.
He just rolls on in onto Adam, onto Larson. Who do you want? He finds a mid laner, and with the hero's entrance as well, Broken Blade zones out the whole fight. Execute doesn't get a chance. Shield of Durand, a false turret behind them, but gives no inspiration to Patrick. He drops like a fly as Lebrov is the opposite answer. 2 for 1, bot laners get it hard.
Oh, it's a superhero landing from Skewmon, really helped out by the Galio, splits the team fight wonderfully, and Rogue can't contest this Artican now. Larson would have to teleport back in, but he hasn't managed to recall in time. Broken Blade holding the door shut. G2, good objective.
I mean, Broken Blade won't die to these two. It'll take a long time. He just punches away. Good zoning from Caps in the meantime as well. Skumon's low, but they don't know that yet. Rogue are unaware, and with Tri-Brush control just lost as well. Skumon, okay, now they spot him out, but the Smite's going to come down, and GA acquired. G2 with another big back play.
I love this kind of composition. Really dynamic, splitting up the team fight well, and now that GA will last into the Baron spawn as well. That is going to be very important, G2, to get that. They start pushing in the map, and it gets, well, we said this a couple times, even harder for Rogue. So the initial start from G2, I thought they'd hold them up for the Tri-Brush, but they say, no, we'll bait them in a little further, and we'll use this gigantic Galio ult to force the damage away from our players while we end up getting someone split on the other side of it. You can't protect both sides of the fight. Roll over with the number disadvantage, particularly someone like Hansam didn't even need to use the ult. He could have gone even further if he wanted to. Rogue lucky to not lose more members there even.
And even Caps, even though he had a rough couple of moments in the early game, what he adds to this comp, so good for G2. The zone control continuously trumping a bit of Rogue here. As blue buff even stolen away, I believe. Rogue are just trying to defend their own base with minions crashing in. And as you said, 15 seconds towards the Baron. G2 holding control of all vision in the top side of the map.
I have to say, the more I look back at it, the more I'm kind of worried about how Rogue traded tower to tower on the second time of it, but that teleport away when they caught Caps earlier, leaving that bot lane turret open, felt like it set off a chain of dominoes with D2 now locking off. I mean, let's look at the minimap even, right? Where are your wards from Rogue? The closest one to the enemy side of the map is there. That is the extent of your vision. You have, I mean, you've got a couple of blue trinkets there. You are working without information against a team that punishes you for not having information.
Very true.
G2, very clean game, and here come the ultimates.
Yeah, Larson, who was once killing, is now going to be frilling because he's up against a turret with no hope. The full dive comes online, and this is what G2's comp was built for. You say Ed2. I say G2 are still cleaning house.
Clean use of the ultimates, G2. Punish Rogue for sending people to too many different parts of the map. Larson had no backup. And of course they have the Atacant to make sure it's extra super safe as well. Malorang's even trying to split push in the mid lane, because what else can he do? He can maybe head over towards the Baron, but without the Azir, you can't really fight. You're looking for a steal at best.
Broken Blade's getting the zone. Malorang gets nowhere near it. That level 13. It's a level and a half down, and you just see how hard it is for Jungle to play the game. Shielded around, it's going to be a one, only one, but Broken Blade at half HP, he's taken next to no damage, he's bought time. Execute with the depth charge, but Baron now down. Remember, they still have GA for a little bit, and it's going to be used out. One GA down, 200 gold for the cost of Baron. Not bad.
And of course with the Atacant, it's not even like you lose that Baron buff onto the one member that died there. Of Labrov. A little bit of pressure going to be seated in this mid lane. Maybe Patrick can get the mid lane turret, but it feels like it is a very, very slim silver lining. G2 did basically the textbook move. Take the Baron, goes on to Baron. Take the Atacant, goes on to the Baron easily with the GAs, and now they're in complete control if they weren't before.
Now let me just add some coke to the fire.
Yeah. What have you got?
I've been here before with the Rogue series. I've been into the depths of despair and non-tranquility, whatever the opposite of that is. I have seen Rogue versus BDS. I've been through the GX fire. I've watched them slap Vitality around a little bit.
The non-tranquility.
Even though Rogue can sometimes just like roll over and die, I also think there's games where Rogue never say die. I'm not going to say that this game is done until G2 run it home, even though G2 are a top 2 team.
Hey, let's see if they can get into 37 minutes again. They do get themselves G2, the extra Chemsec Dragon, extra heal on shield power, and Sanasti. Go nicely for them. Bush bait happening in the spot side now. Larson shows it, ruins it.
He does indeed. Labrov's also coming from a flank, gets a deep ward, and Malrang jumps on him. But again, Rakan means no worries. He's got the Hakuna Matata mentality.
I thought there was Hakuna Matata, not, you know, Labrov, or whatever it.
Rakan is like the Timon of this, you know, of this conversation.
I thought it was going to be Sejuani meant to be on the other side. Don't stand in.
Sejuani is Pumbaa, for sure. I don't know what Execute is. Wrong game, wrong movie franchise, just doesn't belong there. Dead for a third time in this game as bot turret is going to open up with that pick as well, and here's a Pantheon ult rolling through. Skumon going to zone off and make sure Piggy goes nowhere. Pumbaa needs to start singing now. Skumon blocking some damage from Patrick is nice, but it's all for the turret. Send him away with Cap's ult to use well as Labrov. A good dodge as well, because the turret was going to kill it with that two-shot barrage.
G2 pushing in very heavily, of course. Breaking the outer turret, the inner turret, everything outside the base. On Patrick.
Free! No, it's not.
Close though, close.
You know when you see, you're walking, I've noticed, Berlin does this a lot. You're walking and like, a new Reaver just opened up near me, right?
Yep.
And they're just giving samples
Which
out.
for those of you who are not in Germany is like a, you know.
It's a Woolies. It's a
it's a supermarket.
Walmart? I don't know, bro. No, I don't know.
Carry on the story. Go on.
But there's free samples everywhere. Free sushi, free bread, free salami, everything. Now, I can't remember why I started this story, but I feel like that's what...
I don't know why you started it either.
Well, I was waiting for you to do anything with that. Salami. I got distracted by the free
It's your
samples.
birthday, so I give you, I give you a freebie on that.
I should get a pass every day. Why did I bring this up? Oh my God, my ADHD is off the chart.
I mean, G2 are kind of window shopping for an end to this game. Looking through top lane, going through the different aisles or lanes. Dragon coming up in 3 minutes. They don't need Soul to win this, right? I mean, we were seeing earlier, G2.
It was LeBron. It was a free kill, and it was like you could see Patrick saw the sample. He ran for it, but they ran out.
I'm so glad you reached the end of that story somehow, some way. Incredible. Story time with Hysterics. You're only going to hear on the LEC. A truly unique experience.
We should write this into a book. It will sell 1 copy because I will buy it myself.
You need one of those like Hope Core montages where it's just complete gibberish from yourself. I'd do it.
As opposed to the normal stuff I produce. Very logical. G2 got this game in their back pocket. Like I said, I'm not willing to give up on Rogue yet, but 8.5k gold lead, there is about 80% of me that is saying, okay, this could be in the too hard basket. But we did see a Team Heretics win today from 13,000 gold down, and it was with a similar composition of a very strong 5v5. The difference is they had Ocean Soul.
Yes.
And that kind of swayed it a bit into their favor.
And that's typically how Rogue have overcome their later game worries as well. They have a soul. They haven't been able to stack dragons here because G2 have kind of pounced on them and they've shown those openings, and now they're in a position where obviously it looks a little bit slow. It is low. It doesn't even just look like it. It is slower paced right now. They are slowly bleeding out because one of the big things when you are behind this far, you don't even get your jungle camps. G2 get to farm both set of jungle camps. It means that there's a 3,000 gold lead in the jungle right now. Siemon on the Pantheon, a champion he's done so much damage with here in the LEC. I think he's by far the best Pantheon within the LEC that we've seen from the game switch, from all of our jungles, really. And Rogue is slowly bleeding out. So while they're holding on, is it getting better for them? They do have the 3 items on the Azir. That is helpful. That's actually tangible. That's okay. If you let the Azir free here for long enough, maybe that can be a problem. G2, I'm going to guess, are not going to easily let him do that.
No, I don't think so either. I think that would be quite logical. Patrick is spamming emote. I guess it's just because he's waiting.
Keep up the 80 APM, you know?
Yeah.
That's the 113 reason.
True.
Back when he used to be the emote spammer.
I mean, Kallista's the emote spammer of the league, surely.
True. He is now, yeah.
I don't know what happened to the weird tongue smolder because it changed into a B. Yeah. It changed into the KC emote, and then I think it's still the B. But we have big emote spammers in the league. They're just non-stop.
Yeah, and Dagda's already told the story of Wayward as well. There was that one tennis player, which similar mind game where Wayward would emote so much that people would walk into a brush next to him. I'm repeating the story, of course, but people would walk up into the brush and they would emote and see if he emoted back, and then he would know there's a reward in that brush. It reminds me of this one tennis rivalry where someone knew where the other person was going to serve to because their tongue would stick out the mouth in a certain direction and go that way. So then he had to play the mind game of, do I let him know that I know about the mind game? So then he would only do it in the most important matches. And then many years later, he actually told him, he's like, I knew you were doing that. I even told my wife I was going crazy. And blah, blah, blah.
Oh my God, smart. No way, mega smart, actually. So you hear that in your solo queue, you can take that, emote the bush.
Yeah, you actually have to use psychology in League of Legends. It's a very complex thing.
No.
You have to have a very high IQ to understand League of Legends.
League of Legends, you need psychology. You need a psychologist after playing a couple of days of solo queue, trust me.
Okay, Baron is now up and available. Rogue managed to push outside of their base. G2 maybe looking for a chance to pounce. Caps recalling, Dragon being taken would be Soul, and then Talia will look to teleport topside.
Well, I mean, Baron's not going down quick enough, so for Rogue, this could be so dangerous. Soul gone, Hans Armor might not be in, but he's going to be chasing down. Here's everyone jumping in. Pantheon Olden, Baron exposed and stolen! In front of Skew, Mon Marang stands no chance. A spear over the wall as well. Through the heart of Rogue, they run, but how far?
Well, we'll see. Caps doesn't have the wall anymore, but wants to put down that E. Does get hooked onto it.
And here comes the hero's entrance as well. Broken Blade, you're very much a hero here as Larson tried to separate the pack, but G2 are going to chase him down. Caps is looking for yet another as he wants his first kill of the game, rather, and Broken Blade going to chase down the remnants. That is Adam. This game in the too hard basket. And with longer death time as a base, it's going to be tatters, if not destroyed completely.
It has felt so anti-fun for Rogue to play this game.
Yeah.
G2 have had a stranglehold, and they have not allowed Rogue vision, they have not allowed them team fights, they have not even allowed them the few objectives that they've really headed towards. G2, very clean, very dominant.
On to the Nexus turrets. I mean, Malrang's up in a second. Patrick up in 15. They're going to try anyway. And G2 have the the soul, so it might help with the low health bars as Adams' ulti did nothing. And Malrang, as he steps up to defend, might be trying to do a little bit more than something as G2 run away. They're not going to take this full 5-on-5. That's soon going to become as True Shot Barrage comes through. And too low on the mana as well. The game won't end yet. Keep the Rogue game time high.
Yeah, got to reach that 37-minute average, but Rogue are really limping at this point. It was really hard before for them to defend, and now with against the super minions, yeah, they have the Azir for wave clear, but it's not getting any easier. G2 go back, they'll spend their ill-gotten gains and prepare for assumed victory lap here. See if there's any last surprises.
We're never going to get the 20k gold lead, are we?
No, I feel like you need a Draven Pike for that.
Yeah, I can get around. Also, I think you need like many team wipes before a lot of the standing gold is down, you know? Like,
true.
You know, like, okay, maybe, you know, like first Baron spawns, you're already 13, 14k up. We had the Genji Hummer life game that was like that as Larson. He's going to get away, but Cap's
I don't know if he is.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance, is there? He can do it himself. Skewmon tries to get involved, and with the 4 versus 5 now, Skewmon is now against the wall. Rogue might have an angle, but what angle is there? He's buying so much time. There's a hero's entrance. Skewmon is still alive. In goes Broken Blade, and yeah, Skewmon's gonna die. They keep it a little bit competitive, but how do you kill Broken Blade as flying in to save the day is Hans Sama, and we're back to square one. Take a couple of kills to pad the stats. Hans Sama, he's going to end 4 kills up, open Nexus, and at 35 minutes, G2 make that slow burn, simmer out.
If you're a G2 coach, that is exactly what you want to see. That is textbook way to play that composition. There was no hope for Rogue once G2 got ahead, and you know it's obviously sad to watch that if you're a Rogue fan because it felt like they were choked out of the game. I think particularly once that one mistake happened with, weirdly, the pick onto Caps. It felt like opening up that bot lane turret, which Broken Blade took for free, and then later on losing the mid and the top lane as well. It felt like G2 got control of that map, and then Rogue just had no say in the game.
I mean, G2, it's again what you want to see, but if you want to see a little bit more, you can watch LEC live in the right games already. You got to make sure to grab your tickets. Sales are starting on the following days. Remember, 15th of April at 6, 22nd of April for days 4 of playoffs. You'll see it all on the website. Starting 15th of April, go and get your tickets. We'll be back after this short break to see if Rogue can bounce back a bit.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need help, guys. I need help. I will hold you. I will hold you. Not sleep, not sleep. Very good, guys. I see on the flash. Look on the notice. Let's get first target now. Is it? Slowly, guys. Oh, yeah. They have turret. Slowly, Azia's hitting. I can't ult. I'm fine. No, guys, left turret. We have a CC. All good. Chill out, guys. Chill out. I got it. Nice. Hey, someone can go on as well.
Just keep fighting, guys. Just keep fighting.
Ezreal upside. Fight. Bomba.
Guys, LTB behind. Go.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we were all promised a chaotic bloodbath game between Rogue and G2, but it was actually quite calculated. And what went wrong or right, I guess it depends how you look at it.
I'm so happy you were wrong with the game stat.
I mean, the game was long.
Not as long as you said it was going to be.
I mean, the average game length is, what, 37 minutes? Wasn't that like a
35? So 2 minutes matter.
I'm just saying that chaos can still happen. It's just game. Don't be game one Andes, as a famous
We are going to be game one Andes.
You're just doubling down and saying that game 2 is going to be better.
Game 2 will surely be better. Rogue is going to calculate. They picked Azir Ezreal. What can I do against that? It's like the slowest comp in the game.
I mean, we had our G2 overlords to save us because that comp was great.
Save us?
Yeah, they saved us from a super long, maybe potentially boring, well, last week was definitely not boring, slug match, you know, when Azir and Ezreal get a lot of time to scale. At least, you know, we have Pantheon, we have Galio, we have Talia, we have cross-map Fiesta everywhere.
There was actually so many dives well executed in this game. I mean, we chatted a little bit about the Galio coming into the game, and I think the main reason why I think it worked is just because of how it synergizes with this composition.
Yeah.
Pantheon has ulti, Talia has the ulti to set up for the play. There's just a lot of backline threat or single target threat across side lanes that I think G2 did a fantastic job of executing on.
And I really like the fact that it allowed them to play macro in a lot more freestyle way, because when you have these many amounts of globals, it's so easy for you to just go and give prio everywhere. It's so easy for you to collapse on lanes. You engage from 2-3 screens away, and no one was safe on the side of Rogue.
Question, if you play against a team with this many globals, then what should you be doing?
Ooh, I mean, that's a good question. Usually, you can stack, so you can play maybe like 4-1, you avoid 1-3-1 setups on a potential side lane. You can also overstack in anticipation of a collapse, so if you send your Azir off to a side, you can potentially shadow, or you just make sure that if they're going to attack one side, you can cross-map. So if your Azir is going to die, you can at the very least get something else on the side of the map. The problem is the moment things start falling apart, and you're just trying to catch waves, as you saw in that final clip, they can just tower dive you. And so it then just becomes a reactionary game where you're trying to stem the bleeding as much as you can. Yeah. But the ship keeps getting holes, and it was sinking fast.
And it rolls perfectly well into my telestrator here, because we're going to have a clip that, if we can bring it up right now, perfectly executes what Vedi was saying. Because Rogue, when you start losing tempo against this team comp that has so much engage from off-screen, everything starts going downhill for you. So right now in this setup, we can see that G2 has been giving Drake, but they have this inside line on the mid lane. It's so easy for them to go this way, and the fact that they have also access to the jungle over here, it will force this big chunk of members from Rogue to take the long way out, all the way through this bot lane to rejoin their base, because there is no perfect way for them to get numbers advantage. So now G2 makes the perfect play out of this bad play where they give the Drake. They take the inside line to mid lane, drop their wards. Now if we can keep we can pay attention to Labrov here. He's gonna be basing soon to get wards, because what's gonna happen now? A fight's gonna happen. G2 is playing perfectly well here, where they feel like that they dragged Rogue all across the map, that now they have tempo on pretty much anything. They take the inside line in the jungle, and now the jungle is theirs. With this vision control, it's so easy for them to see everywhere Rogue comes from. It's impossible for them to take this route here through the jungle, because G2 has a warded, and we just saw BB there earlier. So now what G2 is saying is that realistically, the only way they can retake this zone is by walking through the bot lane. And now they're pulling this Atakan not to start it and finish it. They're pulling this Atakan to bait the fight. And now when they walk up, when the vision toggle happens now, as you can see, Skewmont pulls it into the brush here, closest to here. And why is this? Because right now, the more you pull Atakan towards the red side map, the more Rogue has to walk through these chokes. And now we can see Caps. Caps is already in position. BB is looking for a flank as well. And now Labrov is actually here from base with wards in case it's a prolonged fight. And now the fight happens. The fight starts. We saw all how it ends. And this is just perfect execution from G2 with control of this much tempo. They have been utilizing tempo to drag Rogue all across the map here and make use of all the tools that they had, because this is where their team comp shines.
Just a fantastic demonstration of the dive. We talked about how impressed we were, and yeah, it did take them a little while to actually close things out. We talked about how the composition made it very difficult just because of the amount of wave clear. But ultimately, I think that it's well-executed comp, and I kind of want to bring it back to also Skumon as a player. I think that with him joining the roster, there are obviously a lot of question marks around the direction that G2 is going, but I think that that Pantheon is crucial to the success of this composition. His timing, his target focus, his execution, and I think this was just a fantastic game overall from him.
And in general, when looking at this game, it didn't feel like there were this one or two moments where just the whole game blew like wide open. It was the consistency of Skumon and the rest of the team working together on finding these holes and finding the tempo and getting these dives and building that gold lead over time.
Exactly, because this G2 team comp does not really excel in team fights. Even though they have won that team fight convincingly, it's just once you get that goal lead, you take away with it. But in reality, it wasn't so easy. So this was the perfect G2 team style in the sense where they play to their only win condition, out-tempo them, get slow leads, and drag it out, because you don't want to take these much risks against an Azir Ezreal.
So how do you, as Rogue, then stop that heading into the next game?
I think that them getting their style isn't going to work.
Yeah.
I think they have to be willing to take a few more risks. They have to be willing to fight more, and I think you have to just unleash Malrang a lot more. I know as a player, we all know that he can be very chaotic and someone that's spontaneous with his engages. I think that type of play style you have to bring to the table. Otherwise, G2 they're just a more proactive team.
So basically, give us chaos. That's what we're asking from Rogue. It's like a theme.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe they'll give it to us, maybe not. Either way, we are ready to head into the second game of the series. So Nymera and Hysterics, take it away.
That's what we should be saying to Rogue, because I feel like Rogue should be taking it away. More psychotic drafts, more crazy picks. Maybe enhance the audience environment as well. They've been great so far, but it's only one game. And I feel like after one game after that, seeing Malrang on Sejuani is not the answer. Please, dear Lord, give us something that Malrang can shine on. Because Malrang is a Korean jungler. And yes, not all Korean junglers can be crazy, but this one we know historically acts before thinking.
Last time he was in the LEC.
Not to disregard.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, he was definitely the person who was kind of making you take that kind of macro pop quiz, where you would say, okay, I've turned up here unexpectedly. You have a couple of seconds to get a good answer, otherwise you're falling behind at the pace of the game. And feels like he's not really gone into that kind of style of play in his return here to Rogue. But of course, there are some other players which I'd like to talk about too. I think Adam, on the red side here for Rogue, I wonder whether they give him counterpick. Maybe we can see some more from him as well. Maybe that can lead to some proactivity, because it felt like BB with the Galio was absolutely crucial in that last game as well, alongside Skumon. There's multiple parts feeding into the whole as we get through our bans. A lot of that top lane focus is actually both the Rumble and the Jace gone.
Well, we're really scared of the Yone. Yone pairings usually with things like the Sejuani, the Zara comps.
Weird.
But I guess just to pick in isolation, especially maybe against Rogue, against seeing some of Larson on the Yone already, is Varus is just let through, and Varus is the strongest AD carry I feel like in the patch. Lane, team fighting, range, like he has everything except mobility.
And build versatility. It's the big thing for me. You see a team that needs anti-tank potential, you go on hit. Pretty much anything else, you go towards that poke, and it's very, very hard to beat this in laning phase. You can pair it up with Renata if you're on the hit. If you're the on hit, you can prepare it. Something like the Nico as well if you want hyper lane dominance. Roguelock in that Corki, so likely to be playing towards... Corki Rel could be quite good for the bot lane. Of course, it could be shifted into mid lane as well. Larson, no strangers to that one, although he's had a couple of awkward moments on that too. Packages the Fountain, I'm sure many people want to scrub their memories, but still, a player which has really thrived on that. I don't know why I mentioned that. A player that's really thrived on this in the past. And Malrang and Shinzao, that's exactly what Vedi was asking for in the death. Completely agree with putting him on something that can force fights a little earlier, be a bit of a wrecking ball.
Maybe I was thinking something more like Nidalee, you know? Nidalee has a bit more punch to it, but this is like the interim. This is the in-between to take us to a game 3 is the G2. What does Skumon head towards? I think Skumon's versatility on junglers has been so apparent as well. I think Skarner's open. Yo.
I mean, I'd love that.
How much do you think you're going to win this game?
Dude, if he locks in any... Oh, come on.
Maokai priority.
You cannot hover those other actual interesting things and lock in the bog standard Maokai.
I'll be honest, like, probably unpopular opinion, Master Yi's not interesting. Master Yi is just like...
Okay, it is for the first time you see it in many, many years.
Yeah, and then you get used to it, like we got used to it with the funneling strat, and we're like, yo, I'm okay with not seeing any more Master Yi.
Oh, this is perfect.
Oh, good Silas angle.
So bound to suggest this. The Corki goes down to the bot lane. You can now steal some of the top tier Silas ults in the game.
True.
Alistair ult gives you that damage reduction, which of course means you can get into more of those W cooldowns and become unkillable for a little bit. So effectively, you have the Alistair Shinzao temporary tank frontline. Or of course, you want to start a fight, you take the Maokai as well. Really good lock in here. And you can ban away now on the second round of things some matchups that are worse into that Silas. Tristana gone, of course the Yone, which can be a little bit spooky at points too, gone as well. Maybe you ban away the Akali if you don't like that side of the matchup, but if you're happy taking that into caps, you can always steal the Akali ultimate too if that's the matchup of choice.
Yeah, let's get more Zeka up in here. Like, I want to see how Larson goes on this pick because the skirmishing out of control already. And that melee mid jungle, as you said, Silas has got so much to work with here that Renekton taken away. All right, they're starting to target Adam in the draft. Maybe more of these heavy skirmishing, these strong mid-game picks going to be targeted at Adam, who's the best out of Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, depends whether... I mean, obviously the Renekton strong laning pick and would give them a very strong top side to start off fights early.
They want Ambessa, don't they?
I wonder... That's a good point, actually. Yeah, very true. I wonder whether Adam just goes for a counter pick, though, in top lane. We know that BB has his own counter picks. You're always putting yourself at risk, even with a player doing as well as Adam in this split against BB.
Do you know what's really good when things run into you, which, I mean, argue with G2's comp? Volley Bear as a pre-counter into the Ambessa. I have been waiting. I think Volley is S tier.
Can't imagine which ERL team you've been watching that, buddy.
The thing is, I thought that for a while. Brom taken away in the end as well. If it was anything like LPL, I'd think they'd set up a Varus in solo lane and go for a misfortune, but not the case. Support engage for Rogue leaving counter pick for Adam is obviously going to be the goal as they start looking at the options available.
I actually don't mind the Blitzcrank cover though, because you can steal the Maokai ultimate and use the Maokai Blitzcrank. Of course, into the Alistair feels a little bit worse, right? But I think Rel, that's the easy pickup, something which all of our EU supports are very, very comfortable with. Good job does a good job of getting onto those backline carries like that. Varus, who's normally very, very safe. The Rel has flash, much less so. G2 will have to blind pick top lane for BB. He goes for Jack. Well, I mean, unless... Oh, no, that's definitely the case. Unless we get some weirdness of Jack's jungle counter pick into Shinzao, blind pick Maokai top. That's the other option, but I'd imagine that's the Jack top lane.
I mean, I like it already. You know, again, another mention. LPL is playing Maokai top. Actually, more so than
BB's
jungle.
played it too.
So, I'm not going to throw that completely out of the water, but let's just put all the cards on the table. We want to see none of this Azir Corki trash. Silas versus Akali. It's what we all deserve, isn't it?
I love that we now have like this super long-range comp from Rogue in the last game, slowing things down, and you know G2 kind of taking their time a little bit to end the game. 4 melee composition from G2 with a lot of proactive ability. Last pick for Rogue. See what they want to pick into that top lane matchup. Adam, it's an old specialty of his, the Gold's champions. Do we have a yes, sweet Sue?
Oh my God.
Garen top lane.
You know, we have gone from complete front to back from Rogue, slow scaling, like seeing the Ezreal, Azir, this front to back, to now just sending it for Rogue, hyper skirmishing, melee try top side, all in, send it or die. At what, 25 minutes? I mean, it's not like it gets outscaled, Mega, right? Hey, where do you want to start?
8 melee game. We're going to be in the meat grind of so much of this.
We're
I think there's some really good volatile lanes. Jax versus Garen is a very flippy matchup. Jax needs to be very, very careful at specific points in the game to not get all in by the Garen, otherwise your game can just end. And if the Garen gets ahead of you, you can just continually trade onto you. Of course, your counter-strike doesn't work that well versus the bold spin to win. G2 do, however, have very good initiation opportunities with the Varus, who's going to have a good laning phase down the bot side. Hansama, incredible in that laning phase. That's a point which Rogue cannot afford to fall through. So, we'll see whether Rogue can pilot a more aggressive composition. That's what it was asked for, and they've delivered.
Well, for Rogue, no slow games. We get into this one, everything up front.
I mean, wait until the final Nexus falls. Bold sign there, friend.
We are only on game 2. Dragos backstage said it's going to be a long night, he reckons. That's Caps. Caps to win. Wow, Caps, you look so different.
You wanna hop on stage, player Carly? What's the feeling?
Little do we know that guy's challenger rank 2. Yo, shout out to him. Shout out to the couple that got married earlier, or at least they're dedicated to getting married because Team Heretics won. That was a big day. Anyone get married if Rogue wins a series? Not with me. Not with me. I'm married. But if anyone wants to put that up to each other, we'll organize something. MSI tickets are on sale. Oh my God. It's in Canada, guys. Big. I've never been to Canada. I'd love to go to Canada.
I aspire to have the excitement.
A nice sign. Now that's what we can get behind.
I don't know. What team's fan do you think they are?
He's waiting for KC versus SK. He's an SK fan. He's upset with the direction they're going in.
You know, I did think there was a brief moment where Skewmon would actually flex to the Jax jungle and go for the counter pick into the Shinzao, the Maokai and top lane. I don't actually know Maokai versus top lane Garen matchup though, so a bit dangerous.
I mean, I think Maokai just survives everything and then just ultis every fight.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
But we're going to see how it goes. Mid is obviously important in this matchup. We've got Electrocute versus Conqueror for Larssen here. Look at Adam with the phase rush Garen and Ignite top. Yes! In a competitive game. That guy's running Axiom Arc, you can tell.
And this top lane matchup is why I was excited for this game, because I think that, you know, despite Rogue's ups and downs, and Adam has been part of that too, on an individual level in laning phase and his creativity, he has been someone that's been exciting to watch and can take some really good games from unexpected angles. That's why I wanted to see him with the counter pick here. So that E first, trades for that counter strike, BB taking an okay trade. This is, of course, the matchup we have to pay attention to now.
I mean, of course we do, but you know, it's just reminiscent for me. Excuse me. While we look at Adam versus BB, it does remind me of 2023 Worlds when Adam was on BDS and we got the gods.
Yes.
In the year of gods.
That's a lot of ones, what the heck?
It really is. Quick reminder as to why Adam's so hyped up and why, even though Rogue are a bottom tier team at the moment, Adam is hitting big numbers. Like, it's not even just the context of Rogue, in the context of the whole league.
And, you know, Adam's been given a lot of counter picks to do so. He's been investing in different matchups, which I like. I'm glad that he's someone that can feel confident enough to do that. We said BB walking up and getting demolished on tower, controlling the matchup well as it stands. He gets himself some plate gold with that. He stacks up the grass, becomes a little bit hard to play. I love this mid lane matchup too.
Yes.
When you have the Sylas versus Akali, even something like an Akali missing a single Q in an early trade and losing that energy in that passive trade can mean an awful lot. As you see right now though, casting very well against Larssen, trading on the Electrocute cooldown.
This is my kind of game. Observer, I never want to see you bot unless someone's dying. I don't want to look at bot lane in this game at all.
You know what's going to happen is, we're just going to see first blood and nothing else from bot lane.
Late context, because look at the solo lanes. Caps already. And Caps, by the way, here's Akali, best in the league. I'd stake my life on that. I'd stake all 30 years of it. Like, this is...
Happy birthday again.
Oh my God. Dude, imagine putting a 3 in front of the 0. That's just... Where did the time go? Well, I can tell you, it definitely went into Caps' gameplay because that guy, I feel like, has been investing so much quality time into the league. And Akali is one of those picks that domestically, I think a lot of mid laners respect him for.
Absolutely. And I think, as opposed to perhaps some of the last seasons of play where it felt like if you picked Akali, you really, really had to be perfect on everything, and it was very easy to shut down, you struggle to get value. There's a reason why we're seeing players like Zeka and many other notable mids across the world are starting to pick up this champion again. It's because you can find those inroads in those team fights again and get some huge trades. Speaking of that though, Larssen, on that E gets a great trade
Maybe I
back.
talked him up too early. Malrang's here. Caps might have to burn the flash. Shield sets up, or rather, wind becomes lightning. Caps going to buy some time with Skewmon in the area. A turn possible, but Caps, he hit a shuriken flip on a minion there. The cleanest setup to go back into Larssen.
And again, that's why we like this kind of matchup. One missed skill shot can make an awful lot of difference. And, you know, Larssen, of course, we typically view him as a mage player, but he's been through the Sylas Akali meta too, and he's been an aggressive laner for many points of his career.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now Renaissance, probably getting into a bit of a scary range there. Of course, the Ignite on Adam. So pay attention to that.
True. Judgment is starting to build up work as well, as I assume it's first setup as Malrang's flashed on. Twisted Advance already used. Caps gets the shuriken flip, and rather it's just Fan of Knives setting up the passive as well. Malrang in so much trouble. A Bramble smash and sets up to flip back in. Caps with first blood. Well, LeBron makes sure Execute ain't nowhere near.
Doesn't miss that shuriken flip, and Caps Akali is off to a flying start. Gets that kill, still has his teleport, so he can teleport back in at the same time as Larssen, but with more gold in pocket as well. That is kind of scary from Rogue. I don't really know who deals with an Akali that well if they're ahead of the game. The Garen, of course, if you get very far ahead, can just press the Q spin and maybe execute them, but that's going to be pretty hard for Adam to do consistently, especially against Caps.
Here we go. This is why we don't look at bot, because meanwhile, Caps, he's almost level 6. When I say that, maybe half the XP bar now as the minion wave's clearing out. Larssen will be close as well. And the fun thing about mid is once they both hit 6, Well, I guess it's whoever hits it first, right? Because they're just going to dive in.
And some really important stuff which is happening around that too is we are seeing just like a couple of wards on some blueprints around there too. We had a ward on those Raptors, which means that Caps can play a little bit more aggressively, push up towards that level 6 mark, and of course we'll be having the grubs up in 30 seconds. If you get that extra information to play more aggressively in mid lane around those first objective spawns, can give you an extra angle to start to accelerate.
Well, meanwhile, look at the mini-map. Top laners are moving around. Hanshammer's going to go up top and match for the time being because it looks like that Broken Blade just doesn't want to be in that matchup anymore, and I get it. Again, we talked about the Ignite. Level 6 picked up on Adam as well, and
Garen has an ultimate. That's the problem.
We walk away from that, and when can I press E is... Caps might have to be a bit careful. Adam on the move. Spots him out now. Good Scry's plant as can do nothing but zone with Grubs now up.
Caps continue to have control over this mid lane. Always a little bit dangerous pushing up as a melee champion. Skewmon going on towards those Grubs. Doesn't have his level 6 just yet as well. Such a game-changing ability from that Maokai. It's such easy engage across the board. BB on the weak side of the map. Wave not really in his grasp right now.
Weird when you get stunned, but you still get the Q off, so he just moved. He just did the cha-cha slide to the ward.
Slide. My favorite animation weird pro moment. Season 5 Worlds, Victor versus Darius. I can't remember which matchup it was. Gravity Field, Darius froze Darius midway through ult, which is the stretch frame. So you had a Darius about 3 times as tall as he should have been.
Oh, yeah.
Hilarious. I'm sure there are pictures of it somewhere.
I mean, janky, like, before I think season 7 or 8, League of Legends, when it had bugs, they were janky. Maybe they still are. Dragon's going to be taken down. Adam just gets pounced up by Lebrov. He'll be able to clear this wave fine. Remember, Adam's got courage. So he's able to take that lane, grab it by the cojones and just keep on, you know. 1,200 gold lead for G2 in the early game. Still, needs to be said that giving an Akali first blood and then also having the lane lead that you talked about, Nymera, it's looking pretty green.
We are still in a situation though where Saz could just nab a Maokai ult, nab an Alistar ult, and really start making some issues as well. Of course, it's always only natural to talk about Caps Akali, but last one on the Saz, hang on hands, buddy, don't go.
You're Avara face checking, really relying on Lebrov here as execute. Engage not going to be pulled off. Hanshammer just says go away. There's going to be a bit of help from Malrung moving down the lane, but outside of that, it's going to take a bit more working as Patrick just gets bopped, but that's all.
So clean trade of early objectives. Once again, both teams pretty happy to not skirmish that early, at least a little slower. Execute.
That's a trade. And Lebrov doesn't have ulti, but again, Adam doesn't want to commit. Chains Corruption flash. Execute in real trouble, and with that poke, that does miss. Hanshammer has a bit of kill threat now with the Rectrix in hand.
Lebrov, gotta be careful there, buddy.
You just keep pressing Q every time Adam goes in. This is a problem with Garen. Garen runs linearly. Okay, he just runs in a straight line. Alistar bops you away, presses Q, Chains of Corruption, like, you either sidestep or you don't.
What's that? Did he just list? Did you just go slightly to the left? That's all the maneuvers you've got. It's the only thing you can do, really. You know, his job later on will be to find an angle onto the backline somehow around the marker later in Steamfight. You know, we joke about it, of course, in those kind of situations. Garen doesn't want to run straight at you because you just get to disengage. The power of him is coming out of a bush or coming off of a flank and then getting a huge combo in the duration of the silence, and that's when it becomes a huge issue. And that's something that Adam has been particularly good at. It's one of the reasons why he's one of the few Garen players who plays in the top level across the world. We have seen other people try and pick it up. In fact, you know, Irrelevant played it on BDS versus Fnatic last split in their playoff series versus them. Didn't work out so well. It is not. It is a simple set of tooltips to read. Does not mean you apply them in a simple way.
True. Mesmerized by Adam there as Broken Blade not going to get the stun up. Lebrov's now back here. Trample going to be used. And again, we talked about it. The flash is available for Adam. Not going to pop it. And even though he's trampled, Hanshammer going to need a bit more damage than that. Poke comes through. But again, just remember that Perseverance will come up. And as he gets more and more levels, it'll do more and more healing. Well, that mismatch of lane is still there, and Caps is still stuck in the mid lane to his anti-detriment, let's call it.
No, to his detriment is worse.
Yeah, anti-detriment.
So it's to his benefit?
Yeah, that's English. A 1k gold lead.
So I've heard.
Bro, right. Caps is clearing mid at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like he is going towards Rhythmaker first from those items. So a little bit more of the extended burn. Well, it's not technically burn from Rhythmaker, but the increased damage over time from the Haunting guys. Wants to stick in the fight a little bit longer. On the other side, Rod of Ages for Silas. This is a champion who I actually do like seeing Rod of Ages on. I think it was Whippo a couple of years ago actually was talking about one of the many times that Silas was played top lane. How Rod of Ages changed the way that Silas is played as a champion because every single one of his abilities maxed out is incredibly powerful. It's not the case for all champions. Sometimes you max out, you know, a late game I can't think of a good example, but some late game champions, their last maxed ability doesn't matter that much. Rod of Ages giving you HP scaling, of course, onto your W damage now as well. The extra experience does actually make a pretty big difference here.
This is a valid point. Let's see how much skirmishing there is, though, because Rogue drafted a comp that we're expecting to fight. They've got ultis available. Larson, we talked about the hijack, then, you know, who he can take. Skewmond, Caps. Hell, you know, Hans Summers ult, Labrov's ult.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
4 out of the 5 ults.
It's actually not a bad ult here to steal. The Jax is probably the least valuable because the Alice is a better version of it. Oh, good trade from Caps.
Shuriken Flip is clean as anything. Yeah, Labrov moves in as well. G2. There's a chance of getting 6 grubs versus a Garen. I mean, that Garen, he wants some pushing power. This is rough.
And I mean, the thing is, when you have a heavy melee team, it's hard to use your grubs effectively, especially when now Garen's up to the point where he just wave clears for forever and whatever. Of course, you deny them from the other team, but the big thing is, if Rogue misstep now, and in game 1, they did. They didn't necessarily play the macro out as well in terms of cross-mapping and in terms of denying G2 big plays on side lanes. If you misstep now, Sex Grubs completely removes the tower in maybe 2 waves at this point. So that is an extra degree of difficulty for Rogue to work with. Important to be proxying here, by the way, because that means that no way is anyone getting to hit your tower.
Very true. I mean, Broken Blade's going to walk up and take the wave as soon as possible. Adam doesn't think about proxying another wave. Must be good jungle tracking here because Skewmond is, Larson just ran in. He steals the Alistar ult though. To be fair, it might be doable. Adam's also on the way in, and it could be a bait that G2 have to play with, but with Chains of Corruption, with Skewmond, infinite CC hack successful. Larson has flashed out, Ignite has ticked over, and that TP, maybe in the end, wasn't the best as Dragon spawns in 5 seconds. And look at the health bar.
Exactly. No teleport, no flash. You've used your Alistar, and now BB maybe sees an angle.
He does indeed. Onto Adam. He's going to counter-strike that one and just bop him on the head. Ignite use from Adam, I think one of the first times this game. And Rogue, love the comp, but in this early game, a couple of mistakes. You're 2,000 gold down, and you're about to lose the Dragon.
Yeah, so he makes a mistake there. Adam at half HP. Does he feel like he can't stay under bot lane right now? He's kind of sitting back from the wave. While this is happening, what were we saying? If you make a mistake against 6 grubs, a couple of waves, your tower's gone. Caps gets some great gold up here. He's over 1.5k ahead. Very, very fair to Kali because Rogue make a simple misstep, a slightly bad TP, and G2 very good at punishing.
And that Riftmaker, he hasn't gone back. He must be sitting on a lot of gold. So I'd assume Riftmaker, then maybe Sork Shoes, depending on what he wants to do. But 1,600, like, we're talking about Caps here on a Kali. I'm also talking about a Garen lane that hasn't been able to abuse the lane. The good swap from G2 that came earlier on made sure of that and never able to re-swap as Caps versus Larson. This is going to happen again. Shuriken Flip, but remember, again, Rod of Ages is stacking up. Larson at least has an item. Caps does not. He's 44 CS up.
Yes, that is...
Holy crap.
That is a number. That's at 13 minutes? Jeez. I mean, normally you expect this kind of lead to happen once you...
Adam's in trouble. He doesn't have an Ignite for the lane, and Broken Blade's in full ulti mode. He's smacking away every 2. He's going to do the job as Trinity Force is making sure Adam does not get to play. Broken Blade going to get the shove here as well. Remember, there's no TP on this Garen. So he's just going to have to wait and hope that he can heal up before the next wave crashes.
And this is not looking great for either side of the lane now. The Garen is not ahead of this matchup. The counter pick in top lane, which I thought red side draft was going to be very successful for Rogue, or more successful in that first game, hasn't led to much value right now. However, BB might have overstayed.
Maybe he can get the wave. Cannon minion is what I'm looking at here, but Adam might have an opportunity. Free ulti. Okay, it's a bait. Adam now the smart one in the books. He picked up his first kill in the game. Cap's going to be trading with topside turret.
The leap strike cancelled out, well played by Execute. However, on the other side, the cross map comes through. 6 grubs means that two attempts at the tower. Caps will take that one. 425 gold as if he weren't fed enough already. Has Leandris, didn't go for the Riftmaker.
Yeah, okay.
So he's gone towards the first attempt. See what he builds up towards after that point. But G2, again, clean play around the map and around having these grubs.
It was Leandris and Fiendish Codex still in the inventory, so 2,300 is the gold, and yeah. Like,
you hadn't finished the book yet, obviously.
No, obviously not. I think there's more to tell here as Hans Armour is face checking into Patrick. Patrick feeling confident about this. One chance corruption come out. Hans is going to barrier for now. He's got range advantage with Yomu's Ghost Blade, but the poke not going to land, and Patrick wins out on that one. Okay, just poke to clear the way for now as Skewmon gets into position. G2 are trying to converge on this, and Rogue, no, they need to back away.
Good angle there by Patrick. He's been on better form this split than we've seen for a little while from him. I know there are a lot of questions about his play in the last one. I think it's good for Rogue fans to see some moments like this, and a couple of their other games. His Ezreal, which was historically not his best champ. He had some great guns in that. Some other points. Of course, the last game couldn't carry them through to a win, but worth mentioning it all the same. If he walks into Adam, it's a Q.
Oh, against Broken Blade, he's feeling a bit more confident. He's got Ignite now as well. Good little counter strike, and Execute coming in means we're going to rinse and repeat. Adam flashes down, even under turret. Execute will tank it up. Shattering strike, and another kill. Broken Blade jumps away. Judgment was not available. Let's call it justice, because that's what it would have been if Adam found kill number 2.
Oh, so close. Adam very, very nearly comping up again. Lavrov has the minion taxi.
Yeah, this time, this is going to be an easy kill. Returned over to Execute. Hansama, with Lavrov's help, lands on the CC. Adam's trying to get something back. He's got Demacia and Justice up and available again to cut through the Unbreakable Will. He needs a bit more damage, but Adam chunked up, slowed down Hansama. Going to poke him to the ground. Scumon's now made his way in with Patrick hovering. A potential 3v2 situation. Make it 3 with Malrung also on the way.
Such a heartbreaker for Rogue, though. Would have loved to get themselves a clean one for none there, but Execute goes down. Harold is spawning on the top side of the map. Rogue had chosen to make a bot side play and kind of forgo that. Now you look at everything that's happening across the top side. Harold has spawned. Rogue are moving up there, but they don't have the wards right now. G2 would like to set up a play. They can do.
What I worry about, though, Nymeria, is that this game is still in G2's favor. 3,000 gold lead, and even though we're seeing them play around Adam finally now and get this clock turning a bit faster, I mean, Adam's not that far ahead of a Jax, who we know in a side lane later is going to be such a pain. We also know that Caps in this game, along with the rest of the dive from G2, is going to shred their comp. Herald going to be started now.
Starting up now, and we did say, look, Rogue didn't have the best vision control around this. They put a couple of wards down. This is the moment where if Larson wants to make an impact and steal something like a Mark, I think this is the time to do. I don't think you want to give up a Rift Herald with 6 grubs, can you? I know they were behind on the map, but this feels like Rogue not contesting this. That's just going to be 3 mid-turret down. The map's going to open up. G2 get it for free, and they're very happy with that.
I like Rogue with the comp. I love the crafting. But when you get Rogue time mixed with this composition, it's not really Rogue time, is it?
No.
It's not a trick question.
Right.
I want Rogue time. You know, a little bit of buff. I want Rogue to really manhandle with this comp. But they're just slowly getting whittled down. Dragon stacking not really a thing either. 10 seconds till we find out if Rogue can start putting it in their favor, but resets come through. Caps now has the Rhythmaker and TP. 2-item Akali rolling in at 17 minutes.
This is the Akali of your nightmares. If he gets any kind of angle and there's not an immediate CC onto him, pretty sure Rogue just instantly lose the fight. So Rogue needs to be hyper aware of that. But there comes a point, and again, this was said a lot on the desk before we came into this game as well, where Rogue still need to play proactively somewhere. They've struggled to be proactive, and I wonder whether they've given up a little too much. Patrick not at a bad point in terms of power. He's got the level 11 for the Rockets, but Rogue feels like they're really feeling timid around this.
They need Larson to come through and make them feel a little bit more confident, I think. Scumon not going to clear that ward yet, and it is completely dark apart from that one defensive ward. Like G2, you have a look. Okay, we can't see Dragon. Yes, we've got a ward in front of the pit, but it's a mountain rift. There's obstacles in the way. Herald that Nymeria was talking about before going to be used against 6 grub comp, and they're going to take Dragon. Larson's up there having a tea party with the minions. Mid-turret's gone. Dragon's about to drop as well because no one can step up to Caps unless it's 3 members.
But what is Rogue going to do about this? You have just lost 2 turrets, a Dragon here as well, and what have you gained? A little bit of time farming up all 3 lanes. Okay, that's fine getting towards that, but you need to make something happen at some point. You do have a 4 melee composition, which tends to signal the fact you want to play a bit more skirmishy, a bit more brawly, a bit more fast around the map. And I wonder whether now the timing, there is a timer on this game. You've given a lot of gold over to the other side. You haven't got the individual advantages, which I would like to see from this kind of composition. And G2, much like that first game, we were saying, look, that's the kind of game where you as a viewer might see it as a slow pace and stuff. If you're a G2 coach, you're largely pretty happy with that because I felt once they got ahead, there was no question about the game. I wonder if that's just going to happen again.
And I mean, props to G2. Like, this series so far has just been revitalization for our audience, the people at home, all kinds of viewers, seeing that one of the top teams in Europe is still a top team in Europe, right? Like, there were some questions after losing the finals to KC in such convincing fashion. But if anyone says that G2 aren't a top 2 team, if they're not one of the best teams, if not the best, depending on, perspective about last split in winter, then I don't know what games they're watching, because again, it's clear night and day. Like, it might not be explosive League of Legends, but it is acting like incredibly clean League.
Right, G2 stacking up on the top side. Rogue have a couple of flank wards. believe he could do something with that, but Larsen's currently on screen, and he's the one with the teleport. Adam doesn't have that, so G2 don't have to be afraid of that much.
The wave at least gone, that's nice. I mean, Rogue's still holding their ground as a 4-man. Adam's moving up, here to match Broken Blade, who's pushing out mid. You can see bot wave's at a neutral state, but no closer to getting that turret where Atakan is, and Broken Blade will just make sure that pushes to inner.
That play just there highlights a big problem of what Rogue are doing right now. They don't have the double TP. They can't do that second teleport behind them with something like the Garen who's got the Ignite. Typically, the way that Adam has played side lanes as part of his career is, hang on, Larsen is jumping forward. Caps should be fine here, so we'll be able to have more time to yap about this. I like having time.
It would be nice if you had Skumon's ult, though.
True, that's a very good point. But typically the way that Adam has played side lanes is by playing very obnoxious 1v2, 1v3 champions. Think about his, well, the Gods champs, the Garen, the Olaf, the Darius. They bring more than one person to the lane when you are ahead of the matchup. He's not ahead enough to make that macro play, and now he's behind enough that Rogue don't have a teleport top laner, and Adam really struggles to play the macro game. If he was stronger, maybe you would have to bring Labrov to the play, maybe you'd have to bring Skumon. That's not the case when you don't have a big lead.
Did you see there, because of 6 scrubs, because of the might spawning, Broken Blade still got the minion debuff on the turret, and he got demolished, and that's just a quick rotation of Broken Blade. This is the problem that Jax as well, almost 2 items in the side lane. He's even against the Ignite Garen. The swap again from G2. Can't say how clean it was enough, as Adam's just trying to defend here, using Strikebreaker as best he can. The range from G2 being used. Maxwell, no, finally, a fight is there, but Chains of Corruption. Execute's going to get wiped. Larsen TPs, but not a moment too late. G2 already away with the play, waiting for the next wave. Caps will zone. Rogan down a member.
I mean, casually headbutting out of the combo that Labrov really well played to make sure that the combo from Execute doesn't really pin people in place in the way that he wanted to. And Rogue used the teleport. Now they have to fight in a single direction into this Atakan with Caps waiting in the wings.
And look at that TP as well. Look how deep it is. Caps is coming from behind. Excuse me, Broken Blade. The Jax from downtown, from down away. A flash away from Adam, but the rest of the team are zoned down. It's a sick headbutt as Larsen will take the Unbreakable Will, but you got to watch out. Caps in the middle, even though he's low, he'll survive. Oh! He's just that strong, baby. G2, all 5 members stand tall, and while summoners go down, Rogue are getting nothing.
The Omnivamp from the Riftmaker, keeping Caps alive. They'll return to the Atakan. I don't really think Rogue have much to say about it. Feels like they have ran out of ammunition all too soon.
They just keep baiting them in. I mean, G2 can turn once again. The health bars provide. Broken Blade also now with the Sundered Sky, a 2-item Jax. They're going to commit to it, it looks like, at 5k, but if you look at your clock, you'll notice there is no Rogue on it this game, or at least this series. Atakan down, GA's enabled. Dragon's up in 45, another reset for G2 to test the waters again.
Yeah, and now they can use that Atakan for the next big objectives of the game. I mean, G2, once again, textbook. They're playing towards the important parts of the map. And it hasn't felt like Rogue have many ways into it. I think that they have fallen behind in some important matchups. I think that Larsen maybe should have stolen that marker a little earlier into the game, maybe forced to play. I know that there is an aversion to making imperfect plays. We think, oh, maybe we don't have the perfect vision. I think with this kind of composition, compared to the last one, you don't have the luxury of waiting.
Send it, right?
You have to send it, exactly. Labrov flashing the brush. Cool. Mini blink. But yeah, Rogue, it feels like they've wasted potentially some early game opportunities, and now G2 are just ahead of them with really good fights ahead of them.
And well, it was exciting to see the Garen from Adam today. Been lack of action, been lack of anything impressive so far, outside of that one gank, that one bait bot, but he's never run away with the game. You look at Larsen as well in this Silas, constantly gapped in lane by Caps. As you look at him onto Malrang, we're going to get a 1v2 eventually, but Malrang, will he survive until then? The all-in with the rest of Rogue, as Caps is probably just bored at this point. He runs in, GA popped, and Larsen takes the ulti. But my friends, you look at the rest of the map, mid's going to get pushed in, bot's under pressure. Also, you only just took a GA. Caps has teleport to rejoin.
And it's against the 6 grubs. You commit four people top side, and G2 have 6 grubs in bot lane and in mid lane. The tower is going to completely go down. G2 are happy losing one withdrawal, one of that GA from the Voracious Atakan, and they walk away with a better gold lead from it. It's not even like Larsen gets to keep the Akali ult for another play if he wanted to teleport. Well, he doesn't have to teleport, but if he wanted to make a play somewhere else on the map.
And look, if there's plays like that again where they think they've caught Caps, he's now got a Seeker's Arm Guard. So if G2 are nearby, that turns into a turn. That turns into a TP play once Broken Blade has that up and available as well. Because as you said, Adam can't join unless he's in the vicinity. Feels like TP this game, I'll be honest, you know, would have obviously done more considering that Ignite has come through once or twice as Larsen Chains Corruption sent out. It doesn't get the range, and the thumbs are in the air. At least the optimism is high.
I mean, oh, hang on, BB.
He does still have GA, but 200 gold is 200 gold. Counter-Strike is out. It blocks the AD members, so Broken Blade gets to leap over.
And while this is happening again, just look. I mean, G2 are completely fine to just say, okay, we'll push up top lane. We're going into the top side jungle. Rogue are losing vision. I mean, they go on to Jax for so long, they don't get much. He still has the Seekers himself if they'd gotten even more spooky than that. And now they have to walk around the long way. Potentially could have lost it in a turret there. G2 just holding Rogue accountable on the map.
I think we used the wrong emote. It feels like this right now for Rogue. that brush, this
Everything
area.
is lava! Your jungle is lava!
Everything's fine, they say. Well, Rogue at 6.5k gold down and trying to walk in towards a Baron that's now spawned, but a 3k gold leader Carly over the counterpart. As I said, Seekers is there. Seekers also there for Broken Blade.
That kind of emote reminds me of... I wish we had the really bad bowling and bowling alley animations. It's like, wow, Dragon, we have like a really bad 3-polygon bowling pin game.
Oh, true.
Sentence to the Abyss.
Something like from Wii Sports.
Yes. Oh, I missed that game.
Well,
that's the game. That's all I remember.
That's all I remember about it. Now I'm attaching it to G2. Because Baron, look, again, it's right there staring them in the face. Artican has been done a while ago. The GA's at least expired. I truly wonder if Larssen can win this, but I think the answer's probably no. Double buffs there for Broken Blade. Ulti for ulti. Let's have a go. At least we get to see some action. Larssen slowly getting whittled down, and eventually the Sundered Sky will come back in, give him a bit more leverage. There it is. Larssen heals up with the Kingslayer, but Broken Blade only 1v1. Lebrov, go away. No one cares. Lebrov! It doesn't count. Broken Blade got support. Lebrov should be benched for that. Come on.
The blade might be broken, but the lamp's holding steady. 1v1 versus Larssen. That Silas has not really had the impact which Rogue were wanting. He really needed to be a proactive playmaker, but they've just kind of sat on their laurels a little too long, and G2 have just played the map better than them.
Just keeps happening, doesn't it? Now, obviously for legal reasons, Lebrov should not be benched. Okay, ignore that. Ignore
Wait,
that.
did you say I completely
Of course I did.
Oh, sometimes you just got to get
Lebrov taking away the fascination of that 1v1. It's like people that steal pentas, you know? People that steal pentas, whether it's your ranked game, whether it's even in ARAM, like those people should have, they should get suspended for a little bit.
You got to really watch your next words. Be careful what you insinuate.
I kept the legal. Don't worry about it.
It's your birthday. We allow you some fun.
The naughty people. For the amount of pentas I've had stolen by randoms in games, right? You have been issued a warning. You steal a penta again,
Jake, before you're allowed to cast
banned.
again, you've got to type in "I agree" on.
I will. I think that's worthwhile. I speak the mind of the people.
Baron getting started up, and G2 again fighting really hard to just deny any sort of vision. Larssen does have teleport. He is on one side of the map, but they're not going to be anywhere close to it. And Rogue, much like much of this series, not really having an answer to it. They're farming, well, I mean, he is teleporting now. Half HP on the Baron. Do they really feel like they can force something now?
All right, Execute, show me the best support steal of a Baron I've ever seen. The Ents go out, they slow down, Larssen goes in, but Baron's gone. Now for G2, the fight begins finally, a team fight ensues. We haven't had one of those this game, but Rogue are losing it so handily. Hansaman flushes the back of the pit, and while Larssen looks to go in to find a target, he's in the middle of three. Hans is dicing, dancing between while the rest of Rogue have already run away. And to Larsen's credit, he does get a kill, but Caps is still healthy enough. On top of him, Shuriken Din. Meanwhile, Broken Blade died to Adam, so props to Rogue. They sent it, they got a little bit of something, but Baron still on 3 members of the game.
And G2 have that Baron with the 6 grubs, and also get a bunch of kills before the Mountain Soul spawns. Adam jumps onto Skewmon, but I mean, it just hasn't got the power behind it now. Going to replay what happened at this. Great Mao Coil stops anyone from really walking in too far. Larssen just skipped around it and gets good value out of the Alistar ultimate. This is what the Silas can do in the mid and late game with his ultimate. So ridiculously strong having that extra damage resistance, especially when it's leveled up to the 3rd rank of the Alistar ult, because the Silas is level 16. BB, as we see a little bit later, potentially goes a little bit too deep onto that one, but we'll just say that one.
Nice one. I love it. Justice. Hell yeah. The most satisfying Garrett ult are the ones where you just walk, you do nothing in the fight, you didn't even damage Broken Blade, you just press R.
Yeah, it's like same kind of vibe as the dubstep Ignite, where you just walk up, press Ignite, walk away, that's your kill.
Some Garen ults like shake the screen. You know, I think that the God and
the God King.
And the Darius one also, I think they shake the screen, you have to turn it off in settings, which is a tilter to find anyway.
There are some of the ones which get pentas, like the Samira one and the Pike ones, they get pentakills because there's no enemies to disrupt their grabs at that point. Then they go absolutely well. BB pushing up a little bit far to mid lane, but he's free to do so. Of course, Baron buff onto 3 members of G2. And they'll be happy to push out most of the map, use those 6 grubs to crush down the last resistance of Rogue.
Brov waiting in a bush though. Adam probably didn't expect that, but the Brov just disengages and zones off because you look at top, they're going to go for the turret. Here we go. Demands injustice again. All right, G2. Maybe not as safe as you thought in this game. Broken Blade at half HP. Rogue get another.
Forgets that Alistair ultimate doesn't stop true damage and there's an engage coming through.
Yeah, but there's a Chains of Corruption and executes in harm's way. Skewmon taking enough, and now that Nature's Grasp is out with a good Bramble Smash, he disengages but over the wall. Malrang follows up until Broken Blade runs in himself. There's no more justice available to execute. He's a free target. Patrick now pounced on as well. The Zonya's coming in handy as Broken Blade meets with Larson. He's rejoined in with the Scott Duck mid-air. Broken Blade still wants to take it, but he'll die too. G2 are playing with it while Caps is thinking about his entrance, but Rogue are getting something in this game.
While all this was happening, Caps was pushing bot lane and did take the inhibitor turret. It's going to be the ult miss from Larson again.
Okay.
He's tried that a couple of times. It's been a long time since it was the most missed skill shot in League of Legends back in those early years of the game. But G2 taking it in turns to maybe go a little bit too far. Some gold going over, and that's less what you want to see from them because First King, they're so good at closing out the game without giving up silly kills like that. Rogue will definitely take them. Of course, the gold lead is still ridiculously high, but now 3-0-1 on the Garen. Adam will, with that level 3 ultimate as well, continue to go around the fringes, see if we can get more kills like that, and I don't know, maybe we can get 37 minutes.
Yeah, let's see how far we can take this to say that G2 is limit testing, having fun, until the point when maybe Rogue wins another one of those and you're like, hang on a minute, even with Mountain Soul, Baron, Elders are up.
That's not a joke anymore.
Yeah, we stop laughing, we start getting concerned, but at least in a turret and top of G2 brings us to the peak of reality, which is that G2 are now going to move to 8K. They've never really let go of that gold lead. In fact, it's still growing.
G2, of course, starting to build up some of their empowered boots now as well. The Swift Marches on Hansama. Haven't really had much chance to talk about Hansama. I have to say, the thing about Hans is that he's so consistent for G2, but he's often just the engine when you've got the more flashy BB and Caps. Sometimes he falls into the background. I think this guy's been fantastic, obviously, in this series, and his Varus is going to be very hard for Rogue to consistently get on top of too, with the Ghost Blade and those boots movement speed.
I mean, consistently having up your summoner as well, because G2 aren't that forced, so it makes it hard. As you said, Hansama always behind Labrov as Labrov just hex flashing over to see who's there. But Broken Blade goes back to the side lane. So another slow game, another Baron. I mean, we might question how the Elder goes as well, but 90% of the map is still G2's.
That being said, you know, obviously G2, huge macro advantage. Well, huge advantage, full stop. We don't have to talk too that much about that one. Damages, yay, big numbers, cool. I mean, actually, Patrick, not bad numbers, like considering he's against Poke Varus, I'll credit him for that one. But, you know, Rogue at this point, down a lot of gold. They are against the Mountain Soul. That kind of sucks to them. They do still, however, have, you know, multiple items for both carries, highlighting the Lord Dominus regards there for the Corki. You have the Death Cap, obviously, for Larson as well. And it doesn't matter how, hang on, he's using the Mark ult. That's, maybe he walks out of that one. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, but at least sending out the ulti style is big. I mean, he's 3,500 gold down, so seeing something out of Larson in this game is still a bit of a breath of fresh air. Baron's up in 45. You've all waited for this. Waiting to see G2 put the spike on the ball, put the ball in the net. I played tennis. Hit the ball with the racket. Ace. to ace Rogue. I mean, it's in the name, isn't it?
I suppose so, buddy. I'm just going to let you do your own sports thing. Sports ball!
Score a goal. We play sports. We don't care who knows it.
G2 pushing in, of course, again across the map, and Rogue have very rarely had vision across the board. G2 not getting the easiest way to crush into the towers as the Baron is spawning. When you have heavy melee compositions, it is quite hard to push into towers in the traditional way. Malrang, though,
sneaky
enemy lines.
Caps is lensing to the right. Hansama and Labrov are isolated here. As they step up to the wave, Malrang thinks about how he can go in without making it too inconspicuous. Patrick and Executor nearby, but Malrang waiting for the target. Caps, he spots out a ward, sees Malrang as well, and the player's gone.
No obvious target. Of course, Caps with 3.5 items, including the one of them being the Seekers. Pretty hard to close him down. However, if Hans was out of position, maybe something else would happen. Teleport into the top side of the map. Broken Blade has Sterak's now for even more survivability. Elder in 40 seconds, though, so we may well have an objective trade if we want to slow this down. But the Baron is being forced by G2.
G2 doing this pretty fast. Broken Blade zoning one side, Caps the other. Skumon ready to turn. Nate Scraps is sent out, and Adam not going to be caught by it, but you see G2 forget the Baron looking for the fight. Broken Blade jumps in, and Larson will steal the Unbreakable Will, but a good Shattering Strike set up with the Magnet Storm from Rel. Hunt Summer engaged on the backline by Larson, but Execute's already dead before they can help out. And once again, the Compass 3. Larson, it worked last time, but they're stronger now. A double, meanwhile, by Caps and Broken Blade chasing down the final pieces of Rogue. Adam taking enough to deal with Broken Blade, I say that, but over the wall and over again. Adam is running, but he's got no friends. Under this turret, this will be his last call, and Broken Blade, he's going to take care of it all. 16-5 in the end, he might run forever, but G2 with a 2-0 is what you can take away from this perfect ending series.
A little bit long on the time, but never really in question. Rogue were out macroed, and G2, their coaches will be very happy with how clean the closeouts were.
Yes, they will indeed. G2 still on top, still looking good. Here in the LEC Spring, 3-0. Not dropping a single game at the start of this all.
Never really in question, was it? Maybe a little bit slow in some moments.
Yeah.
Something to tighten up there, but realistically, G2 played out the compositions the way that they were meant to be. I think Caps played absolutely fantastic on that Akali, and BB in the counter pick matchup in top lane. Another standout. A lot of different players really showing off in these different games, though.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I feel like for G2, you could look at any lane and say, yeah, they did well. Caps, especially in the laning phase, huge individual gold lead, massive CS lead, kept Larson down. And that Silas did not get to play. By the time he scaled up, Caps was like so much further ahead, you know?
So G2, good day at the office for them. Rogue on the other side. Have a lot of things to review in terms of productivity, and you can vote for your key player of the series as well. Skumon, Caps, or Labrov.
That's a difficult one, actually. Labrov had another good series. Labrov moving into the role and was the most critiqued player on G2. But I feel like Labrov has definitely proved his weight in gold and had a lot better as well. I feel like ultimately Labrov is what is happening.
I think I've got a birthday cake for you.
Birthday to you. Crap.
Happy birthday, dear.
It's the candle, the fan. Protect the candle.
Birthday to you.
Go on, mate.
What's your wish, Jake? What's your wish?
My wish is that I betray LPL and EU wins World. So I would like EU to win an international in my presence. That would be my new wish. I will have a.
That is very risky. I mean, you could enjoy it.
Have fun.
Interview.
There's an interview.
It's good. It's really good. Oh my God, it's Barry. Over to Laura on stage with Caps.
It's good, we know it. Happy birthday, Historics and Amlaw. Welcome back with Caps for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Caps, thank you so much. Thank you, fans. The game was great, but I don't want to talk about this. I want to talk about the big news that happened to you this week. You decided to renew with G2 until 2027. That is a huge commitment. You've been with the team since 2019. You swapped role, came back to mid lane, decided to continue with them. That is an amazing suit, by the way. Did you choose this one?
Thank you. We were actually at a Valorant store and trying out a bunch of different suits. And, this one worked out the best, I think. The other ones were also nice, but I like this one.
Thank you, Ralph Lauren. It's giving Lewis Hamilton vibes. I really like it. But talking about this topic, what made you resign with G2? Because signing until 2027, you don't know the teammates that you're going to have, because all your current teammates right now, we'll see if they sign them again or not, but they're signed until 2026. So talk me through the reasoning and why you think G2 is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think, in general, I think shorter contract makes more sense because you get more options and stuff. But I definitely have a lot of trust in G2, and I think that, as I said, I've been a very long time, and I think they have always shown a lot of good progress, and we have aligned a lot with our goals. So it feels like it was the obvious choice, because now it's just done and don't have to think about the contract and stuff anymore and can just focus on the game.
Is it important for you knowing that, I mean, because obviously being who you are, I feel like this would have had an impact in the off-season in the LEC. You would have been the first domino, basically, of the off-season. Was it important for you to get this out of the way early in the season?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think it helps. I think I've had one off-season, and it was definitely very chaotic. So just having it settled now for a long time is nice. Obviously, the off-seasons can be very chaotic, and I like the chaos and the rift more, I guess.
Yeah, let's keep the chaos on the rift and focusing on G2. Obviously, you trust them a lot. You have a lot of trust within their project, with what they can bring you. What are you excited about the most when it comes to the future with G2? Because that is going to be almost a decade with them. We don't often see players do that.
Yeah, winning Worlds would be great.
Of course.
Winning Worlds would be great for sure. I think I like to just take it like 1 year at a time, right? And I think the current project we have has a lot of potential. I think we obviously didn't quite make it all the way in winter, but I think we have learned a lot since then. And I know that we have all put in a lot of work to not have that happen again. And I'm just excited to play the rest of the split and hopefully prove that we are a team that can compete for the World Championship.
And you guys can do it, of course. So win the LEC, get out of Swiss stage, win Worlds maybe one day. We trust you, Caps. Anyway, thank you so much for the interview, and congrats again on renewing with G2. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. The Kia player of the series was, of course, Caps. For this one, we will see them later in the week. And that's all for us here now on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the last best of 3 of the day. SK Gaming versus Carmine Corp. Stay tuned.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to the LEC for the Marriott Monvoy pre-game check-in with Reha, this time from Carmine Corp. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing very well. Very happy to be here. Very happy to play today. So yeah,
Fantastic.
excited.
I want to talk about draft because it's an aspect that we don't often talk about. And there were some screenshots from Apples who was talking on one of your players' stream about draft. So what is the responsibility of the coach versus players' inputs? Because I feel like you guys come up with a plan, but if a player feels like playing something different in the moment, I'm guessing he can do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we always try to predict. As coach, my job particularly is to try to anticipate every possible plan that can happen from enemy teams and also ours. And most of the times we like discuss with the players so they also know. And then after that, most of the times one, two, three, and just like the three first picks, like are decided even before the draft, whether it's fearless or not. Sometimes we don't anticipate the right plan, so we need to adapt on the moment. But yeah, that's my job. And then after that, it's on the moment to make the right decision. And I think this is an ongoing discussion between the coach and the players. And I think the most important thing for me is to make sure that my player is comfortable with the choice that we're making. So this can impact different teams. I know some teams are like, okay, it's only the coach who decides. Some other teams is like, okay, it's only the players who decide. So it's an ongoing discussion. But what I prioritize is mostly making sure that the players are comfortable.
Sometimes I feel like you would come up with a plan and then it can happen that in the moment a player is going to be like, I would rather play this instead of that. But it can mess up with the plan of the draft and maybe make things more difficult. So how do you balance things?
Yeah, I mean, it's case by case, I think, I would say. And I think the most important is, in my head, I need to fastly create the scenarios on the moment, which can be very, very difficult to do, but I think it's always doable, and make sure that if we take a decision, we know what are the consequences of it, meaning, okay, they can pick this, and on free we can do this. Is it good or not? And then as long as once we make the decision, we all know what's going to happen and we all agree with it, I think there won't be any problem, yeah.
Closing thoughts on SK. I feel like you are the favorite team for this matchup, but I also feel like you cannot underestimate any teams.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think this week is very important. It's very important to secure the wins, just to put ourselves in a very good position for the playoff run. But yeah, I think SK has actually shown a good gameplay, and we shouldn't be underestimating them. But I think we need also to be very, very confident playing against them and make sure that we able to show that we can actually dominate, because it's not really what we did in the last 2 weeks. So
one player that you should look out for.
I think for sure, like the mid jungle, Bukada Riker, like we should have a look at them, make sure that they don't get a lead in early for no reason, I would say, because I think Bukada, like for instance, he really surprised the Fnatic. So for sure we need to have a look at that.
All right, coach, good luck on stage. And Ginny, back to you.
Need to watch out for their own academy player that is now in the LEC. I love that. But staying in the topic of draft specifically and what we can be expecting from certain games, we have assistant coach from Los Ratones. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us here on the LEC and tell us what's good about draft.
Yeah, I'm important like that. So if you can bring it up, I cooked a plan called the Good Draft Starter Pack, because I heard Rhea say that a lot of time they are adapting. But right now, if you look at this, there's 4 big win conditions, or draft conditions they should be having. Pretty much every draft needs one carry, because you need the damage, you need some mixed damage distribution so the enemy cannot itemize properly. But now it's starting to get a little bit tricky. As you can see, we need face checking power, we need 5 starting abilities, and these are 2 drafts that K-Corp has been playing in the previous weeks, where I think everything went down a little bit. If you look at the draft on the right over here, we have KC versus Fnatic Game 2, we have the Aatrox, Brand, Corki, Ashe, and Braum. And at first glance, as we can see, it has face check power, but doesn't really have any 5 starting abilities. And now we look at Ashe. So if you can bring up the replay, I'm going to show you exactly what everything is going wrong. Because what's happening, K-Corp find themselves in a position where they need to retake vision after they get pushed off. And even if they look and find an opportunity, they just cannot pull the trigger at all. Every time Braum walks up, sure, he can make space, but he's always going to get chucked in the process, and you need to pull the trigger at a certain point. And what's going to happen is that he's just going to be getting chunked and losing all of his HP, and Fnatic is going to keep holding control of this area. So now, I don't really care so much about this replay anymore. We can skip at the second replay, because what's happening is that they're going to be giving up the dragon. So in the second replay that's going to be coming up right now is, now you realize that pretty much you don't have any win condition when it comes to retaking some areas. So now they're going for the infamous 5-man flank, where even though your champions can't really flank the Corki, the Ash, the Braum, the Aatrox, and the Brand are all trying to flank. And as we can see, this is how not a cohesive team comp looks like, because it's just really hard when the game is all about the neutral. So now, if you thought this was the worst, let's take a look at draft exhibit number 8.
The best.
Yeah, well, now we have Jace, Ivan, Hui, MF, and Elise. And now you're thinking to yourself, where's the tank? There is no tank. So this draft is really, really good at running. That's the only thing you can do. So if you can bring up the replay right now, it's funny because even though I say that this draft is worse, what's happening is that, well, this is the wrong one. There was no Pantheon in this one, but it's okay, right? So what's happening is that the team comp is really hard to execute because all you can do is kite back. This is the one I was looking for, exactly.
Thank you, guys.
Because now all you can do is run. They're running at you. You need to run back because you have no tanks. You need to disengage as much as possible. But on the flip side, they did have the tools. They came back in this game from an 8k gold deficit, and all of this was execution-based. So this is to say that even though a draft has obvious problems, when it's up to skill execution, you can still make it work. But the reason K-Corp has been falling behind in all of these games, and most of the losses have been, they are overcooking and they're getting drafts that, you know, don't really serve to their win conditions. They could make their job a little bit easier from now on. So this is the 4 things that I would be loving to see from K-Corp today in their game against SK, because it just gives you reliable comeback potential.
You know, maybe they should pay you for your consulting services. Thank you so much.
I'm cheap, you know.
Okay, that's it from us over here. We're going to be heading over to our casters. Guys, take it away.
Always good to hear what Ottawamne has to say about coaching. Interesting that he says he's cheap. I guess that's a call out for more job opportunities. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm Drake. This is Jack Spectra. We're getting ready for this game. I like the 4 bullet points.
Yeah.
You keep it simple. Mixed
and the
damage,
overcooking.
A carry.
Do you think they've been overcooking?
I think there's a decent argument.
Yeah, I definitely think, I would agree. But at the same time, when you come back into Europe after you've lost first stand, shouldn't you cook a little? Should you just do the basics front to back every game?
I mean, you can't, you know, go to Korea and not have your taste affected. Sometimes you gotta cook, you gotta try something new.
After you've tasted Korean cuisine, you can't come back and just eat normally again.
Of course.
Yeah.
The options just aren't there
that.
in Berlin. Many of these players well know. But here we go. Okay, getting ready for this series. I think expectations are this will be an opportunity for KC to come in and slam dunk.
Yeah.
Because despite the fact that SK had one incredible series against Fnatic and one truly awful series, people are just ready to doubt them.
Yeah.
Right? People are just like, okay, well, the Fnatic one was obviously fake data. I'm, however, willing to give them a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt because there were truly some great moments in that Fnatic series, and I'm hoping that they can find a bit of momentum, they can recover a bit from the previous week, and they can show us a good series here.
I'm a doubter.
Okay, well...
I don't know, I just feel like when I look at what SK struggled with last split, it didn't really change much coming into this split. I feel like they kind of just made roster changes to make them. And yeah, they had a great series against Fnatic, but like the little birds in my ear that have been telling me about scrims haven't told me good things about SK. And I'm a firm believer that while scrims are not everything, they are really important and indicative of who's the better team.
Birds watch scrims?
You get the point, right? Like, I'm not leaking my sources.
Okay, all right,
I'm a
journalist. You're a journalistic professional.
Yes.
Okay, so we enter bans. There's a Jace taken away from Kana. Makes sense. Best Jace in our region. Hands down. Heard it echoed by many a top laner.
Korean Jace, baby.
Korean Jace. It's different.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to take out some ADC bans as well. Maybe a Varus, as that has been one of Galist's favorite ADCs, and I think one of his best as well. Ooh, taken away.
Oh, okay, you're on point with the predictions today. All right, what's coming next, big man? What do you got?
I'm thinking maybe another jungle ban for KC here.
Okay,
yeah, it's going to be the Maokai.
You can't just say jungle ban. You
well,
have to be more specific.
I was going to say a tank jungle ban, but I didn't have the time. And now for SK, I think it could be it could be a Sejuani ban here. It's like the last tank jungler left. Or they could even ban something like the Gwen, as that has been a strong first pick as well. But I think Jax, he did play the Akali into it, wasn't the greatest. I would love to see his Jax into it. I think Jax is much easier to pilot into the Gwen. And it's going to be the Rumble ban, which also kind of sets up the Gwen, as that's also a really good champion into it. Ooh. Could be a Yone first pick.
Yone first pick would be interesting. Immediately suggests that we're looking for an AP jungler for Yike, but Kallista's up. A champion we have not seen nearly as highly prioritized this split as she was, well, permabanned in the previous split.
definitely been quite a bit lower prio, and I also think it goes to show it's hard to pull this champion off, right?
Yeah.
You need to both be very good as the Kalista player, and you need your team to be really sharp on the map and not to throw, which has been a challenge for many teams in our region.
And to harken back to what Odoamne was saying about, building a fundamentally good draft, the thing that's nice about Kalista is she fills that carry slot, and she offers a little bit more engaged. I don't think she's enough to say that she can start fights solo. She does a lot there. But for SK, Corki locked in as well as the Taliyah, so no real flex pick potential here, but Taliyah has been just a really strong mid lane.
There's one pick on 3. I feel like if SK can set up for it, that could be very scary, and that would be the Poppy. If you have this Taliyah Poppy, that is like, it's the worst nightmare of any Kalista player. I mean, your best gameplay is to not jump, but your whole champion relies on jumping. So, and now when they pick the Sejuani Yone, surely this is a Poppy on 3. They're asking for it. And I think it's great. I mean, sure, like, Yone can, like, buffer the Poppy E, but still.
But it can't be Skarner.
Nah, this is a Poppy for sure. Poppy, Poppy.
Give us the Yordle.
I mean, they could go and... What?
Okay, Lilia.
This is strange. Usually you only want to go Lilia with an AD mid, but they already have the Taliyah. And Lilia is good into Sejuani, isolated. But now you're going to end up with a team comp with not much frontline. You really need some very tanky top and support. You could still potentially play the Poppy in either top or support, but you're really looking for something like an Alistar. Maybe KC will ban that out, and something like a Cassante on top. But then it kind of feels bad because you're wasting your last pick on top for just a tank. But you really, really need some frontline for these 3 carries on the side of SK.
Yeah.
As Odoamne highlighted, right? You need some face check power, as he put it.
Yeah. We have more than one carry. We have some mixed damage here.
We have 3.
Pretty heavy magic damage, I will say. It is important to remember that for the first few minutes of that SK game against BDS where Bukata played this Lilia, it went really well. He had clever level 1 pathing,
It went well for the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know, and then he didn't respect the Skarner roam, and 1-1-3 killed him, and it all fell apart. But I like that they're willing to try it again. Like you mentioned, it is good into the Sejuani. We'll see if they've cooked up a strategy. But in terms of fundamental drafting that Odoamne mentioned, as you highlighted before, this is... KC have basically already got all the pieces they need. Sejuani can face check. They've got good engage. They've got good follow-up.
I think magic damage will be the biggest thing that you're looking for the side of KC. It's a good Gwen ban from SK. You could, though, decide to just go like a mixed damage tank for the side of KC, and that would be fine. Or even something like a Camille that offers some true damage. So it's like it's hard to itemize. Yone does a lot of magic damage, Cedric does a lot of magic damage, and the Camille with the true damage. And at the same time, there's no tank on the side of SK, so it's like, who's going to buy armor anyways? Well, now they go to Sion.
There you have your answer, Mr. Smart Guy. We have the Sion coming in.
Yeah, so now I think the Camille sounds amazing. Something like a Camille or an Aatrox. But Aatrox is a little bit more countered by armor as he's all physical damage. Even something like an Ambessa with the, the percentage pen on her ultimate, yeah, be fine. I think Camille for me sounds really good into these squishy carries. And then for support, Renata is out, which is another good ban by SK. And something like Leona is great. So Leona is fantastic in these AD heavy drafts because you're essentially saying, you have to go Merc-Treads. If you don't go Merc-Treads, I'm going to CC you. But if you don't go Merc-Treads against all my AD champions, then if you don't go Steel Caps, then you're also sad. So now you're like sad regardless of what you go.
There's no actual good option.
Ooh.
This is no.
No. We've seen Yorick in LPL.
No, I believe that it could be picked. I'm saying that he's playing with us. He's playing. We're being teased right now.
Maybe.
And Ambessa, which
right.
Again, the percentage armor pen you mentioned before can be pretty solid, and as long as they can ignore this Sion,
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, Dracos. They did get a really tanky 4-5, but their engage and starting fight power that Odoamne talked about is very lackluster. It's just an Alistar comboing in or a Sion ultimate. Both feel like they're so committal, while the side of KC, you have the Sejuani ult you can throw out. You have the Leon ult you can throw out. And if they land, you follow it up with the Yone ult, you follow up with the Ambessa ult, and it's easy pickings. But then on the side of SK, it's like you have to go all in, but you don't really know how the fight's gonna look until you're already all in there. And I just feel like the individual synergies are not quite there. There's only the Alistar really setting up this Taliyah combo, and a Taliyah Lilia mid-jungle, I just don't see how they play the 1-3-1 later on, because Sion loses to both, and Taliyah will eventually lose to both.
So what is the angle? If you're SK coming into this game, what do you need to do to balance out the weaknesses of the composition?
That's a good question. I'm gonna need to think a little bit.
You can take your time. In the meantime,
I mean, snowballing early, I think is the biggest thing.
Snowballing early. Okay.
When it comes to the jungle matchup, I think that's key for SK, because the reason you pick this Lilia into the Sejuani, for one thing, and a word we often use, tempo. You clear camps much faster than Sejuani, so the goal is that you can do one of two things. Either power farm to get yourself ahead, and just be always ahead of the Sejuani in time, or you gank lanes to get your laners ahead and utilize the fact that you clear camps faster. So I think this game is mostly on Bukara to make this Lilia pick work, because it's also his pick that I think makes this whole draft a little bit wonky.
But it's comfort. Something they prioritize for him, and we'll see now as it pays off. He's headed into this first game. Saw a little quick transitive property sign there. Of course, SK beating Fnatic. You know, Fnatic beating
the
KC.
circle of...
No. Therefore, SK. I mean, yes, okay. KC went, then we're back to the old circle. We either get the transitive property or we get the circle of suck, as it's been aptly named. Army Corps bands. Jazzed, ready for this one. Level 1 gonna be important. We mentioned it anytime we see the Lilia, right? Her ability to take those Raptors.
Yeah, so last time Bukara played this Lilia, he went for the Wolves invade, which we typically don't see. And it was against the Skarner, but it's very similar to the matchup of Lilia into Skarner and Lilia into Sejuani. So I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to go for something level 1 here. What?
The Lilia emotes are just very loud. I'm not sure if they're loud for everyone.
For me, they were fine.
All right, yeah. Maybe I mean, to be fair, Hysterix does have his volume up very loud. He gets very excited about the game.
Oh, Yike is doing something here.
Big sound design.
He's just trying to scout Bukana and see if he wants to go for something early. Bukana does look like he wants to go for it. Maybe he's even going to do like Raptors into an invade here.
Certainly.
That was loud?
Yeah, was that not hidden for you?
That was not that loud.
Okay, all right. I'm just, yeah, you're fine.
Okay, so bot lane is going to lose push for the side of SK, as you have this Alistar into the Leona, very weak level 1, and the Kalista Leona are very strong. So I don't think Bukara can really do anything bot side when it comes to these invades. He's decided to go for the Raptors. Trading here. Raptors into his bot side clear. Some good trades from Kadui.
I think important to remember too, despite the relative success of KC thus far this year, it was Kadui who came out on top against Kalist so many times during his tenure on BDS Academy.
Yeah, it was especially summer as BDS Academy won both LFL and they won EU Masters, beating KC both times. So a little bit of revenge for Kalist, although, you know, he already won LEC and went to first hand, so he probably doesn't feel too bad about
it. Flashed on my life. He may feel like he's gone on to bigger and better things, but for Kadui, you know, maybe a chance to bring him back down to earth.
To prove that he really is the better ADC.
It's going to be tough to prove it in a single best of 3.
It is.
Especially when you have an Alistar beside you, as we mentioned before. Might need one more level. Also, Loopy not having Aftershock is...
Yeah, it's interesting. So despite being kind of the main frontline here alongside the Scion, he wants to go for more of this chase down potential, being able to just run them down with this Glacial Augment. And it is weaker in the early game, but I'd say it kind of scales better as eventually you get so tanky anyways that you don't really need it.
I mean, once you have ult, it's fine, right? It's always just the same thing with Phase Rush Alistar. It's these first few levels that can be tricky.
Doing SK's bot lane are playing very well, I'd say here, even getting an HP lead. And this has been one of my main criticism of KC's bot lane has been their early laning phase. I feel like they're often not able to get the leads that I would want them to get.
Quick combo. No real return trade here.
It's another good trade for SK, but Bukara is on top side crab here, while Sejuani is bot side. So Yike might be able to burn some sums here or get something to happen.
Loopy. Okay, Targamas and Loopy both whiffing their respective kills. Loopy anticipation there as he uses the Pulverize. Xenoblade have a ward here.
They must know, so they're just playing respectfully.
Yankees finish the recall. They're trying to get this push out. Kalista and Targamas ready to fight.
They do both have a ward, so they should be able to now feel safe.
And Vladdy and Reeker trading, but I think this favors Vladdy on the snap back. Especially as he also doesn't have mana, and Reeker's very quickly running So outside of top lane where the Scion and Bess are hitting each other to little effect, a lot of aggressive trading here between bot and mid.
Yeah, and this feels really good for the side of SK, because just you can notice how SK's bot lane is full HP, and that's just from that Alistar sustain. So you really, when you're playing this Kalista Leona matchup, you want to get a lot better trades than they have been getting, so you can make that HP lead stick. Because if it's just short trades like that, where they're either equal or in the favor of SK, you're going to lose push, and you're not going to be a happy Kalista.
No. And is this, I mean, is this what's standard expected? I know you're always going to lose level 1, probably level 2 when you're playing Alistar, but should you expect more out of a Kalista in the context of this game?
I mean, I would have wanted to see them maybe get a base off and then look for just some sort of item lead.
Hold that as the dive might be coming out. Gen X trying to clear the wave as quickly as he can. Excellent layering into CC. A quick first blood. Aftershock for Yike. Keeping it barely standing.
That's a quick and easy dive by the side of KC. Gen X does have TP, so he can TP back and catch the wave. But still, kill does end up going over to Sejuani, which, wait, he's TPing both there actually. Ooh, they're looking to, bit of a weird TP though, because
tricky swap.
The wave is already gone. But now he wants to try to cancel Kalista base and waste his time. But Mbessa can just TP ult.
Forces the TP out from Mbessa to match. Now they get matched 2v2 on top side for Grub spawn in 30 seconds, but they're first in terms of overall tempo.
That's true.
So small advantage, and it guarantees that neither top laner can be there. Sion does have all, I don't know, I'm spitballing here, but there's some strengths to the play being made, especially as Gen X is already starting to walk up, potentially fishing for an ult angle.
This is one of the best things about when you're playing like Sion in these grub situations and you end up swapping, is now, since neither of them does have TP, Sion can just walk into river, and Kanna needs to say, back off, Sion can ulti. And then the whole of KC gets scared. While if Mbessa goes into river, you know you still have so much time, you know, it's like
in 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds,
you might guys want to back up.
Yeah. With her Cull pickaxe.
Probably not that scary quite yet, but I understand the Cull. You're playing against a Sion.
Yeah, it's a good Cull pickup. It's just the lack of boots makes those like roams even more slow, but it looks like it's going to be a Drake trade for grubs here, which does feel a bit weird because you ended up sending your bot lane top. So normally...
Well, now Sion's recalling. Reeker in trouble. Took a huge chunk of damage there. Glad he did use ulti. But a bit of an awkward exchange. Okay, so Dragon likely to fall for the side of SK Grubs. Only one going down so far, but Yike set to get all three, and now Bukata forced away.
Oh, it's a disaster for SK. The Drake is going to reset, and it's 3 Grubs for the side to KC. And they defend the Drake play. And this SK macro early game, they're kind of missing the mark, and they're losing waves on a lot of sides. Like, you see now that the CS lead on bot lane has ended up being 10 CS, and the Ambassador's gotten the lead as well. And because it's both the Corki and the Sion has been dropping CS to make these swaps happen.
But I don't think the swap gave them anything.
Yeah.
You mentioned overcooking before in the context of draft, but this is a situation where maybe they could have just reset and returned to top lane. Had standard lanes, fought over Drake, or mismatched at normal timings. They got rid of both TPs, but the cost of that is they lose Grubs. So, not a good deal. I would say. Matching TPs to lose Grubs does not feel like the play SK were looking to make there.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when the standard these days is always you're able to get that Drake for Grubs trade, and when you aren't, it feels bad.
Yeah, and I think the kind of goals, the metrics we wanted to use to track SK in this early game, even as we talked about some of the parts of their composition being a bit more difficult. Nice flip from Reeker there. Unstoppable, though, is Flatty. Was can they get ahead, right? Jungle matchup was something we mentioned, and the answer already is no. Now, a lot of that is because Yike got that early kill, and we know Lilia's clear speed will only increase as she gets more items, but you really wanted to find those early game leads, and you found a pretty good bot lane 2v2. It's just that one little macro mistake that feels like it took away any small advantages you were building up.
Yeah, and the problem is one of the things we talked about, and Sitter, while also having CC.
And again, the Lilia is something they opted for.
Yeah. While also having CC.
And again, the Lilia is something they opted for.
Yeah.
Tank junglers were kind of what we were expecting.
Didn't pick it for them.
Yeah, it did.
Like I said.
But it's not like other things were taken off the board, right? You could have picked Skarner. You could have had your first pick of jungler.
Could have had Poppy.
Could have had Poppy.
They were one of the craziest. They had Kalista and Mbessa, and we didn't pick Poppy.
Maybe they know one on the team plays Poppy. Maybe no one's got the Poppy ready to go.
True. We played some Poppy earlier.
We did.
In Arena.
We did. The only good game we played, sadly.
Yeah, Poppy Shen. Just need 2 brain dead tanks.
All I'm saying is if you don't pick Bravery in Arena, you're probably a bad person.
A bad
like,
person?
not guaranteedly, but statistically, it's much more likely that you're a bad person if you don't pick Bravery in Arena.
Isn't it funny how we can be like snug, no, what's it called, like superior about anything
100%.
in life?
Yeah. Do you think we're too pretentious as casters?
You didn't pick Bravery, bro?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it doesn't count.
You played the champion you wanted to play in the first one game.
Isn't that isn't that the League of Legends community in a nutshell? Like, oh, you won LEC? Well, it's not Worlds. Like, oh,
That's
well, you
true.
did this, but oh, you qualified LEC.
Is he mad at you?
Yeah. Negativity bias, man. Let's be positive.
Let's say something positive.
Yeah,
about
let's say
SK.
something positive.
Say something positive about SK right
9
now.
gold lead for Gen X top lane. He has a Sunfire Cave completed. He's holding it down there. You know, he got the short end of the stick this game. Somebody had to play tank. Somebody had to be the boring guy. And you know what? Every other game before this, it wasn't Gen X. He's played Rumble. He's played Yasuo, Jace, Akali. But this week he said, guys, I'll take a back seat. Hasn't paid off yet, but it's good that he's showing up both sides.
You think he said that before this week? Guys, I'm gonna only play tanks.
No, probably not. Maybe he did. Who knows?
That would be pretty funny if my top laner said that. Like, I tried the carries, didn't work.
Maybe
I'll play Silent.
They might be taking turns. Bukata's turn to try to play the carries, you know? Maybe this is a deal that they have.
It's a turn-based drafting simulator.
I mean, that's how I would do it.
Yeah.
But mostly for like normal games with my friends, definitely not for professional League of Legends.
Yeah, probably smart. Okay. Second grubs. It looks like both teams are posturing to contest. Both top laners do have TP.
Yep.
No items completed except for the junglers, who both have theirs finished.
Thank you. Good summary, good summary. SK, bit of mid-prio, courtesy of Reeker, now heading level 9. Max rank and threaded volley means he clears those waves pretty quick. Bot wave pushed in.
SK dropping top wave here. Oh, they're TPing in.
TPing, interesting. Full committal to the play here, just to get second grub spawn. Of course, don't want to give that away to the Yone and Mbessa. Yike might try to steal one just to get the 4 grub buff. Vladdy waiting off the side, trying to stay out of vision. One more grub to go down. Yike gonna try for the last one to steal. The smite already came up. Quick snipe onto Reeker, but instantly SK trying to turn back. Drowsy Yone, but no one can really follow up. Watch out, Eve coming down. The blooming blows there as well, but
Has 3 grubs for SK?
Yeah.
No, 2 grubs actually. So it ends up the 4th grub does go over to the side of KC. They really want to try to contest, but due to how slow Kana is, because he wants the first base and then TP in to get that Eclipse, he ends up being so late that by the time Vladdy goes in, the grubs are already done and the fight's already pretty much over. Reeker does flash into the Yone ult, but he ends up still being fine. So it's a flash for Reeker and flash for Gen X, while TP used on the side of Kana, but 2 grubs for SK. So overall, not too bad. But we have to see if they'll be able to punish those 2 missing flashes on the solo laners on the side of SK.
yeah, it is a bit of a rough trade. The fact that Yike is able to grab the 4th grub and secure the might spawns is unfortunate. Of course, Bukata has
especially when you're playing against Yone and Mbessa side lane later on.
Also, I mean, there's nothing that you can do at that point once KC are able to walk in, because you're going to have to smite one of the grubs, and Yike will probably smite the other.
Yeah.
So it's just tough to guarantee all 3 when the enemy is able to show up for the fight. KC, 3 members grouped around the bottom side. Vladdy sitting out on a CS there, but plate gold just going to get deleted. Be able to clear that one out instantaneously. Drake in 1 minute. That's why KC have so much attention paid to the bottom side. SK trying to play through mid. A 2 setup there. Gen X going to be a bit late to catching this wave, but as we've highlighted before, he does have the ulti if he wants to get involved in this potential Drake fight.
Yeah, he should be able to just catch this wave, and then maybe it'll be a little proxy angle here, I think. Maybe Kana wants to proxy this next wave. Or they'll just fight each other to the death.
Little Noxian skin arena battle.
Well, one person definitely won that one. That's like Sion.
Who do you think? Who do you think?
The 2010 champ versus the 2025 champ.
I mean, he got reworked.
That's true. When did he get reworked, actually?
To be fair, he got reworked to be clunkier, right? Because OG Sion...
Not clunkier. The old Sion was so clunky.
Yeah, it was clunky, but like, you could just run around, stun people, and explode on them.
That's true. It was,
so it was a worse kit, but new...
It was an era of League with point and click, every stun,
yeah,
everything.
He's thematically supposed to be this slow, hulking titan versus this character who just seems to just dance. Which you wouldn't gather from watching Arcane.
Yeah, you'd think she would be like a slow, strong, kind of similar to Sion, to be honest.
Yeah, but she's really dip, duck, dodging, and diving.
Kalista 2.0.
Yep, yep. That's what I always thought to myself, is that we need more Kalista in game.
I mean, the kit design is good. I just feel like they should change the rend is so important for securing objectives, but KC are able to just sneak away the Drake here.
And they already have 3 objectives taken out. That much closer to the feats, and it's going to be Mountain Soul, which would be big for KC to stop SK from getting, but either side probably happy to have it.
Yeah. I mean, if SK can make a comeback happen and start to stack some of these Mountain Drakes, I mean, Sion loves it, right? And even Lilia should buy some defensive items. Even Talia can go a little bit. And even Corki probably will pick up the plated steel caps, so a lot of Mountain Drake value here.
But if he picks up the plated steel caps, he doesn't have mercs. And despite the fact that you promised me that Sejuani Leona would result in mercs on the enemy team, I only see one pair.
Well, you see one pair of... It's perfect. It's balanced, as I said. You see one pair of plated steel caps and one pair of mercs, and two people that couldn't decide, so they went something else.
There, the wall does not matter. No escape for Reeker in the blink of an eye. He disappears. KC quick pick the fog TP from Vladdy just to make sure. Reeker tried to find the escape angle. It was a good look, but just too much immediate, reliable CC.
And that's the problem with SK, right? They don't have the tools that KC does. KC have the Sejuani ult, they have the Leon ult, and they also have the follow-up. While SK, they have an Alistar that's going to run at you, a Sion that's going to run at you, but KC are just better. They're better on the map, they're better in their movements, and they're able to get first tower and the feats of strength.
Feats of strength and a 2.7k gold lead at 16 minutes. Right as Herald spawns. Now normally SK might be able to punish if it was a more even game state, because KC you'd expect would need to base, but they're just so far ahead that they don't even need to back and spend the money that they do have.
Kana is bot here, he does have TP, but all of SK is looking to contest.
Pokes.
Genex TPing in.
KC,
right
no ulti for Yike. Genex locked up, Loopy holding. Doesn't want to burn any CC.
Smite King.
Herald does go down. I mean, good on SK to get a small punish here.
It is going to be the Herald going over to the side of SK, but Kana intelligently ends up not TPing. Oh, but Genex
come on to Targamas. Double sleep. Watch out, Eve not going to connect. Kalisk good with the Fate's Call. And the play fizzles. In the meantime, remember, Kana's still bot lane, still pushing, breaking down that tower.
Yeah, and it's a huge bot wave that's going to end up being lost for the side of SK. So despite the fact that they get the Herald, the gold lead that was...
Oh, Loopy. Forced to ult here.
The gold lead that was 2.7k has now gone up 500 gold, despite the fact that you might think, oh, SK got the Herald, it's good for them. When you lose waves on side like this, and you're able to get the cross map, while also wasting their time, like KC did, it's just great gameplay.
And it's still a good situation. The Herald, again, the struggle is when you're this far behind and you have Herald, we've seen so many teams just have to spawn it in a random place. It doesn't feel like you can always support that push.
The problem is because when you're not getting push on sides, it's really hard to get that numbers advantage that you really want to put down the Herald. And as you can see, Sion is going to lose push into Mbessa, and Talia is going to lose push into Yone, so how do you get out of this like deadlock that KC has?
Loopy no ultimate from the previous play. Committing. Yike. Double frost procs. Ignite ticking. Loopy down. I mean, good look from KC. Good awareness of the cooldowns available, but with no ulti, and as previously mentioned, no aftershock. He's not that hard to take out.
Yeah, it's so difficult when you don't win skirmishes, you don't win on side, you don't have good engagement pick tools. It's a tough game to play.
Yeah. And I think we talked about it, snowballing was the key. And they also needed to be cleaner in their early game execution. And sadly, despite some positive lanes, especially in the bot lane 2v2, it just did not matter. Flash back. Good reaction from Kadui. But KC happy to have that cooldown. Yike now might be the only one in trouble, but the tower's already down. Now it's SK who might just get caught out. It's quick stun there. Loopy trying to keep it going, but there's no immediate follow-up damage. Reeker starting to look a little unleashed. Kana trying to retreat, flash over the fat part of the wall. Well done, but now the Sion starting to chase, looking for the lineup. Won't quite connect on anybody. Looking for a bit more. Lucy flashing in. Chain CC not quite there. The Sion just can't hit a kill to save his life. Knockback there from Vladdy. And again, it's all falling apart. Reeker laying down some good damage. Q coming in from Genex, finally finding a bit of CC. Loopy goes back in, but just gets taken out in the blink of an eye. The Swirl Sleeve doesn't connect. Now Bukata's essentially out of mana. The full channel on the Q, not enough. Vladdy flashing forward. When he snaps back, Bukata's dead. And there he goes.
Oh my god. It's going to be an ace for KC, as everything that could go wrong for SK does. There was like 50 mechanical things that I could talk about in this team fight. Crazy movement from everyone. Let's start out with this great play from Kana and Vladdy. Look to get Kadui's flash. They get him chunked. But then Yike is a bit too deep. He does a beautiful sidestep on Talia W here, which buys a ton of time. Then Loopy gets a two-man combo, and they're looking to chase them down. Kana flashes over the wall, and Genex. I don't know how this ulti misses. It looks like it would hit, but somehow it misses, and now we got solo kill on the Alistar.
Is it personal for Vladdy? This man... Okay, I'm sorry, but killing someone into immediately recalling on that skin and playing electronic music is incredibly bad manners.
Well, he's his tempo, bro.
I know, it's the correct thing to do. It's just... It's like the coconut sipping Lee Sin.
Still doesn't beat Paris doing the Alistar.
As he gets sent packing back to base. Yeah, you're right. That was top. We got to make a top 3 moments in the split. KC 6.7K ahead. We're fast forwarding through a series of SK reactions just to show the full spectrum of emotion here. We're not picking on you. Your face just happens to be a perfect explanation of what has happened in the game thus far for anyone who has not been watching.
That must have been that fight, huh? Must have been.
Could have been maybe the entire game on fast forward. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
There was a decent number of moments.
Yeah, it's been a rough one for SK. I really want to see them. I mean, for me, this is where you, even in-game, you start to think a little bit about game 2.
Yeah.
Because I think all of SK players know that this draft is not it. It's very hard to play. But they're going to pick on Target Snow Flash.
Blink is there.
In range.
Kalista too far away. Kalista not going to be able to stay able to support. Targament's living for a damn long time. Bukade goes golden, gets a bit more space, but a well-timed ulti coming in from Kana. Now Vladdy's here as well. He's going to give his life in the process. Kalista, the last one to chase. That's a big shutdown. Kalista and KC, do they want to keep going? They don't have any ultis left.
It's a great pick from SK. They're able to pick up 2, but KC are able to start the Atakan here, and I don't know if SK can really enter. Genex is so chunked.
I think that they
have to drop it. So
they might go back in. 6K.
Trying.
But they can't,
have
there's no chance.
Smite.
There's no chance they can steal it. And I don't know if they win the fight.
It's too hard.
Okay, Rift Herald dropped in mid lane.
The Guardian Angel Atakan. It is not going to sync up with the Soul Spawn at least. So that's a consolation prize for SK. We can see even when they make these good, intelligent plays, they're just so far behind that despite having a numbers advantage at the start of the fight, KC are able to bring back 2, and by the time they've actually gotten there, they can force SK out and get this Atakan. And now, I want to see what can KC do with this GA Atakan. Because I don't remember the last time I saw a team get something good done with GA Atakan.
I mean,
I want to see a tier 2. I want to see some crazy movement team fighting.
Tier 2 or crazy movement team fighting. All right. Objective set, Captain. We'll see if they make it happen.
Crazy movement.
Crazy movement. Not okay. We might have jinxed him.
He can still do it. He's
moving. Taking a lot of damage. The movement still a little crazy. Follow up with the ulti. The movement's going crazy now. Bukade knocked back. Another stun coming in for the minefield. Second time Kana stunned himself and Jax again.
Where's he going? Where's he going with that thing? Oh my goodness. I mean, crazy movement from Kana. He's able to secure 3 kills.
I just wanted to hype up your point. I don't know if it was crazy movement. He's just really, he's really
clean. He was dash and farm. Back and forth.
Genex.
Oh, Vladdy.
Knock on the kill. Vladdy goes in, unstoppable. Power shot connects, only taking away an immortal shield, bow shield. Okay. And no one's died yet. They still all have false lives.
So yeah, I wanted to, instead of saying crazy movement, I meant like individual outplays with the GA Atakan, because you have that confidence, and that's exactly what they 100%. Showed me. Ballooning the gold lead to 10,000 gold, and they're gonna get tier 2 bot as well as a cherry on top.
Only 23 minutes into game. Baron hasn't spawned yet. They're gonna probably get Baron or Soul once they reset here. They will retreat because I don't think they want to risk. Again, I think the way that they can lose this game is you throw a fight, but then you still have false life.
Normally, I'd say when a team has 11,000 gold lead, it's GG, right?
Yeah.
But earlier today, a team did lose with 13,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
So
what you're saying is anything is possible in the LEC.
Yes. Maybe not just in LEC, in life.
In life.
As Kana here gets jumped on, but he's just so tanky. They just don't have the damage. And he dashes back and forth, ulting in. It
goes back in. Good follow-up from Yike. He does stun himself twice on the minefield, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's like impossible. Like, you have to do it.
Yeah. Or
I mean, I think on Kalista you can just auto-attack and not jump, but on Bessa, like, I feel like if you try to just use her spells and not jump, surely you just get kited to Narnia.
Probably, yeah. Because her animations are also decently long.
Yeah.
Balanced out by the fact that you can, of course, dash.
It's gonna be...
Yeah, going back, kind of whips an ulti, but doesn't take too much damage from Reeker. Reeker only at 1.5 items. 4K individual gold lead from Vladdy. Saw what Caps did to Larson in that game too and said, I can do you one better.
Vladdy can just keep pushing top here. I think they need 2 people to stop him.
Ooh, the Mercurial Scimitar.
He might end up falling here as both Sion and Corki are moving, but no, he's using the E well, so he's going to be out. This is full control of this Drake for the side of KC. I just don't think SK can really contest, but then it's like, if we don't contest the Soul, then Nash is going to spawn. And if we can't contest the Soul, how can we contest the Nash? And then how can we contest the Nash after we've given them Soul?
To me, this is like
tough questions.
You know in 300 where they know eventually they're going to lose, but they just try to deny every single inch that they can? That's what this feels like. This Vladdy flashes out.
Bit of a mistake here from Vladdy. Has to use both Flash, QSS, and Ultimate. But the thing is, even with this, I still don't think you can contest the Soul.
Nope. But you can hold the line. You can make them work for every single inch.
Yeah.
Like you're fighting in the trenches.
League is game inches.
They've given them a lot of inches so far, though. So they really, this is where they hold them.
I don't know. They've given 1 inch, but it's like KC, they get an inch and they take a mile. Is that what they say?
Yeah. A kilometer, sir, please. Gotta get the region right, okay?
Yeah, but then what's you give in centimeter, they take a kilometer.
No, just okay, I see what you mean. It doesn't quite ring the same.
Yeah.
All right, Gen X. You can't do anything here.
It's the back off, yeah. You know what's funny to me? That they tried to nerf Yone in pro play, but then he's still just like OP in pro play.
Yeah.
With the QSS removal and target monster Fisher King.
Good combo to start things off, but it's on the tankiest members of the team. Loopy getting chunked out here. Ulti not doing a lot. Vladdy set up to do a lot of work here, but doesn't quite have the angle to follow up still. SK going down. So many members still standing. There's just too many carry threats on the side of KC. Kadui's got no room to work. Hukada's just running as fast as he can. Vladdy trying to get involved again, looking for another Q3. Gonna try and chase down Gen X, even that tanky Sion. Gonna fall in just a couple of seconds. Triple kill for Kalist.
And it's 4 kills going overtime to the KC, and I think they can end here. It's gonna be 30 seconds on the carries of SK. And KC, what a dominant game 1.
Incredibly dominant. The improvements in draft that Odawamne was looking for, and the outplay and execution still on point as always.
Yeah, just a beautiful showcase of mechanics, and a very well snowballed game. No throw!
No throw. It is possible.
It is possible.
27-minute game. The picture of dominance from KC. 15,000 gold lead just about as we close this one out. Taking their time with it, getting ready for game 2. Momentum, no doubt, on their side. SK, we'll see how they adapt. Expecting changes in draft.
Yeah, I think this SK draft just too difficult to pull off. And especially when you're up against a harder to beat opponent like KC, make it easy, make it simple.
100%. But of course, if you want to watch the LEC live in the Riot Games Arena, make sure to grab your ticket. Sales start on the following days. So playoffs days 1 through 3 on April 15th at 6 p.m. local time. Playoffs days 4 through 6, the 22nd of April. There's a lot of information down here, so keep up with me. 22nd April, same time, 6 p.m. Lower and split final on the 29th at 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. A theme, and then, sometime in advance. Don't worry, we'll keep repeating it so you guys don't miss it. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, game 2, we'll see if SK can fire it back.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now? Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
If it's not here, we can do a
Yeah,
flash play,
take
okay?
Alistar base. Don't flash this guy.
Yeah.
Can you go?
I'm looking.
No flash.
I'll tank.
Good job.
Very good.
Look at Talia.
Yeah.
I flash now.
We'll win this, I'm coming.
5 seconds, I can TP.
Alistar,
5
flash,
seconds.
Alistar, no flash.
Nice. 30 seconds. 2 seconds, I can TP.
Yeah.
I will TP below.
I can go. Look to there. I mean,
Kill Lilian.
Yeah, fire zoom. What a team fight.
Good job. I will get top. Sion is...
I will tell myself. Oh, W Conky is out of a fight.
I'm joining you.
Going.
I can send you.
Talia flash. I'm not sure. Vänta!
Welcome back to the LEC, where KC has just had a very dominant win over SK, and we had the assistant coach of Los Ratones give us homework, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. We have a little homework sheet that we're gonna fill out, and we're gonna answer the questions as to why or not these drafts were great.
Yeah, let's bring up the homework sheet, because we had extensive debate, lots of back and forth, and ultimately we felt that they ticked most of the boxes of what a basic composition needs in order to function.
And that's a big word, right? Basic. We're going to be diving into the nuance later, but first of all, a carry, yeah, they pretty much have it. Yeah, they have it on both sides. Yep. Mixed damage distribution, well, it is a little bit AD heavy on the side of KC.
Didn't
matter. You could argue it's a bit too AP heavy here, but they do still have an AD carry. Face check power. There's a Sion, there's an Alistar. On the other side, Sejuani, Leona, you like it. And these tanks as well, they do have fight starting abilities.
They certainly do. But this is where the nuance of draft comes in. And Odoamne's main point was very much that in order for a comp to even be in the discussion of whether it was a good draft, you got to be able to tick a lot of the boxes of the basics. But once both teams provide that basics, you then have to look at how these compositions interact with one another. We heard them talk about it on the cast, and we were also talking about it backstage. And it's very much that the way in which SK's comp interacts with KC's comp makes it very difficult to play.
Oh, absolutely. Like for an Alistar to get into range of the people over here, well, first of all, you're going to be meeting their face checkers, and they're going to be fine with you coming in there. Worst case scenario, Callisto ultimate, right? From the side of a Sion, it is not always the best way to start a fight. It's telegraphed with a global sound. It's often used as good follow-up CC. And I do like the follow-up CC here from SK, but that's what makes it difficult, finding that initial point where the enemy team is going to be walking into it.
And one of the big problems you'll notice with this SK composition is, what is their clear win condition in the early game? Do you want to try and attack bot lane? Well, Kalista Leona is going to have that advantage in the 2v2 laning power, which means that unless you can find a good angle onto the Kalista, it's not really an easy lane to play through. Mid lane could be an easy gank opportunity, but in the mid-jungle 2v2 matchup, as long as Sejuani is covering, then you're going to fall short, and Sion is not a lane that you can play around. So SK had no real agency in the early game. They had no clear win condition moving into the mid-game, and then their engage ends up not being very reliable. So even though they ticked a lot of the boxes of what you'd need for a solid composition into what KC brought to the table, it was very difficult to execute.
Yeah, and I feel like that just gave KC so much tempo to work with on the map. You'll notice in that game, they were the first one making a play pretty much every time. And so that means they get ahead. What happens when SK then has to play from behind? Well, we do have one clip I'd like to show in the mid lane where we start seeing a fight around here. And you see it, right? Talia dashing in. We're catching Yike. And while he does some beautiful side steps, it's still very difficult for Yike to get through. But here comes the follow-up, right? Now you need to make these fight-starting abilities land. So look at Genax. First ultimate comes through. Misses the first target, second one comes through, also a miss, right? Flash ultimate comes in, and that's a good flash knock-up rather from Alistar. But it's so reliant on you having flash, which means when the fight continues and you still see the Alistar knock-up come through, it gets flashed. And these are the things that make SK's composition very difficult to pilot.
I think this replay is also a great demonstration of just the individual carry power that both Vladdy and Kana bring to this roster. The reason at the beginning of this year, why so many people were excited about Vladdy's performance, along with Kana really constantly being given these carries in the top side of the map, that game was so close, and that fight could have been a big turning point for SK, but individual playmaking power that came through from KC, so many Ks and S's. The playmaking potential that came through from KC was monumental, so huge credit to both Vladdy and Kana in that fight as well.
The question then for me becomes, if you have these compositions that take on all of these boxes, and maybe the interactions of the comp are a little bit more difficult, and the win conditions that we set for SK weren't necessarily met early on in the game, what could they have done differently differently? Or what would you have swapped out in that composition to make sure that if you do fall behind early, once you get into that mid to late game, you still have a chance?
Well, for me, I can appreciate the fact that there might be 2 carries to play for here, right? But I would have wanted more setup potentially from a jungler had it gone to a Taliyah. The mid 2v2 in terms of getting pressure for the most, well, important lane in the early game is very important, and you'll always lose that when you're playing into Sejuani and Yone. It could have been something that would have helped facilitating bot lane as well. If Taliyah gets pressure mid from a winning 2v2, well, maybe we can collapse for winning carry here. We know we're not playing for the Sion. So that like synergy there is what I'm missing from it.
For me, I just want SK to come in with a much clearer game plan. When we saw them play against Fnatic, I thought they had a clear vision for what they actually wanted to do in week 1. Whereas this game, it felt like that, oh, well, they pick Leona. Alice is pretty good into Leona. Oh, they pick Yone. Well, Taliyah can get pushed into the Yone. Oh, well, we need a front line, so let's lock in the Sion. And Lilia makes sense into a Sejuani. And if you look at each of the individuals, you can kind of see how the draft ended up coming together, but they didn't really then, to me, seem to have a greater vision of what they wanted to do with the draft. So kind of ignore what Casey is doing to a degree and instead just come in with a game plan, have a lane that you want to play through, and then use your last 2 picks to then kind of cater to covering some of the weaknesses.
Have that bigger picture, so to say, from the side of SK. I feel like KC, when we're looking at their draft, sometimes it's very hit, sometimes it's miss, and I do think as well, when we're looking at the 2 teams, KC does come into this a bit of a favorite. You've already touched upon it, Vedius, where it's like SK had a really good game week 1, but ever since then, we haven't seen that spark again. We haven't seen the SK that we've seen against Fnatic. Was it the element of surprise? Was it potentially they haven't really played against Bukata before? Was it just the fact that SK had that honeymoon period? I feel like there are so many questions that I would love SK to answer, and it would start by winning a game in this series. But we're ready to be heading over to our casters, so hopefully they can answer some of these questions while they talk over the game.
Unfortunately, Ginny, yes, we're not SK, so we can't answer those questions. We'll see if they answer some of them. But you have some beef.
I mean, I think I don't agree that SK had good fight starting power. I think in competitive, it's very rare that an Alistar will combo to start a fight. It's more of a peeling champion and a follow-up champion, because his range is so short, and people will just, flash his engage and then kill him if he's the first person to engage. And same with Sion. We saw how many times he drifted and missed. Like good players dodge Sion all these. They don't get hit by it. So I really want to see some actual good hard
Alistar
CC.
is not enough.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's fearless, so we just won't. It's not even possible that we see Alistar again.
True, they can't do the salty run back. Was that
the salty run back? Yeah, good. The salty run back is a age-old classic. SK on blue side, but the bans thus far for them remaining the same. Maokai still banned, Ezreal still banned.
The Ezreal ban is like a respect ban towards Kidui. He's one of the best Ezreals in EU. Faced off against him a lot last year, and it's a go-to ban for many teams.
Not giving him that comfort, which was something that Fnatic learned about firsthand.
So I think, for me, a big reason why Fnatic lost was they were just cocky. They gave SK everything they wanted, and they disrespected them both in draft and in game. And SK punished, but it doesn't look like KC.
KC drafted just like the stock standard, super strong, pretty respectful composition. And again, KC did just come off of a loss to Fnatic, so they probably are like, okay.
Okay, SK are running it back with an easy-to-play draft, probably a Seer first pick. Now some tanky boys.
Look, the building blocks are there.
Yeah.
This is the only day in the history of League of Legends I've been rooting for, again, normal stuff.
Yeah.
But for both these teams, given the context of them coming into this series, I think normal's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to mess up in a Zero draft, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
MF Ivern, maybe? No.
Shut up. No one asked you, bro.
I mean, I think MF Rel here would be good, but maybe you want to wait with the support so you don't get counterpicked. It's going to be MF Vi, actually.
Okay, I mean, solid combo to kick fights off. With Sejuani out of the equation. The Vi surprise. I mean, again, or the thing that I will say is, yike. Very poor record on the Vi.
Wow, these picks are going fast.
Very quickly.
Xin Sao Jin insta into an Akali answer into this Azir. I like the Jin pick. It's good lane into MF, and it's also Kudui's one of his best champions as well.
It's also nice into the Vi. I think the ulti, oftentimes if Vi overextends, the ulti can buy you so much time and space. It's good against the MF ult. Not so good against the Akali, but...
It's not crazy good into Vi Akali, but it's kind of decent into them because you can just play so far back that you don't need to interact with them. But if they do interact with you, you're not happy.
Okay, we have, hyper carry mid lane. We have utility 80 carry to start fights. We got a Xin who can play aggressive early game. I like what they're cooking.
And a rel band, very good. A great pairing with the MF. And now I really want to see some healing champions for the side of SK. Something like an Alistar would be great, but that's already taken out. I think something like a Rakan could do really well. At just
Scion.
At Poppy ban here is good. It's another good Poppy game for the side of SK against this Vi and
This
Akali.
time it's banned, so.
This time it's banned, yeah. I think just some CC that can actually lock up this Vi and Akali when they jump in to buy this Azir and Jhin some space is much needed.
Would have been nice to have Leona, but Leona also taken away.
Yeah.
What is the option? How much we got left in terms of defensive support?
I'm curious to see if they wanna, if Casey wants to blind pick support here. I think, is there any really?
What's the MF pairing you would want? This is my
I think
beef with
you
MF
just go
is-
Rakan. I think you just go Rakan, and then it's good. It's not the best with MF, but it's good with Vi and Akali.
Yeah.
And you just need a tanky, like a tanky boy on top, and you're pretty happy. But it's going to be the Gnar blind pick. So what's interesting about this is that they're choosing to blind pick top, despite the fact that they kind of cover banned for bot and for comp.
Yeah.
So
and with
normally
Rakan,
this could be punished, but
I mean, with Rakan banned, though, I think maybe they just think it's going to be range bot lane matchup.
Yeah, could be. I mean, you could also go for a Braum blind pick, but then definitely they're going to answer with, ooh.
Okay.
This would be a crazy counter.
Okay. All right, Bukata back to normal stuff. Gen X onto weird
They put
stuff.
the coin
I
this
told
time.
you they were taking turns.
Let's see if Loopy gets to play something crazy as well. How crazy do they go? I think he has to play something boring.
I think he has to play something super boring. They just need to survive.
Blind pick, huh?
Like, Azir Vlad is insane scaling, but God, you're...
Oh?
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 How many times can we just make sounds that aren't words? Oh? Oh!
Wow.
Okay!
The Pantheon support here, so a very strong, aggressive laner for the side of SK.
I like it. Point and click CC means MF can never ult as long as you're in the nearby vicinity. The E offers you a lot of like pseudo tankiness, even against champions like Akali or the Vi.
I think it could just be a Braum lock-in for the side of KC. Should be a pretty good lane. Or they want to go
fire
crazy.
with fire? I thought we were getting... Oh, stop.
Oh! This is so funny. I just told Dracos that I talked to Lebrov and he played Fiddlesticks against me in solo queue, and Lebrov was like, oh, Fiddle's so OP, no? You couldn't play against it, no? I'm gonna play it. And then I was like, no, you won't. And he's like, no, it's actually good. And now, Targamas just plugged it in.
All right, you know what? I don't know if we cast or cursed it into a weird draft or what happened there, but this is going to be sick.
Okay, so why is Fiddlesticks a good support? Well, I had the displeasure of playing against it and getting fisted. So, the reason why it's so strong is you go Comet and you use your little silence, and then you play kind of like a Karma early game where you're just perma walking up, poking, and they can never go on you because you're like tanky and you have the fear and you have the drain, so they can't actually engage on you, but you can perma poke, and then once you get that level 6, I mean, everybody knows level 6 Fiddlesticks is a scary experience.
The Crow Storm. Oh yeah, where's Medic when you need him? Probably already home. Okay, so we just have the casual Pantheon versus Fiddle support.
Should be a bloodbath in bottom.
This is gonna be sick. I never have ever wanted to look away from like an Akali lane usually, but now I just don't care. Take me bot.
And top lane is Vladimir into Gnar, so it's like
every lane is interesting. Jungle is our most boring matchup.
True.
Oh, it's a great time to be alive.
And this is one of the things like that is so cool about Fearless. It's not necessarily like there were not that many champions taken out in this draft. I mean, there were a lot of supports.
Yeah.
But it's about the idea and the concepts that players now, when they practice, they're always looking to try new things in
100%.
case they might need it.
Yeah, because the Braum was there.
Yeah, the Braum was there.
It would have been fine. It's really nice against the Pantheon and Zen to have, but instead, we're trying something a little bit crazier. The Fiddle.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Comet with Resolve secondary. So you have that poke, you have the bone plating for when they actually go on you.
Yep.
And what Targamas just wants to do is just poke them out a ton early game and make essentially Jhin and Pantheon not able to play lane. That's his goal. He should play like a lane bully.
Yep.
And then once he hits that level 6, every bush, super scary for SK to face check.
This is going to be a good one.
Let's lock in.
Okay. So anytime we see stuff like an Akali on one side, and I think like an Azir and a Vladimir on the other, the importance of Casey finding some sort of advantage to free up space for the Sakali to side lane to be a monster, to stop what always feels like an inevitable late game when you see Vladimir. I mean, especially, again, paired with something like Azir is crucial. And so I like that they went for the Fiddle, because Fiddle's going to fist fight bot lane. Braum would have, you just would have been on the defensive the entire laning phase.
Yeah. I'm not sure if, like, SK actually outscale that much, because, like, Gnar is also scaling incredibly well. And I feel like if he's able to pick up MR, then he should be fine against Vladimir at most stages of the game.
I mean, the side lane Wits End, Gnar, those autos in mini form can be devastating. We'll see what Gen X is cooking up here in the Vladimir. We've seen it a decent amount, right?
Yeah.
But it's one of those champions that can, depending on whose hands is it or who's playing it, it can look very different.
If this was Zeus Vladimir, I'd be very scared right now.
But we'll see. We'll see.
If it was Zeus anything, I'd probably be scared. But
yeah, okay. We'll see where Gen X rates. How close to Zeus he'll play today is Poke from Targamas, annoying. Bot Prio still in favor of SK here in the early levels.
Yeah. That's just mostly due to, like, Jhin push level 1 and also the threat of the Pantheon all-in. But as we can see, Kadui has gotten chunked all the way down to half HP. He does still have a potion ticking up now. But every single Fiddlesticks E. It's also the thing that I actually forgot to mention. Is the thing is, I realized this while playing as Fiddlesticks, his E isn't really dodgeable. It's a skill shot, but there's no skill involved. He just presses it on you.
Is it dodgeable post boots? Is it like playing against Brand in early levels?
No.
It's just actually, it's too fast,
I mean,
right?
it might be dodgeable post boots. I'm not sure.
But it's also,
it's not like Brand W. Brand W
40
is like,
mana also.
It's 40 mana?
It's 40 mana. And again, this is, I'm just looking at low analytics right now to find builds. But rank 1, it's 40 mana.
That's crazy.
Which is why he still has a ton of mana.
Early, yeah. It's just spamming the E off cooldown.
So if you're looking for something to play in solo queue that will make your team mad, try Fiddlesticks.
Or maybe it'll make your team happy if you carry bot lane.
If you carry bot lane, yeah. But anytime I say recommend anyone to play anything questionable or new,
yeah,
I always want to prepare them for the worst.
Kadui is still holding on here, despite the fact that Targamas is landing a lot of E's. They're still able to maintain the push, and now it's going to be Vukala able to clear out this bot side scuttle.
We really need
to the top one.
I do think we need to see Bukata find some sort of play here on the map, though.
Yeah.
Because again, if Yike just gets to level 6
yeah,
for free without forcing any fights, it's incredibly good. Nice fear from Targamas, fall up there, Aegis Assault. Flash already gone from Targamas. Bukata can just walk in. They've got 2 creeps, and I think it'll be enough. Bukata just going in. 3 Talon Strike looking to lock up Clift as well. Excellently played tower dive there. Small window of opportunity, but capitalized on the side of KC. Vladdy now on the way down, but it's Kadui in trouble. Might just have to accept his death here. Will do so. Stun goes in. Now it's Vladdy as well. You can't walk face first into the Pantheon of Sin.
What a bloodbath as it starts off with Targamas disrespecting on the weak side. He's forced to flash, and SK immediately pounce. They're able to dive him and take him down, but then it's Kalist, with the help of Vladdy, knowing he's moving, keeps them interested, buys a ton of time, and you can see it here. Like, Targamas gets chained up by the Jhin W, has to flash away, but now he's so low that SK can actually execute the dive because they can just one-shot him under tower. But then it's Kalist here that now fights Kadui. Kadui has to make a choice between what pathing he takes. If he flashes, I think he should just run to the wall and flash over. But because Kalist walks up, he gets baited. Vladdy kind of disrespects the Pantheon damage and just gets one-shot.
And again, I think if Vladdy isn't there, Kadui probably just walks out.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so him being there is what forces Kadui to walk back into Kalist and get that
Vladdy
kill.
should have an assist.
So Vladdy should technically have an assist, but League of Legends not, can't figure that one out. I will say the Fiddlesticks remains interesting, but they've just completely opted out of the 2v2 now. They've decided the Pantheon a bit too much, as spicy as the Fiddle is.
Yeah.
And our wonderful team, 2019 LEC Summer, last time we saw a Fiddlestick.
When was the last played support? That's my question. Probably
never,
maybe?
Before the rework, if I had to guess.
True, actually. Because
it had good rework, right? Oh, that's the ulti. Targamas now moving in. Quick silence, fear as well, but a lot of healing going to come out.
Oh, Gen X holding his ground here. Shad.
Kata gets some good pressure. Movement speed from Kana, good. One becomes lightning, missing. I mean, well played by Kana actually to walk out of that one.
I do wonder if Bukata could have flashed there onto him and layered it with the loopy Pantheon W. but it is going to be Kana being zoned off of bot lane here, but Genax is going to be able to TP top, and I don't think they actually have the damage to dive Genax. So this is a huge early advantage for SK, as they should be able to zone Kana for quite a bit longer, as Targamas is taking his sweet old time to get back in this bot lane.
And I think this is one of the big strengths of a champion like the Pantheon in the support position, is he's just such a powerhouse early game that if you get any kind of lead, you take so much space on the map. That said, Grubs are getting taken down. Still a pretty sizable gold lead to SK, however. Even if they haven't turned it into a neutral objective, it will be the Grub for Drake trade in the end, however, to balance things out.
Yeah, and this feels great for SK to be able to get this early game. And I do think when the Fiddle doesn't get that early lane bully potential, I feel like how I at least imagine and visualize Fiddlestick support is that when it's ahead, it's incredibly obnoxious. You can never face check any ambush. But when it's behind, Fiddle can't really face check pushes, and nobody on the side of SK really need to worry about the Fiddle anymore. Because, like, yeah, you can ulti, but you need your whole team behind you.
It's similar to, I don't know if you remember, there was one time where Mickey played Lysandra support, I want to say, into Rakan.
Yeah, he loved it into Rakan, yeah.
Yeah, and it's, the cool thing about that is if you get fed, you have money for Zhonya's. You feel like a god.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're broke. And this champion can't really find those scenarios without any money. Wind becomes lightning, plus the flash from Bukata. Nice follow-up using the Q3 instead to hit Kalist. And now they want to keep the dive going. Kadui looking for the ball, forcing the flash out from Kalist as well. And just complete dominance here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's incredibly well played by SK. And again, it's Targamas getting caught when Bukata is bot lane. He's not prepared for it, he's not ready for it, and they're looking to dive Kalist here, but Yike is here.
Again, I think the other struggle is against the Pantheon, the Eggs Assault, the E, means that Yike can't just immediately try to fish for an ulti.
Yeah. I mean, the silver lining for KC is that Kalist is able to just continue farming up despite Targamas dying.
But I will say after that game one, good recovery from SK to find a better draft.
Much better draft, much better game
Much
plan.
better early game. Because I didn't think we'd be talking about silver linings for KC at all after that first game.
True.
But now they're the team
when you got
finding
0-2 Fiddlestick support. You gotta talk about silver linings.
Yes, you do. I mean, Vladdy going down bot lane as well, right? Spent some of that time. Reeker staying even here in the mid lane matchup. You said the scaling isn't quite as one-sided as you know, it'd be too much of an oversimplification. Just be like, oh, Vlad just outscales, given how strong Gnar can be. But SK are super comfortable in this game at the very least.
The thing is now, because Gnar got zoned off from this bot lane, he might even be in trouble here under tower. No, he's going to be able to take over to Mega, so not a threat of being dove. But the problem is he's down a full level on Genax, I say, as he's now jumping forward and trading.
Got the wall up, but will be able to get the ult on the way out. Knocks it back to the wave. Yike on the way up. Bukata should just try to fake the 1v1 here. As long as Yike can't get involved, Zin is just stronger in the 1v1.
I think Kana there wanted to fight because he thought Yike was close, not knowing that Bukata was there as well. And now Kana is able to get a good trade, but I think Genax can easily just out-sustain this and keep draining. Oh, but he's looking to face check Yike here.
Genax a bit over-eager. Big damage going down. Yike might just be able to finish the kill solo. Sanguine Pool coming out. Loopy now there to cover Targamas over the wall.
Does have the flash. He's going to be fine, actually. He's going to have to lose a wave probably on top lane as Kana pushes it out, but they're looking to fight over this red buff, but Genax needs the base, so you're going to think the better of it.
Yeesh.
It feels a bit... This feels quite good for Kana here. He's able to get a free out push due to Genax's face check, and able to get back a little bit in that XP department and the CS department, maybe even picking up a little plate. Not quite.
Double bounce. We'll be able to walk that one off. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you got resets coming in from Loopy. We'll see where he wants to go. Open mid is the setup for Targamas. He needs to stick around for just a little bit of XP. You can see he's incredibly close. That purple bar right under the character portrait. Just about to tick over to level 6. That's where maybe we get to see some more playmaking. If you haven't seen Fiddlesticks for some reason, remember, if he's unseen as he comes in with any ability, he gets that quick little fear, which can be devastating. But right now, Fog of War not favoring KC. SK were the ones with push topside, so we're able to set up a lot of proactive vision, and we'll use that to secure the second spawn of Grubs.
And the Drake and Grub spawn are desynced here, so it's not going to be possible for KC to get any sort of Drake trade. A bit curious to see what Targamas is building. Some potential Trailblazer, maybe?
Trailblazer seems to be the most common build that we're seeing in solo queue.
Yeah.
again, I love the
It makes sense that you get the movement speed. Otherwise, you can easily get kited, and you don't really want to have to use the ulti just to, you know, reach someone with a fear.
Yeah. And then later we'll see if he wants to go something more supportive or more personally defensive like Lasagna's. But it's really just hard to get that amount of money if you're not the one getting kills.
Yeah. I mean, the problem now is when you play these kind of off-meta high damage supports, you really want to stay ahead of the curve so that you always have enough personal damage that you can actually semi-one-shot someone.
Yeah.
But when you fall behind, the thing is now, Kadui, Reeker, and Genax, they don't really have to worry about Fiddlesticks himself.
Yeah, if you ever see him, you just jump on
might
him.
have to worry here.
Bukata, that's the Crow Storm going in. Setup there, he's gonna get a chance to push the ult. Now it's Vladdy chasing down. Crow Storm gone. Pushback just barely not collecting on Kliss, and that's another kill for KC.
And it's SK trying to face check against this Fiddlesticks, disrespecting the Fiddlesticks engage range. Targamas doesn't even have to flash to get on top of them. And it's a Drake going outside of KC, and it feels like the momentum has shifted back in their favor.
It has, and I think that's just that little bit of disrespect from SK. Not having the vision set up, not quite being in a good enough position. Overcommitment from Bukata. Maybe a pixel short and then a zero ult to stop the MF ult from working, but
you can tell he kind of knows that they're there. He clicks back while hitting the ward, but he thinks he's fine because he's inside, he has the ultimate. But it's a really good CC chain from the side of KC, and then when Reeker try to help him, it's already doomed.
And in a blink of an eye, the gold lead is gone. Dead even now. Again, I guess on the positive side, GenX made it through the first 9 levels in a pretty decent state. Rank 5 in that queue, the transfusion is always where Vladimir starts to feel very cozy in lane.
But the thing is, I feel like, from my POV, it's the first few levels that Gnar should struggle the most, and that Gnar is completely equal now, especially after he got zoned for so many waves in that bot lane. I think you're pretty happy as Ghana.
I mean, now you also have the healing reduction to make things that much harder. Cosmic Drive finish for GenX. SK still grouping around this objective, probably with a bit more respect for Targamas than they had moments ago.
And it's the synchronized souls for Targamas to roam around and recall. I think those boots are very underrated.
Yeah, they look strong in every game I see them.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not as convinced of the Aurora top with it that Adam showed, but you are very fast. I will say that.
Yeah, I think Aurora, oh, you got a fight? I think Adam's, the rest of his build for me was the maybe weird part with Shirelius.
Yeah.
But I think the Synchronized Souls tech can be good. I've seen Baus build it a ton.
The patron saint of top laners, I think it's safe to say.
Kind of the inventor.
The innovator. Ooh. Good lockup chain. Bukata gonna look to follow if Wind becomes lightning, but a nice fear from Targamas disengages, and Yike felt the wind on his backside there, a bullet about to clean him up.
It's going to be Yike here losing the flash and Bukata being able to pick up this blue buff, while Kadui loses a little bit of this mid wave to make this play happen. But it's still, it's the side of SK losing push in every lane apart from this Vladimir lane. So I really want to see them able to either play through this Vladimir or send Pantheon on a side lane with the ultimate and make a play happen. Because I've yet to see Luffy really, I don't think he has used Pantheon ult yet this game.
Definitely haven't seen it. If he has, it's a good call out. Genix, as you said, fighting for a topside push. Reeker, unfortunately, not able to step up on the bottom side as of yet, knowing he's on the weak side. So what does this topside pressure mean? We're a minute away from the Herald. It's not bad to have that top lane pressure. Kana might have to be careful under the tower. He's a sleepy boy. Stuck in mini is a rough deal. Genix gonna reset the tower aggro. Do they want to keep hitting him here? Q3 goes through. Bukata finding it. But now it's Vladdy on the chase, dashing through. Looking to finish this kill onto Genix. Hoping to find a little bit more. He finds one. Vladdy wants to keep it going. He goes back into the shroud. And he's just gonna walk it off.
Oh my god. And Vladdy there, recognizing that Genix has no pool, he flashes in, ultis forward, and he's able to take down Genix, making it a 1-for-1. Reeker will take bot tower here, but Callisto's on him.
So starting moving in, Reeker fishing for it, but there's Targamas just clipping it with the edge of the fear, the instantaneous silence to stop any follow-up.
It's a disaster for SK. You feel like, as Reeker, Vladdy's TP top. I should be able to get this bot tower, right? No. Kalist and Targamas are moving, and they take down Reeker, while Kadui can only get a few auto attacks on this mid tower, as Yike actually cancels his space, and Loopy might be in trouble here. No, he's going to be fine. But still, it's a great adaptation from KC, moving down their bot lane to bot lane to defend the bot tower. That's a lot of bot lanes.
It was. We now know who wins the name battle.
Kalista just blocked the Jin W for Cannon. That's why he's the GOAT.
It's those little things. Denying a little bit of those resources.
Yeah. That's the type of stuff that makes me mad when I play. When enemy ADC does that. Because I know that it's like correct for them to do.
But it just feels petty. Like, you're like, come on, man.
Stop that.
Kana.
Oh.
Mega catches him. Oh, Reeker. Thought he had the angle. It doesn't really matter that much, but still looks good. Now the fight breaking out. Genix still doing a decent amount of damage here, trying to set things up with the Tides of Blood. Loopy standing on the front line. The Herald already taken down. Bukata able to steal it, but now Kalista's on the chase. Kadui taken out. It's all falling apart for SK. Genix the only strong point, but now he's silenced. Wants that Q3, the Crimson Rush. There's just so much CC. He's not able to get the extra healing. Excellent backstep to deny the Crimson Rush. Now they're just going to kill him. The silence. Tides of Blood going in. A bit more healing. He needs an extra second. Can't finish it.
Oh my god, it's a disaster for SK as they just get outplayed on every single turn. KC are able to pick up 4 kills here. And let's watch the replay. Loopy, ulti's crazy here. I don't know, way too far to the right. He's not able to join the fight. He has to flash W. Bukata's already went down. Kalist can flash forward to finish Kadui off. And then Jenax here, he has no flash, can't get over the wall. He gets kited. Beautiful spacing by Kalist. It feels terrible. You get feared. You don't get the enhanced Q on the Vladimir.
You finally get it back up again. But again, Vlad Q damage is instantaneous, but the heal returning to you takes time. So dies before that can come back, even if he tries to get the Q off. Sheesh.
Sheesh Louise.
Sheesh Louise. Yeah, sure. Why? I mean, 5 minutes ago was a 1,000 gold lead for SK.
True.
There it is. Great grab. Great job, production. This is... Wow. Okay, back to silver linings for SK.
Oh, he missed cannon. Can you give me a silver lining? If I'm down 2k gold and I missed the cannon,
another one will spawn in a couple waves, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
There's always another cannon.
I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah. And I will say, I was an MF hater. They locked it in a draft. I was immediately salty about it. I'm not the biggest MF fan, but 5-0-2 from Kalist, putting the Bloodthirster to work. That's a fake Fiddle Flash.
I mean, the champ does have incredibly strong laning phase and quite good. Oh, early team fighting here.
And he's chasing on to Loopy. Loopy caught out. The Aegis Assault is decent, but it just does not matter.
And this... It's funny how I feel like both supports are kind of taking their turns, getting caught out. First it was Targamas in the early game, and now it's Loopy later on in the game. And oh, Targamas might be the one getting caught here, has to flash.
Flashing back, Yike pushed away from Reeker. Follow-up is there. Targamas not going to be able to get involved, but Kalist zooming over there with the strut. Step back, silence. Yike taking a bit more time, not quite going to be finished off. Kalist still chasing. Vladdy wants to commit a bit more. Dash through, managed to connect the E. R2 ready to go. Dashing back out because here comes the Pantheon. Vladdy, probably a little bit overhand. Will get taken out. Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
It's like in Zombieland. You really got to shoot twice. You really got to double tap. You got to make sure he's dead.
Yeah, Vladdy having a little bit of fun here. Nearly able to take down Reeker, but with the assistance of Loopy, Kadui, and Bukata, they're able to take him down. But now, a Rabadon finished for Akali, and Essence Reaver plus a BF sword for MF. This upcoming Altacan fight is looking very, very difficult for SK.
Yeah, this is a toughie,
yeah,
as it were. And you mentioned it earlier, right? We saw early in the game, Loopy getting a lot more done. Recently it's been Targamas getting a lot more done. But in the game League of Legends, I feel like if you're gonna make it to late game, early game is the best time to make, you know, some upsies, to get caught out. As Genix, that's a lot of CC.
Oh,
he's trying to summon the Herald to escape. He goes into the pool. The Herald is spawning. He's gonna try to mount up, but he's feared. He's too afraid.
I mean, it's a valiant effort, but he's not able to get into the Herald in time. And gets picked off.
I can
probably going to be the Altacan.
I can see how this champion is annoying, this Fiddlesticks champion.
Yeah.
He just is like, shut up, run away.
Yeah, he didn't really, we didn't really get to see the oppressive laning that, in my opinion, this champion has, but we're still seeing, like, even later on in the game, it's not like the champion scales bad.
Yeah.
Like, you have a great point-and-click CC.
Loopy has support from team. Mid lane tower did break in the midst of that play.
Yeah.
But Otacon is falling, and it's extra life Otacon, which is great for Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, they're going to be able to siege this tier 2 bot as well. They'll be able to take that. GenX cannot defend. And SK are able to get this tier 1. Oh, they might not even be able to get this tier 1 top. Vladdy goes in.
E2 marked, pushback good. Knocks him out of the trap. He's just barely able to get around the side. He should die. He's withdrawing. Okay.
Vladdy is like limit testing a little bit. I feel like going in some of these plays, going in 2v4.
Yeah.
But it is going to be a false life. 200 gold. Not too big of a deal. Still going to be able to catch that top wave. And he defended the tower for much longer, which does mean that Kalist and Kana are able to take up this tier 2 mid, and Kadui might be caught.
Kadui's definitely caught. Here comes the Fiddlesticks. Won't get the fear, but it's just zooming in for a bit extra damage. Silence there, Twist on the way. But Yike will still take the kill.
Yeah, and SK are being routed. And everywhere they go on the map.
The early game was better.
Yeah.
Right, the draft felt better. Bukata, Kadui, Loopy playing around the bottom side of the map. Great. They punished Yike. You know, they didn't punish him the first few levels, but post level 4, that window between level 4 and level 6, they got so much done. And then it just, boop, disappeared. Blink of an eye. All gone. KC with that solid fight in the top river. And I just don't know what you do.
No. It's very difficult. I do think they have the...
GenX in trouble.
Oh, GenX. Oh.
Vladdy versus Vladimir. Who wins? Are the extra letters enough for GenX? The answer is absolutely not.
The problem is that we're trying to think of a comeback for SK, and as soon as we can't think of something, something else goes wrong to make the game even harder.
Yep.
Like, in the span of the last 2 minutes, KC's gold lead has doubled.
If that's not a metaphor for life, what is? You know? The hits just keep coming.
Yeah. As you try to find the solution, another problem arises.
Yep, you just got to take it in stride. Reeker trying to make some solutions.
TP'd on here, yeah. Kana's behind.
Okay, where's he glide? The T. Oh, that's not going to work.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, that's awkward. I don't know if he knew Fiddle was coming. Now he just wants to one-shot target miss, which would be great, except he has the false life buff. I don't know how much time it has left, but it won't be too much. Now he's trying to hold on to this Sun Disc, knowing it's all that's keeping him alive. Where's he going to go? Tries to sidestep. Decent pushback. Fleeing. Silence. Almost 0 health, but not quite 0 health. Yike about to get taken out, but he's just withdrawing. He's just withdrawing. There's 200 gold. And now Vladdy across the attack. Oh. All right, Naruto, get in there. He's dashing. He's dashing in. He's dashing in. That's the Hokage right there. SK trying to get some kills back. GenX not too bad of a spot. The pool is big. They don't have enough damage to finish him. But the silence. Oh my God, this champion is so annoying.
It's going to be KC. Oh, please. Not able to go for more, unless... No. Okay, what a crazy turn of events. Reeker wants to push out bot, but he gets TP'd on behind. He's able to hold the line for an insane amount of time. And then GenX TP's in, but oh no, it's the Loopy Pantheon ult. I thought it was the GenX TP. He ends up following Loopy here, and then he does a crazy play here where he E's backwards to get the E in the shroud, and then ultis forward, instantly E's backward to be fine. Wow.
Styling.
Vladdy.
Styling. Very well played. I missed watching that play. One of my favorite things about Akali in Pro for like the entire 2 years that she was best in class was just watching the...
It's very satisfying.
The haphazard TP into bringing the Akali. And also the mini Akalis who reactivated the E just to die.
That's true. Like they just followed them into the base, or they followed them into like 5 people.
Yeah. Them into 5 people.
Yeah.
It's a classic. All right. Whew. So if you're SK, you don't need to give me the silver lining. But I do want to talk about like what do you actually do in this situation? You're SK right now. Are you just is it fishing for a pick? It feels so hard when you're not winning push in your side lane. Like,
I mean, I do think you can still win team fights. Like you saw that fight was actually very close. It was on the back of Reeker being able to chunk them down so much before he went down. But like Vladimir and Azir are still at 2 items to their respective counterpart. Like if we look at Azir's inventory and Akali's inventory, it's not that different. And same for the Vladimir and the Gnar. The problem is more in the ADC department, where Kalista's up a full item. But even then, it's just an ADC. Just to kill him. So if they can do that?
If they can one-shot Kalist, and then not fall into the crazy wombo combo that is a Gnar plus Fiddlesticks, that's the angle. But again, this is the struggle. KC stronger in the side lanes, getting first push.
And you see SK are just fully choosing to ignore this bot lane, even though it's quite deep pushed in, because they really want to try to leverage some control around mid lane. to be able to contest this Nash, but KC have already started it, and SK's vision is abysmal.
Trying to play around that brush, laying down a bit of vision. Loopy being the one to face check, which is a bit tough. Goes face first into Kana. Targamas crucially spotted, as is Vladdy. But Loopy's just going to give a slice. There's no recourse there for SK. They did mark the flank of both Vladdy and Targamas, but no one could step up to cover for Loopy.
And so hard for SK to properly face check now. KC might. Targamas is ulting in.
Targamas. Kana. Going in, but he just turned mini. It's a little bit awkward. They've gone over the wall into Kadui, but it's just enough. Cliff ulting over the wall, getting good damage down. Genix is now the one running. Vladdy trying to follow up a heroic ulti to come out from Reeker, but it's just too late.
And they have TPs on Vladdy. It's 4 people down for the side of SK. They can try to end this here. Loopy has spawned, and Bukata's trying to clear the wave.
I mean, it was a 27-minute game 1. They want to make it the same in game 2, despite a vast difference in early game. Kana's still stepping up.
They only have 2 minions. I don't think they can actually end here. They're going to think the better of it and look to get double inhib. Might even be a triple inhib angle, as the top wave is crashing as well.
Bit risky to stay for 3, but no, they still have 15 seconds on Reeker.
Yeah, long death timers.
There are some wards and TPs are there.
Here. There's going to be triple inhib. So despite the game not literally ending, it might be metaphorically ending.
Metaphorically?
Metaphorically.
Effectively, maybe?
No, I like metaphoric, but I can say...
I don't think metaphoric is correct. What's the metaphor?
It's not correct, but
it feels right.
It feels right. Yeah.
I think maybe technically, it's technically not over.
But I want to use a cool different word. Well, here we have the fight.
Metaphorically, we're still playing... No, sorry. Metaphorically, the game of League of Legends is over.
Yeah. Metaphorically, we might all be dead. Loopy ends up going down here. They get chased down. Oh, and we got...
Meanwhile, side lane battle.
Kana.
Double recurve, Bo. This man wants his wits end. Heal! Trying to heal as much as he can. Kana. He's a big boy now.
Loopy might be ulting in.
He's all grown up.
Go, Loopy, go!
Baron is falling in the meantime.
On a range.
Dramatic pan to the top side of the map.
Yeah, and now you get this Nash with triple inhibitor. They do only have 2 inhibs, but they're definitely going to be able to take this topside inhibitor with this Nash. And you have to feel that the game will metaphorically, literally, effectively, technically end.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a good metaphor, but metaphorically the game was over. So there's no room for me to insert another one.
Kana is quite far. This could be an opportunity for SK to engage before Kana gets here.
Yeah.
But
and again, but for SK, there's not a good recourse, right?
Yeah.
They fumbled the fight. KC outfought them, and then they continued to fall further and further behind as KC found a ton of these good picks. Targamas standing still, looking to set up for the ult, just out of vision. Crucially, Kadui might be in trouble, but Targamas walking back into vision, will not get the fear.
Reeker able to get some damage onto Vladdy,
trying to hide behind the little stubby part so he can get the fear.
I don't know.
It would appear so. Vladdy locked up, poked. But third and him's going to fall, and Kana's still pushing in the meantime.
Yeah.
They're so grouped up for a Meganar. Finds 2. Loopy trying to follow. Genx, big ulti, but a response ulti coming in the meantime. Bukata getting cut down as well. And once again, Genx is just burned by CC. But Vladimir not allowed to play the game. And KC looking to close this one out quick.
It's a beautiful game, a beautiful series from KC as they cement themselves as a more consistent top team. They will not lose to SK as some of our other top LEC teams have.
No, they certainly will not. SK taken out. Early game was good, but in the end, KC was better at every other step. 11-0-13 for Kalist. God damn.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it was a great series from the bot lane. Targamas fumbled a bit in the early game, but a beautiful recovery. Great showing of the Fiddlesticks and the team fighting later on to make these picks happen. And overall, just a joy to watch this KC roster. I feel like all the players are capable of stepping up and carrying individually, which makes this team so fun to watch because you don't know what to expect. There's not just one player to look for. Every player can do it.
And you know what? I'm going to regret saying this in 2 weeks, but give me more Fiddlesticks.
Yeah. It was fun to watch.
Of course, the players bowing. While they're doing so, always set up for interviews, PGL, etc. Vote for your key player of the series. Vladdy, Kalist, Targamas. All great options.
Yeah, many good options.
It's probably Vladdy, though, right?
I mean, he was more flashy. He definitely, like...
Game 1, he had a 4K gold lead. Game 2, he kind of
died almost 3 times for no reason, but then still had like a 3K gold lead.
I mean,
he Naruto ran across the entire map.
Yeah, in terms of like
coolness,
he definitely wins it. But in terms of impact, I'd say maybe Khalees was higher.
This is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a tough call.
Overall, a great series from all of them.
Yeah,
and excited to see what more they have. Like G2 as well against Rogue looks very strong, so I'm very excited to see the G2KC matchup.
Yeah, please, we need it soon. We need to know who the best teams actually are.
Yeah.
But I think we've been surprised, right?
Yeah.
Fnatic managed to find that upset against KC. Anything can happen. These best of threes.
And G2 versus MKOI was also very close, so it's like, who's actually the best team in LEC?
It's hard to say. One thing I do know is that Laura is standing by with the latest innovator, the latest genius in the support position. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dracos. But honestly, if someone could pull a fiddlestick, it had to be Targamas. Welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with the victorious Targamas, as I said. Talk me through this champion, because I had a discussion with Rhea ahead of the series, talking about the fact that you guys come up with a plan, and sometimes players feel like they want to play something different. Was that the case here for Fiddlesticks, that you last pick for this game?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's something I've been playing a lot in solo queue, but mostly because it's like fun and goofy pick, right? Like, but then we started playing it a bit in scrims, and it looks fine, right? And I think this game, there is a lot of support bans, and then we were like in a position where it was for sure going to be picks we don't see usually, and I mean, we could see it with like the enemy support he picked Pantheon. And then, we had like a few options on bots, but I just wanted to play Fiddle, so.
I feel like it's a tricky thing, though, because even though this champion is not often played, I feel like it can surprise the opponent. But on the other side, I feel like the kit itself is kind of hard to surprise opponents with. For instance, when I look at the engages and the fact that you have to be... This is not going to be a good replay, so I'm sorry, but it showcases what I want to show here. What do you need to do to make sure that your ultimates are going to hit and that this doesn't happen too much?
I don't know how he had vision on me. I was sitting on a ping, so I was not sure how he saw me. I mean, I guess it was kind of obvious I would be in this bush, right? But I think it's even more tricky on support because you're like very squishy and you can't really, it's hard to find angles. I don't think also the ult is like kind of useless actually because you have no AP, you don't do damage. So I think it's more just about the fears, right? You want to maximize how much fears you can get with your Q passive, or I like think in this fight as well, I just flash Q on Azir and he kind of got outplayed, right? He CC'd for 2.25 seconds, so yeah.
Kind of nasty, honestly, here from the champion. But like Pantheon support on one side, Fiddlesticks on the other. You guys are channeling the best Lehans vibes, I feel, in the support department. How creative can you be right now? I know that you're really creative players. You're always going to think outside the box. But how open is the support role right now, especially with Fearless?
I mean, I think it always depends on the bans. I feel like there are teams that like don't like to ban supports, and then you just end up with like Rel Alistar game 1, Leona Rakan game 2, Nautilus Leona game 3, right? Or Brom or whatever. And then this series they are actually banning supports, and then this can happen, right? I think it just depends, but I feel like those jumps, they are kind of useless. Like, you just need to pick something. Sometimes on supports, you're just like, okay, I need to pick something, so I'm just going to try like the most random jump in the game, and it's fine. If I'm at the right place at the right time, then it works out.
Yeah, that is amazing. Please keep on doing this. Please keep on providing the entertainment. Final question for you. You're in contention for player of the series. Vladdy is as well. Vladdy is waiting in PGL. Do you think you should get it, or should he? Because I know he cares a lot about it.
I mean, I think Vladdy really wants to get it. Like, he was saying the whole game, like after game 1, he was already saying, oh, I should get MVP this series. And then at the end of the game 2, Kalist is like 11-0. I think in game 1, Kalist was like 10-0 as well. So at the end of game 2, I think he got a bit scared that the people would give it to Kalist. Also, he trolled one time on Akali. So I think for that, he doesn't deserve the MVP.
Yeah, right. He doesn't deserve it. I cannot agree here. Vladdy, do you agree, though? Over to you, and Ginny and Odo in PGL. Thank you so much, Targamas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laure. Welcome to PGL. I'm Ginny, and I'm joined with Odo, Vladdy, and Apples from KC. Vladdy, he said that you didn't deserve player of the game. So what would you like to respond to that?
I think I deserved it. Like the first game, I think I won with 9th. The second game, I think I did some fancy plays. Even though my AD carry was 10-0 in both games. I think he's just auto-attacking. He's not doing anything basically. And
very humble player. But you know what? Kia player of the game is going to be going to Kalist. So unfortunately, just sitting back and autoing works.
Yeah, you know why? It's because he's overhyped. That's why.
Oh, it really do be your own.
So you're saying French community is bigger than Greek community, and that's the problem?
Yeah, of course. Classic.
It was the same with me with Hans. If I would be in a player of the game vote with Hans, I would always lose just because he had the French fan base.
Of course. If I was French, I would probably get it.
You know what? Skill issue. Let's move this forward because draft has been a topic of conversations that we've had today in the industry with Reha. We've had a discussion about it on the desk. And I would really love to hear both of your opinions on, when a certain player doesn't want to pick a champion. How do you approach that? I think I'll start with you, Apples.
I think usually we're pretty much on the same page. It's just that we have the wrong ideas together.
How many times did Vladdy try to take over a draft in Champion Select on stage?
It's not about taking over. It's just like we play something for a week and then we go on stage and it's like, hey, this looks good here, when we didn't like practice it much or something, and then we just do it. But you don't know it's wrong until the game is over, right? So I don't think Vladdy has wrong ideas really. It's not like it's not like you're sabotaging it, right? But it's like, hey, I think this is good. Oh, we forgot about something and we get a bit cooked, right? But it's more about just making sure that Vladdy is happy with what we're picking.
Are you happy?
I am, yeah. We are both PR trained, as you can see.
Yeah, like you guys are like giving us like great PR answers.
But look,
we'll try and
I cannot. Look, I'm gonna say it like this. Sometimes I want him to lock something else, but I don't want to say it because I know he won't agree. So I just rather make sure he locks what he wants.
PR training has officially gone out of the window. Instead, let's see if you guys agree with some of the approaches that we've had from you, Odo, today, where it comes to the markers of a good draft. So, Odo mentioned it has to have one carry, mixed damage distribution, phase check power, and fight starting abilities.
Yeah, so pretty much these two drafts, I feel like were your criminal drafts from this split, and I feel like I know when it comes to the building drafts for you, I understand if you don't want to leak maybe the process behind it, but I feel like for me, at least these 4 check marks, if you have it, at least, if you fall behind, there's comeback potential and stuff like this. But for example, the K-Corp versus MKOI game where you guys had Hui, Ivan, Elise, that one was, you guys stole that game. It was a big crime what I saw there. I mean, sure, you can maybe get ahead early, but if you fall behind, you're just completely cooked. So is that something that you guys are accepting, this sort of risk, or is it just a little someone took over the draft?
I don't see anything wrong with the draft.
Okay.
I mean, I would say that it's true. I think in every single draft you need to have kind of these 4 things that you showed. And in the 3rd game of MKOI, we didn't have someone to face, as you said, or someone to really start the fight. And yeah, like it was a miracle that we won the game basically. And we realized that obviously Elise Ivern is not a thing, and you should always have something to fight,
Yeah, let's not say too much.
Okay, yeah, that's it basically.
Okay.
Why do you bring up this guy just PR trained to the max? It's insane.
You said that you saw nothing wrong with this draft, but it was yeah, I mean, surprise. I would love to talk about the game that you guys had against Fnatic. It is one of the drafts that Odo pointed out as well in terms of it didn't necessarily hit the marks or the markers of success that we were expecting. So I would like to start off with you, Vladdy. When you look at that series that you had against Fnatic, what do you think was the biggest takeaway from it?
I think maybe that we shouldn't get a bit cocky in the drafts. I think same as Mad Lions, Game 2 and Game 3 drafts were very rough in my opinion. The Game 2, for example, we picked Brandt against 4 reign champions, which is, in my opinion, very, very hard to play. And he also didn't have winning lanes. And then Game 3, I think having Ari, Maokai, Cassandra topside is really not a thing. We basically lack a lot of damage. So yeah, I mean, we just realized...
You live and you learn, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we realized that those things are very bannable, let's say. And,
punishable.
I don't think we will...
But hey, the fiddle was great today. I loved it. Even though he went 0-2, this champion popped off, right? I was super happy to see Targa play it.
I mean, yeah, I think Fiddle is very, very strong in the support role. I don't want to say much though, because yeah, there are some certain matchups that you pick it. But yeah, I think it's a very, very strong champ, and teams are not really aware of it.
Clearly, I mean, we've seen that today. And it was the first time that we've seen it on support since 2019 Worlds. So that is also an interesting little trivia for you guys at home. Furthermore, when it comes to these drafts and when it comes to, you know, the games and the wins and the losses that we've seen so far in the LEC, it's been like very unexpected. I don't think anyone expected SK to be able to take a series off of Fnatic. I don't necessarily think that a lot of people expected Fnatic to take the series off of KC. So let's bring up a little experiment, I guess, that we had earlier today when it comes to this entire circle of what's going on and who is better than who. If you're so we tried at least to make sense of it to like a certain extent, right? So we're saying that SK is better than Fnatic and Fnatic is better than KC, but then you guys also 2-0'd SK, so that doesn't mean that they are. So when you're looking at the teams and when you're looking at the standings, Vladi, which teams would you put as a definitive top 4?
In my opinion, I think it's pretty clear. You can say that G2, Fnatic, us, and MKOI are the top 4. I mean, at the start of the year, I thought BDS would also be contenders for the top 3 at least. But I guess they are not really playing well as a team, and they are doing a lot of mistakes. But yeah, I see a clear top 4 in my opinion.
And then if you have to give 5 and 6 apples, which ones would you sway towards?
I think it's Vitality. It's gonna be like 5-6, and then it's gonna be GX and BDS probably still fighting for it. I know Heretics beat BDS today. I think it was just a criminal day from BDS, but I think they're gonna pull it together.
You have a lot of high hopes for BDS. Odo, are you like on the same page? Do you agree in terms of I do agree with the fact that like the top 4, it does seem to be a little bit more definitive, but that 5-6 slot, I can't get a grasp on it.
5-6 seems really impossible to predict because I feel like top 4 is, as Vladi said, it's quite clear, I think. But when you think at 5 and 6, it's just that everyone is beating everyone, everyone's losing to everyone. I feel like BDS had a criminal day because for me, my stonks on BDS go up to from up to low every single week. This week I'm like, they're gonna be good again. But now Heretics takes it, and now I'm like, well, now I think BDS sucks again. So it's really hard for me to put my finger on who I think 5 and 6 is as well, because then you have Vitality, who are good again, and they do the same thing. Then you have GX. They beat randomly someone from the middle of the pack. Now they're back, but then they're going to lose again.
They're going to lose again? Okay, good to know.
Hey, I have prayer.
Yeah, cut the tape.
Huh? Who are they playing next?
GX.
Us. Huh? No, that's next week. Who did they play?
You know what? Let's talk about the standings, and then we have the schedule so that we don't actually have to like try and rub 2 brain cells together that we have collectively on this desk. Standings, I mean, G2's at the top. You guys have 1 loss so far. That was against Fnatic. It's shaping up a little bit. I would like to look towards the lower pack of things. I'm gonna start off with you, Apples, where when we're looking at Movistar Koi, it's 1 and 2, but we have kind of touched upon the fact that we are expecting them to do better. So does that mean you're looking for them to ramp up throughout the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think they're just gonna win their games unless they play like G2 or Fnatic. I think Jojo is laning much better, but his problem is just team fighting, like he just chokes. I'm not trying to be rude, but if he team fights well, it's good. He's cooking people in lane, so I think he's doing good now. And it just depends. If their bot lane has a good game, Irvin is gonna be stable. They're gonna win most games, I think. So,
to be honest, also on the side of Movistar Koi, their strength of schedule was pretty bad because I think their first 2 games was against you guys and then against G2. So now if you think about the top dogs who are left, it's probably only Fnatic, and then you have them expecting to just take games, you know, be the bottom of the pack. Really hard to, you know, kind of make a comeback because all the hard games are gone for them.
It depends also on which Fnatic shows up, right? Because Humanoid himself said it's 50-50 depending on the day. So a little bit of a coin flip, but here's the schedule that you guys were looking forward to. GX is playing SK. Now, if we use the power of deduction, you'd expect them to win this, Vladi, or lose this?
I mean, I would say it's a bit tricky because I think GX has a good roster overall, but they don't really play well for now, in my opinion. And I think even though SK didn't really show up today, they won against Fnatic, I think, and they won like promising. So yeah, I think I would still give it to GX, but I think SK has some chances.
I wanna just go on a bit about GX because I just wanna shout out Closer. It's not against Isma, but they have like Jackies and the bot lane are very strong. And I think what he provided with the experience and how to like close out the game, closer, you know, yeah.
It's in the name.
Good one, good one.
Yeah, wow,
But
that's
I
a
just
great
wanna
joke.
like you can see the difference. It's nothing against Isma. He's good. I think he needs a bit more time. He's gonna become a great player. But I just want to shout out closer. Huh? You can see the
I mean, in general as well, like if you look at the roster, they didn't really have that much time to play with Isma. I mean, Casey Blue played with Isma in the Mii Masters, and then he was back in the LEC. So it's like, you know, time in general is a very precious resource that not every single one has that luxury to have it. So I'm looking forward to see how SK is going to ramp up throughout the rest of the week. But that's it. This marks the end of the triple best of 3 day. In general, no more triple best of 3s, but tomorrow we're going to be back at 4:45 p.m. with the ready check. So that's it from us. Have an incredible night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Fighting. Sejuani top. You can kill, I think.
I'm coming.
I'm coming as well. No flash. I will go in, okay? Play slow. I'm going.
Oh, nice.
Look for fight. They get it. I'm best. Be in mid wave, guys. We do nice. Be in mid wave. Nice.
Thank you. Oh, it's
Nice.
And then.
I go in.
Someone exit, please.
Oh my god, this game.
This game.
Oh my god, this game.
Nice! Paris now taken out by Heretics. Camila going in. It's a flipping win conductor! I told you! Never doubt the Heretics!
Look Pantheon. I'm pushing them up. I can look Pantheon.
Yeah. Pantheon.
Not to Cesar.
Thank god.
Bye, boys.
I went beast mode in this game. I'll play, guys.
Nice.
Holy shit.
I need help, guys.
I will hold you.
Not asleep. Very good, guys.
I see my flash. Look on the notice.
Let's get first target now.
Is it? Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah.
They're turret.
Slowly. Asia sitting.
I can ulti.
No, guys, left turret.
You have a CC.
All good. Chill out, guys. Chill out. I got it.
Nice.
Hey, someone can go on Azul.
Just keep fighting, guys. Just keep fighting.
Azul upside.
Fight.
Bomba.
Guys, LTB behind. Go.
I can go.
Look. I mean,
Yeah, kill Lilian.
Yeah, cool. They zoom. What the team fight.
Good job. Will do so. Stuff goes in. Now it's Flatty as well. You can't walk face first into the Pantheon Sin. Fleeing. Silence. Almost 0 health, but not quite 0 health. Yank about to get taken out. But he's just withdrawing. Just 200. Oh, then now we got Flatty across the attack. Oh. G2, the perfect team fight! They take it all! Here comes the Crow Storm! It's knocked back, instant combo button! What is people? Oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will fall. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we